3 hours. Signal detected. Mike, in the night. It's 3 a.m. Screen still glows. Satellites watching below. Red lights blinking on every street. Truth buried 6 feet deep. Paper signed in quiet rooms. Deals made under crescent moons. Digital chains you never see. But something in you wants to break free. They say it's safe. They say it's fine. But why's that camera watching mine? Clock hits free. The veil gets thin. You feel the static on your skin. Boom, boom, boom. 3 a.m. they're watching you. Boom, boom, boom. But something's moving you. Like in the night, cut through the lies. Baseline truth, all at your fires. No more silence, no more talking. I have spoken. Bank accounts tracked every swipe. Data mined from every type. Algorithm knows your face, predicting every move you make. Borders blur, control expands. Digital cuffs on steady hands. But in the dark the people wake. Feel the system start to shake.
Oh yeah.
Eyes up, wake up, speak up, stand up. They fear the ones who see the play. They fear the ones who won't obey. Fight, fight, fight. 3 a.m. that's when you know. Fight, fight, fight. The quiet truth begins to grow. Fight, fight, fight. Signal cutting through the room. Fight, fight, fight. Truth breaking through the blue. Like in the night, no disguise, piercing through the alibis. Midnight message unbroken. I have spoken. When the world sleeps, the real talk starts. When the lights dim, we reveal the parts. Not red or blue, not left or right, just raw transmission. Mike in the night.
Oh yeah. I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night wherever you're watching this transmission. Today is Monday, the 24th of August, 2026, and we are in week 35 of 2026. And I bid you all good morning, good evening, and good night wherever you're watching this transmission. Welcome to episode 666 of Mike in the Night. And we are sitting on season 36, episode 11 of the show. And I want to thank you all for being here, being part of the transmission. A special Mike in the Night-A-Thon. Tonight is a very special Mike and the Night-A-Thon. We are going to see if we could raise $100 for the internet bill. So it's a Mike and the Night-A-Thon. We're going 6 hours, and we are raising some funds to help fund the internet. And yeah, and the live chat, everyone's moving in now in the live chat. So I'm gonna kick off my actually, let's just go off to the channel information here, guys. You are tuned into episode 666 of Mike and the Night, the longest night, 6 hour Mike and the Night-A-Thon. And guys, if you want to join our email list, it's Mike Martins 1980. If you want to join our email list, go ahead and send me an email and say you want to be part of our email list. So if we start an early show, a late show, or an emergency show, you don't miss it. And guys, remember, viewer discretion is advised, 21 and older. This show is for entertainment purposes only. Fact check and do your own research. That's Section 18, U.S. Code, Section 2257 for Mike in the Night. And, yeah, what? Someone's messaging me on the side. What season is this, Mike? This is season 36, episode 11. I think I said that, but I'll say it again. That's how long it's been, guys. That's how long it's been. And, okay, guys, I want to go into my monologue before I go into my channel plug. Everyone's telling me I hate Canada. I don't hate Canada. I made this video already. I'll make it again, and I'll make it clear. I don't hate Canada. I hate what Canada has become. That's what I hate the most. I love the beautiful mountains, the forests, the livestock. You know, I love the beautiful windy highways. I love the clear blue skies. I love this country. Beautiful waterfalls, lakes, fresh water, everything at your fingertips here. I love Canada. But I hate what Canada has become. I'm sorry. I just hate what it's become. I hate what it's turned itself into. I hate how it's using its people to fight one another, to divide one another. I hate how it's giving authority and giving privilege to the people that did nothing to build this country, but they're getting front and center and they're getting everything handed to them. It doesn't make any sense how they're dividing us through financial bizarro means. They're dividing us through all kinds of stuff. They're dividing us through banking, finance, media. What's the new scare tactic? They're dividing us through everything. It started back in the day, if you guys remember. They started with the 3 minutes to midnight back in the 60s, or a quarter to midnight, and things are getting, the world's going to end, right? Then fast forward to the 90s, and then the ozone layer has a hole. Oh my God, you're burning plastic. The ozone layer is going to explode because of you. People started dividing. And why? Because of the BS, right? Florida's going to be underwater by 2012. I'm still waiting for Florida to be underwater. It's not underwater. I hate what Canada's become. I love Canada, but I hate what it's become. And it kills me inside, that the European expansion came here to build this country, to rid itself of the European persecution they were getting in Portugal. We were under, we were in a lot of trouble in Portugal. We were starving because we were being sanctioned in Portugal. The Western countries were sanctioning us because we didn't want to give up our colonies in Africa that need us. Now, it's all war-torn countries now, after the Portuguese left. It's all power. It's a balance of power. It's a twilight struggle, is what it is. And now what's happened to Canada is really brutal. Our schooling system, our healthcare system, why don't you just leave? People say, why don't you leave if you don't like Canada? Wait, so we came here, built this country, fought wars for this country. The European expansion did this. Built everything around you. 95% of everything you touch in this country is built by Christian hands. 100% of the foundation that you touch in this country, in Canada, is built by Christian hands. The Irish, the Dutch, the Portuguese, the Italians, the Scottish, all killed themselves for building this country. Oh, the Chinese built the railroad. Shut up. The Chinese built the railroad in Western Canada through the Rockies. 800 of them came, 200 of them died. And now you go to museums. You got pictures of Chinese all over Canada building the railroad. Why? To massage you. So when China comes in the future and buys out your entire country, buys out your real estate, buys out everything you own. Oh, but they built a railroad. Let them take us over. You guys have no clue. And I hate what Canada's become. 2010, Canada opened the doors to Chinese money laundering and Chinese birth tourism and Chinese fentanyl. Canada's been hand in hand with China, and we've been warning Americans for years now. America, wake up. Canada's your biggest threat, not Iraq. That's how long we've been saying this. Not Iraq. The Chinese laundered $2.4 to $2.6 trillion through Canadian real estate. They created bidding wars and artificial shortages. We have 3.9 million. Last time we checked, in 2017, we had 1.9 million empty homes owned by Chinese nationals. They own our biggest gold mines. They own our biggest coal mine. They own our biggest lithium-ion mines. They've bought them all up. They own everything. This is why the Canadian people are not getting rich or aren't being rich. Heck, they should be paying the Canadian people dividends for even living here. But no. The people that are getting the dividends are the people that did nothing to contribute to build this country. You know, we fought wars for this country. We did everything for this country. And then after, no, just leave if you don't like it. It's like, so you see why I'm saying, I don't hate Canada. I hate what Canada's become. Now, all the street drugs in Canada are all laced with Chinese fentanyl to murder the Canadian proper. 97%, we covered this in a video. 97% of the homeless people in Canada are Canadians, European, white Canadians. You have Indigenous, 2-3%. And then 96? So 3% was Indigenous, and the other 1% was unspecified. You notice the people that didn't contribute to build anything in this country are the ones getting the clean office jobs, the bank jobs. They didn't build the bank. Don't get me, you're going to get me wrong here. They didn't build the bank in Canada. The Europeans built the bank, and then everyone else comes in. The big first wave came in 1993, was the big wave. Chinese, Pakistani. Why? Because in 93, that's when Canadian government closed immigration from Europe and made it harder for Europeans to come into Canada. So they needed us to build the country. Now they're telling us, get out of the country. We don't want you here anymore. Even in my own town, people are like, get out of here. We don't want you here. We don't like you. It's like, but what they're not seeing is who is going to maintain Canada. You think the Chinese are going to maintain Canada? We got video footage coming up in tonight's show of China, of its greatness. You think China is gonna maintain Canada's infrastructure? You think the people from India are? The people from Pakistan? Somalia? You think they're going to maintain Canada's infrastructure? They didn't build it. Do they know how to fix it? Oh, they can get trained, Mike. That's what training's for. Good luck. Good luck. I don't hate Canada. I hate what Canada's become. And it actually absolutely breaks my heart to see that we've just given it all away to migrants. The migrants are coming in now. The Chinese came in with trillions of dollars. Migrants came in. And why did they bring all these people from India, Mike? They brought them in to help the housing market because the Canadian proper, they're going homeless. They got to college degrees and they're going homeless. And you go to any city, it's all Canadian homeless people. You go to a bank, you walk into a bank tower, oh, everyone in here is Chinese. They don't even speak English. You go outside, the people that speak English are begging for money. We gave it all away. Our governments worked hand in hand because look, China, Vietnam hates China. Laos hates China. Taiwan hates China. Tibet hates China. Thailand hates China. Philippines hate China. Australia hates China. New Zealand hates China. Everybody around China hates China. And not Canada. We love China. They're good. They bring money. Now they bring money. You can't afford to eat in Canada anymore because they brought money. And we made a video back in 2017 in my car, and I said, watch when your energy, your food, watch when basic necessities climb up to reach housing price. Watch when it climbs up to adjust the housing prices. And that's how we accurately predicted the energy wars that were coming, the food wars that were coming. We're saying people were going to be bought out of food by 2020. People were laughing at me. They're like, "You're stupid. It's a first world country." Now people are lining up around the food banks, a block around the food banks, because of this. Because we sold out. Wages and incomes need to be tied to real estate, period. Jobs need to go to Canadians. And what are you talking about, Mike? We need to go to Canadians. I'm a Portuguese living in Canada. And it's different. I'm saying Canadians. And what I'm talking about is this. America has it right. And I'll tell you where they have it right. America has this right to a T. When I applied to live in America, I had to make sure I wasn't stealing an American's job. They got a third-party entity to run ads for me of the job position I was applying for. 6 months long. They had to run ads for 6 months through newspapers, magazines, online posts to make sure I wasn't stealing an American's job. And I wasn't. They did everything. I passed that part. I wasn't stealing an American's job, and they waited 6 months. Now, Canada, see, if Canada did the same thing, instead of saying, "Oh, you're racist," well, if RBC or a big bank, CIBC or an institution here wants to hire has a position open, instead of bringing someone in from China to work here, run the ad in Canada for 6 months through a third-party, non-government, they'll see, "Oh, okay, a Canadian wants this job," to make sure they don't steal a Canadian's job, because that's what's happened. The Canadians are the number one homeless people in Canada. The Canadians are the number one people that are not getting called for jobs. The Canadians are the number one people that are being discriminated against. The Canadian European people that have been here for generations. And I don't hate Canada. I truly hate what Canada has become. All right. So we got Ruth saying, "I'm super depressed at the moment. I lost 2 family members this year. Hate where I live. I live at my car in a garage is going to cost me $1,800 and I can't even afford food. Yes, feeling sorry for myself." Yeah, but Ruth, this is happening for reasons. It's not your fault, Ruth. Understand, it's not your problem. It is, you're in a problem, but you didn't create the problem you're in, right? So Ruth's saying, "I'm 69 and looking for a job so bad." See? All right, Mike, let's go. Let's have a great show. Hello, fellow Mike of the Nighters. Love you all. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, this is the only place I know where I could find people that actually care for me. It's the only place I know that I could come to. My family, too. My family. Thank you, Sean O'Vision, for being here. God bless you. Pierre Grosso, thanks for being here tonight. God bless you. Ghostly Doors, thank you very much. I remember you joining the channel the other day. Thank you for joining the channel. And Just Cringe is here. Thank you. God bless you for being here. I love you guys. Thank you for being here for episode 666 of Mike in the Night. Okay, all right. Let's go into a quick channel plug. So, guys, tonight we are trying to raise $100 for my internet bill. Just to help out, finance the show. The show doesn't, we don't get paid to be here. Let's just put it that way. We don't get paid to be here, so we are trying to finance $100. And I appreciate that if we could reach $100 in donations, in coffee donations. So I am going to give you guys the link here. All right, guys. There it is right there. If you want to buy your boy a coffee, guys, don't hesitate. Buy me a coffee. $3. If you want to buy a coffee, go ahead and do that. Really appreciate it. And I'm going to run a calculator here, see if we can get to $100 tonight in coffees. And, if you feel bad, Joe Rogan makes $1.8 million for an episode of his show ripping us off. So, yeah, good luck with that. So, episode 666 of Mike of the Night right here playing. This is on YouTube, guys. And mikeofthenight.org. If you guys get some time, go ahead and go there. That gives you previous episodes of Mike in the Night. And, guys, Instagram. Come on, baby. There you go. Guys, you're going to need Instagram to call into the show if you want to call in when we open lines. I'm going to give you the thing right here. Boom, Instagram. Message me on Instagram, then I'll add you. And then you guys could go ahead and message me, and I'll check the requests, okay? Also, guys, don't forget to check out the Merit Harassment series. I'm being harassed again. Somebody claims they want to open a business. Somebody's claiming they want to open a business similar to mine to shut me down. And again, this has been happening for years in my town. And we'll talk about this later. Merit Harassment series, guys. Don't forget to check that out. That's a really good series. And that's what it looks like right here. Merit Harassment series. You'll find it on their playlists, where we are constantly being harassed, threatened, all kinds of stuff for opening a business in Merit. So, yeah. So Ruth, call into the show. Just go ahead and message me on Instagram, Ruth, and then when we open lines, you can call into the show. And we got lots of time tonight to talk. So, we got all night to talk. Oh, do we ever have all night to talk? Okay, let's go into... All right, let's go into... Oh, where are we going into again? We just fix that. All right, let's go into a few headlines. We got kind of someone saying, why are they harassing you? Watch the Merit Harassment series. It's on my YouTube channel. You'll see it, Merit Harassment. You'll see it. Just watch it. I changed the title of the playlist, Merit Harassment or something. Check it out. I opened a store in town, and there was already a competition in town. I opened my store, and man, he put me through hell. That man made websites calling me the Merit Molester, the Merit Rapist. Now I'm the Merit Pedophile. It gives my wife the finger. This guy gives my wife the finger and my kids when they see him. This guy doesn't stop. He gave me a fake cease and desist order. He had workers from Work BC work for him to destroy me and my family. Their job was to write letters to CRA, write letters to... Oh, it was an absolute disastrous nightmare. It's still going on in town. It's still going on. It doesn't end. They've been trying to get me out of town for so long. And if people don't like me, don't come to my store. No one comes to my store locally. I got maybe 10 customers in Merit, and everything is people passing through, right? So, oh man, I'm so sorry. Ruth is saying, I'm too depressed to call in right now. My niece just died a month ago at 57 in Toronto. She was killed by the medical system. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Really heartbreaking what's happening to families out there. Families are falling apart, man. And it's not easy, man. Okay, guys, let's jump over to this. This is important because we've been covering this for years now, and let's keep going on it. Big Tech is buying rare and ancient books to steal their secrets, then destroy physical copies to keep humanity enslaved. A chilling operation to ease humanity's memory is underway, one that makes the burning of the Library of Alexandria look like an amateur vandalism. At Amazon's Las Vegas facility, designated VGT3, an industrial-scale book destruction program, is running day and night. Thousands of rare and ancient and irreplaceable books are being systematically destroyed. Their spines broken and their pages scanned. And they are the physical remains are discarded like hazardous material. So there it is right there. An Apple AirTag just tracked the shipment of rare books to a secret AI facility in Las Vegas where texts are cut apart, scanned, and destroyed to train AI models. The groundbreaking investigation has exposed how tech giants are quietly acquiring physical books to train. Show more. So the train... okay, never mind. We're not going to go to X. So there it is. A rare book dealer got a massive order for thousands of books. Suspicious They hid an Apple AirTag inside and tracked it to an Amazon AI facility that scans and shreds books. And this is not a conspiracy because this goes back to the burning of the Library of Alexandria, if you guys remember, where they were destroying knowledge. They need to destroy knowledge. And I've been vocal about it. Don't worry, guys. I've been here for years talking about this. And we even told you guys right here, look, the race to erase the past, digital book burning in full force, CID, controlled information distribution, deleting history for a better future, digital book burning in full force, destruction of recorded history on purpose, major digital book burning, more distractions. Please help preserve and document current events now, digital book burning, reconstruct history 4 years ago. And I was telling you guys, here it is here in this video. I'm asking that people start to document, pen to paper, paper to pen, what is happening, okay? I need you to start documenting everything that's happening around you and that's happened in the last 20 years. Okay? The reason why I'm asking of this is because in around, don't laugh at me, the year 2107, there's going to be a group that's going to come together that's going to want to reconstruct history as it was. They're not going to be able to do it with all the digital misinformation we have out there today. And I've been talking about the digital book burning that we were going through 8 years ago. I made a video about it. And I went in depth explaining to people that in 100 years from now, history will be written that Saddam Hussein did have weapons of mass destruction, and the Americans and the great freedom fighters of the world went there to disarm them and save the planet. None of us will be alive to tell people that that's a lie, because none of us will be there to stand up for it. So what I'm asking is for people to start writing and preserving documents. Pen to paper, typewriter is good. No digital. Digital's useless. Even putting on an SD card, backup, blah, blah, blah. There may be a solar flare. There may be something that wipes out digital. But preserving documents in books and writing and keeping them in a safe place. This non-for-profit group is going to try and usher a new beginning in the next century, purposely to try and explain the past with whatever scraps of evidence that we have. Okay? Now, we've seen this already happening right now. So if you want to watch that video, it's on our YouTube channel. It was from 4 years, 10 months ago. 4 years, 10 months ago. We made that video warning you guys about this, and it's going to keep going. And now they're murdering people because last week, on last week's Mike of the Night, we covered a man was ready to upload rare books that's going to put history on its head about the history of Palestine and stuff like that. And he was found dead. Days before he was going to publish. We covered that one too. But there it is right there, folks. Digital book burning. It's here, folks. And then I don't know how to explain to you guys the importance of preserving physical material. All right, who is here tonight, guys? We are rolling nicely. Who is here? It looks like we don't have many people watching us on Facebook or Instagram. I guess we're too early. I guess we're just too early here tonight for Mike in the Night. Yeah, it's pretty. Every platform across is dead. This is episode 666 of Mike in the Night. Here we are. All right, let's keep going. Let's pound away at it. Let us pound away at it, and we do our best. All right. So a lot of people are complaining to me that I am not talking about tariffs enough. Too many people complaining. I'm not bringing up the tariffs and talking about the tariffs. And no, the tariffs are designed and put in place for Canada to destroy itself. And Mark Carney is working towards destroying Canada, right? All his bullshit, word salads, none of his deals go through. The guy's full of shit. And we told you guys back in November 2022, a man named Mark Carney is coming to be your crime minister. And everyone laughed at me. Oh, I looked into this Mark Carney. You should do your research. This guy is not a politician. He's a banker. Now we're getting screwed. And Mark Carney is here to protect Chinese communist interests. And whatever way possible to destroy the Canadian proper. Right? So, Warmington, Doug Ford says Donald Trump can kiss my ass. That's what Fat Face Ford. Remember this guy, Mr. Mobility, Fat Face Ford? He's standing up for Canadians, telling Donald Trump to kiss his ass. Carney says Canada will come to the table when the U.S. has the right attitude. What the fuck? What is this guy? What is he talking about? 79% of our exports go to the United States of America. 79% of our exports. Let me see if I have this in order here. You want proof? These Canadian politicians that have destroyed your country for the last 30, 40 years are working hard to destroy it even further by starting problems with America. 79% of our exports go to America. Watch this. I got to set up right tonight. Effectively, we're out of business. U.S. tariffs cut Manitoba Honey Farm off from vast majority of customers. So, Podoliski Honey Farm sells 90% of its honey to buyers in the United States, says General Man. 90%, not Canadians that buy that honey, Americans. Yes. Yes. You see what's going on here? General manager of Honey Farm says the vast majority of honey produced at the family-run business is shipped to customers across the United States. Now he's worried that the farm his grandfather started more than seven decades ago could risk bankruptcy after the U.S. slapped on 50% tariffs. Why is the U.S. slapping on these tariffs? Why? Because of this guy right here. All his word salads, all his bullshit, all his destruction of the Canadian markets and destruction of our country. We told you that this guy's going to come and protect Chinese fentanyl, Chinese money laundering, Chinese, and now they're bailing out the Chinese condo builders, the Chinese pre-con builders. Condos are getting bailed out by your tax dollars. Your economy was built off of Chinese money laundering. Now they're destroying the economy. You see what's happening here? Let's move on here. Let's move on. So it goes into automotive. Trump slams Canada with new 50% auto tariffs. Yeah, Canada needs to learn a lesson. That's the problem. And on Monday, Trump said tariffs. Okay, what does this mean, guys? What does this mean? Okay, tariffs. What does that mean? So cars are going to be tagged with 50% tariff. Cars and trucks or whatever. They're targeting that, right? And then the Canadian auto parts also face this 50% tariff for auto parts, right? And Trump is pushing to build vehicles in the USA, right? And pay zero tariffs. And Trump is right in this one. I don't take sides, but he's right about this because America does not need Canada economically. Ooh, they need our potash. No, they don't. No, they don't. They have lots of potash. Lots of potash. If they decide to mine it, they can take all the potash they want. Oh, they need our oil. No, America has... Wake up, Canada. America now has Venezuela. They don't need our oil. You guys see how this is playing out? These Canadian politicians are here to destroy Canada. And then Fat Face Ford is back here again. Mr. Mobility here. Ontario's Premier, Canada should be ready to cut electricity, critical minerals as trade worsens. So they want to cut the electricity to Canada. And guys, I've already told you guys this, that America is sufficient in producing its own. There's two little regions in upstate New York, I think, or Vermont, that rely on the Canadian grid because the way the grid is laid out. But the U.S. produces an overwhelmingly majority of electricity, and it consumes a good chunk of it domestically, okay? And the Canadian electricity does not supplement the U.S. grid as much as Canadians think it does, right? Its primary power source is itself, right? And we said this before, all America needs to do is to basically start up its 100 and 150 coal energy plants that the Obama administration shut down to go green, which was a complete bullshit move. All they have to do is bring back those coal plants back online and start feeding them coal and start getting your country back energy-wise, economically-wise, power-wise. You get that all back. You don't need... America does not need Canada for anything. And that's what Canadians need to realize. And just so you guys know, if you think I'm making this up, America exports I think it's 1.2 or 1.5 terawatts per hour to Mexico. So if America's in need of electricity, all they have to do is cut off that power they're selling to Mexico. That's it. I don't understand why they're painting this picture that Canada needs America. No. Canada doesn't need them. They're painting a picture that Canada doesn't need America. Canada can be fully independent. Doesn't need America. It's going to go to Europe and China for imports. You need your biggest trading partner. You need that 79% exports, Canadian exports, to feed these families right here. These people. 90% of its honey buyers are in the United States. Look at that. You can't make this up. And you know what? Get an L1, I think it's an L1 visa. Just open your business down in the States. Just go to the States. And then your real estate's cheaper. Everything's cheaper. Everything is within wages in most states. Right? And here we go. More tariff stuff. You guys want tariff stuff? Here it is. Residents not keen on purchasing American alcohol if it returns to BC liquor stores. Why do they believe or think that they're going to damage America's economy by not buying its booze? Why do they think, Canada is not winning this, right? Canada is also, take it this way. Okay, we're going to stop buying American booze, but Canada is also giving up sales, tax revenue, consumer choice, if that even makes sense. And they're getting rid of a good bargaining flexibility that they have with buying it and selling it. So yeah, this is a lot of potential damage for Canada. Canada's basically damaging itself. Canada's super reliant on America. Okay? They're the number one consumers of almost everything. Okay? We need them, especially for producing in Canada, especially if you actually want to build a healthy economy in Canada built off of fabrication, production, exports. If you actually want to make money in this country, that's what you're going to have to do. And you're going to need a consumer base across the border that you could easily ship to. They're making the transportation hard. They're making the trucking industry hard. All your cars you're buying are garbage now. If you buy a car after 2018, it's friggin' garbage. The computers are made in China. The sensors are made in China. Everything. They're destroying everything. Everything is destroyed. And they're going to keep going at it. They're going to keep chipping away at it until you're miserable. America doesn't need Canada. It does not need Canada for anything. So let me know in the comments below what you guys... Oh, you're going to say they need our oil. They got Venezuela. They need our potash. They have potash. We did a potash video. Watch our potash video. They have whatever they need in their own country. And if they don't, they'll just go find it somewhere else. Just like China. China's been doing the last 30 years. They just go rape Africa. They go rape countries for whatever resources they need. But the Chinese are getting kicked out of Africa right now as we're speaking. So that's another thing on the Chinese side. Okay. Who is here tonight? Chris is saying I'm not learning Chinese or Indian. Alberta's home, says somebody. Nobody cares about the booze. Yeah, they're making it seem like this is this big, huge civil war of booze, right? Yeah, Ontario's paying $7 million per month storing American booze and pulled off the shelves. There you go. Thank you, Terra Firma. Someone saying, I'm in Ontario. It's horrible. Just had my sway bar links replaced on my 23-year-old Corolla, 143,000. Good job, Chris. Fix your old cars. Alex is saying, make Canada 50. You know, go back to my 2000. In 2013, I made a video, oh, how I long an American takeover. I've lived in America. I lived in Canada. I lived in both countries. And, man, what a... Oh, move to America, Mike. You guys don't understand. You guys don't get it. You guys don't get it. You guys call me anti-Canadian. I'm Portuguese. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, pray for us, Alberta. Alberta wards. Albert Ted wards. Pray for us. All right. Okay, here's another one we talked about. PDS 10 is here tonight, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Terra Firma says, I operate a small, medium-sized farm in Ontario. It does suck. 225 diesel. Terra Firma, call us, man. Add me on Instagram. Just send me a message. I'll approve you. Just tell us what's going on, man. Amaro is coming. Yep. Go watch our 12-year-old video everyone was laughing at me about. The new Amaro is coming in because of the bricks. It's going to, I believe it's a competition because if the bricks get bigger, but I can't see the bricks getting bigger because China's falling right now. China and India are crumbling right now. They're in a lot of trouble. You think Canada's bad? China and India are on a nosedive as we are talking right now. They are scrambling to get those countries from going completely bankrupt. Oh, they're scrambling, boy. We'll take a breather here, guys. I gotta pace myself a bit here tonight. I keep forgetting tonight's show. It's gonna be super long. So I need to pace myself here a little bit. Maybe read some comments for a bit. Go back onto the go back on. We got Dino Bravo. Someone waving at Dino Bravo. Their tribunals. With many going. Many people are going away after being removed from office. The long COVID will get those in government. Grand Prairie, Alberta Courthouse had AZOV battalion commander put in charge of security by Chrystia Freeland in 2019. 79 Terra Firma saying, I'm not on Instagram or any of that stuff. Oh, that's too bad. Because if you're on Facebook, you have Instagram. So a lot of people don't know that if you own Facebook, you do have a backdoor to Instagram already in the Facebook. Just saying. Just saying. Someone's telling me to make a fan. I want to let you guys know I was actually earlier today speaking to Ricky Spanish.
Ricky Spanish.
And Ricky Spanish has got some good insight on things. He's going to call into the show later today. And who else we got? Ricky Spanish. We're going to try to get Ben from South Africa. We're going to try to get maybe Dino Bravo could call back in. Maybe we get Art by Dano back in. We could get Junkyard Dog to call into the show. I'd like Tommy to call in, but he's scared. It looks like Linny Poo may be available. Maybe Eduardo. Maybe DY. Maybe Glenn, Supreme Cannon, Sandy. So hopefully we could get a lot of callers in tonight. We could talk about stuff, you know. And someone's sending me a message here. Someone was asking me earlier, guys, about sending them I talked about a church that was burning in Montreal. It was a church burning. It was a video of it, somebody recording the video. And they can't find the any information about the church. And I don't know. I just took the video of some amateur journalist that was filming a church burning in front of them. And the cars, I noticed, had Quebec license plates. So I don't think it was fake. Ooh. So Shano Vision just joined us. He became a member of the channel, guys. Thank you, Shano Vision. Guys, for 90, I think it's 90, I don't remember if it's 99 cents or is it $1.49. If it's $1, guys, if you like this content, like hanging out here and like what we're doing here, go ahead and join the channel. I'll show you guys here. Thank you, Shano Vision. I forgot to mention that when I did the plug. There it is right there. You're going to go here and you're going to see join. Join the channel and join these beautiful people here that have supported this channel. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm always transparent on here because we're a community. We're an open community. We're almost like you guys run this community type of thing in a way. So, yeah, we average about $47 a month, $55 a month on your subscriptions. Like 40, I can't remember. It's like 50 bucks a month. So wasn't that the church in Crockett, New Brunswick? I don't know. I don't know, Shano Vision. I just saw the video and I got pissed off and like, oh, they want to burn a church down again, eh? So I made a video commenting on it and basically talking about how the people that burnt who started this fire, this church, obviously, you know, I'm pissed off because they didn't build a damn thing in this country, right? And they're not going to fix anything, and they're not going to fight a war for this country, right? You notice that? Okay, guys, coffee link. Oh, you want the coffee link again? Okay, guys, we are raising money. We're going to try and raise $100 tonight on Mike in the Night for coffee. And I'm going to bring up the plug every hour, so don't freak out on me, guys. We'll see if we reach $100 tonight for coffee. There's the link right there. I'm going to put it back here again. There it is. Boom. Coffee link. Boom. Done. Boom. If you guys want to support the transmission here. Okay, let's keep going. I got more here on the go. I'm on a roll, man. I'm on a roll. All right, again, it's back to this garbage. So, Israel army officials accused Netanyahu of seeking to escalate conflicts to delay elections, report says. And this goes back to, we have a very famous video here on our channel that we posted a few years ago, how Hamas got played. That video got me banned off of Elon Musk's X. Yes, it was so horrendous, it got me banned on Elon Musk's X. And here's another one here. Is Israel trying to start a proxy war in Syria? And of course they are. Why? If you go back to our video, the video is called How Hamas Got Played. Was the attacks on Israel by chance or perfect timing? And in this video, we are covering 2 days. Look at this, 2 days before the attack. Pay attention, guys. Protests against policies of Israel regime continue for 39 weeks straight. 39 weeks they were protesting Netanyahu, not my prime minister. There's the footage from over there. And the guy that was supposed to prosecute Netanyahu died in a plane crash. And in this video, we're showing you how the timing of this incident was just perfect. There it is, not my prime minister. They want Netanyahu out. This is 39 consecutive weeks straight. We're covering this on Mike in the Night every week with Israel complaining and basically stating that no confidence in government, Netanyahu out. And there's more videos. I got more videos here. 1 second, guys. This one was 39. How Hamas got played 2 years ago. There's another video on it. We did a couple of videos to tell you guys about this, because this was massive. And let me see if I got footage right here. And this was the people every week, 39. This went 39 or 40 weeks straight. No confidence in government. There's Netanyahu right there. Not my prime minister. And yeah, you'll never be a dictator. There it is right there. And this video got us banned from multiple from X. I'm shadow banned. I'm shadow banned on YouTube. But yeah, that video right there. Netanyahu cemented himself at the perfect timing so he could become the prime minister and go through these wars, and now he wants to escalate more conflict. And we told you, if Trump got back in, he's going to team up with Netanyahu and double down and invade Iran. And everyone, oh, Trump will never, he's not going to start wars. Yes, he is. And I told you guys, if Trump is allowed to get in, because we told you guys for years, there's not going to be the election. There's not going to be an election. But if Trump gets in, he's going to turn. He's going to do something else, and he's going to follow the script he has to follow if he wants to be there. So America was at a point where do we fix the election again and then have civil unrest, or do we just let Donald Trump win the thing? Let him win it, and then after we'll figure it out, but he's got to follow a script. And I believe they let him in to follow a script. He won the election. He didn't cheat. All I'm saying is that he was allowed to win so that he can double down with Israel and start the video's up from I think November, December 2022. I said Trump's going to get back in. He's going to double down, and he's going after Israel. What was that? Lebanon. He was going to double down and attack all those countries if he was allowed back. So Netanyahu is up to his old games again. All right. Someone's complaining my volume is super low. Guys, is my volume super low? I don't know what to... Maybe you're watching us on Facebook. Adjust your... Yep, Elon is not really... Yeah, freedom of speech, no. No. Elon banned me for posting Grok generated images of Carney on his page. Yeah, USA is losing the Iran war. We told you guys that this war wasn't about winning. This is not winning this war. They're not there to win a war, right? Okay. Maybe if you're watching us on Facebook and you can't hear us, just switch over to YouTube. We're there on YouTube. We're on Rumble. We're on Instagram. We're on quite a few places here tonight. On Mike in the Nights, episodes 666. All right, guys. Guys, hit the thumbs up button. Guys, share this transmission, please. Thank you. God bless. Thank you. Thank you very much. Share this, guys, if you want to support the transmission. Okay, guys. I know you guys love my prediction, so here it is. And I'm going to replay this at the end of November. I'm going to replay this video at the end of November. Hi, Mike. I hope you're still doing well in November 2026. Today is Monday, the 24th of August, 2026. And I have a prediction for you guys tonight on Mike in the Night. All right, guys. So what is my prediction? Michigan Senate's nominee Abdul El Said suggests U.S. creates terrorism. I don't care what this guy is saying because it doesn't mean anything. What I care about is this guy is going to beat Mike Rogers. Okay? The Republican Mike Rogers will lose to this man. Now, you guys are going to call me a leftist loony, whatever. No. It's just like that piece of crap mayor in New York that we told you guys about. We told you guys that that mayor in New York, that Muslim mayor, is going to win the election, and he will win that election and become mayor of New York. And you guys told me, you guys brought up a valid point. Well, since 9/11 was by, Muslim attackers attacked and destroyed, that's what the narrative was, that the Muslims that were flying those planes that couldn't even fly a Cessna crashed those planes into the Twin Towers, and it was Muslim orchestrated, and it was a war on Islam and war on this and war on that. Why would they elect a Muslim mayor? That's a good point. But I told you, it's not real. So this man right here will win the election. This guy will win, not because people are going to vote for him, because it is fixed. And I'm going to say another prediction here right now, guys, on Mike of the Night for you guys to listen to me very carefully. Michigan State will become the first branded Muslim state of the United States of America. It's going to be the first state that's going to follow Sharia law and implement it as law, slowly but surely. Yes, Minnesota may be second, but Michigan is moving towards becoming an Islamic republic. And it borders Canada. And Canada loves bringing in migrants. So this is a good thing for Canada, too, that we have an Islamic nation bordering Canada. Michigan, this man will win. This man will win, not because people will vote for him. It's because this is the way that the destruction of America is going to start. And it's going to start at the polls that are being manipulated. And there's really nothing no one could do about it. So this man, I'll say it again, Abdul Saeed will win. He will beat Mike Rogers on November 2026. And that's my prediction video for you guys. He's not going to win because he's popular or people like him. He's going to win because it's rigged. Just like that Muslim mayor in New York. And we told you he was going to win. And just like Olivia Chow. We told you Olivia Chow was going to win in Toronto. But no one's voting for her, Mike. She's horrible. It doesn't matter who votes for her. It's who counts the votes. And the same thing with that other mayor, Michelle Wu. No one likes you. Remember the Boston mayor that had a Christmas party? The mayor of Boston, the Chinese mayor of Boston, that had a Christmas party and didn't invite white people? You think people voted for her? No, it's all fixed. It's all fixed because these people have higher interests that they have to serve to. And this man right here, and I'll say it again, Abdul Saeed will win against Mike Rogers for Michigan U.S. Senate, November 2026. I'm making this very clear in this video. And thank you if you're watching this in the future. And that's my prediction. All right, I hope you guys liked that prediction video. It's all coming together. This evilness is coming together. This darkness is coming together. It's going to be the first, and you heard it here first on Mike in the Night. Then in a few months, Joe Rogan, all the real Tucker Carlson, all the real people will tell you after the damage is done. We're warning you guys that this is going to happen. We know this is going to happen. But the real people that get paid on social media to be here, that get paid a couple of $100,000, $1 million, $2 million an episode, those people have nothing to worry about, right? Me? People don't shop at my store. Well, locally they hate me. So that's okay. But it's hard. It's really hard when you try to do the right thing. So Ryan is saying, I'm always shocked to hear how so many people trust elections. How on God's green earth would anyone truly know that the elections aren't fixed? Because they told you, Ryan, in high school, in grade school, remember? You shouldn't tell no one who you vote for. You don't tell nobody who you vote for. It's your secret. Because if you knew who everyone voted for, because the fucker that wins it, guess what? Why is he there? No one voted for that guy. That's how it runs, man. That's how it is, people. Oliver is saying, Mike, Canada's finished. Oh, we need an Islamic. Michigan needs to become Islamic. Then when it does, it's going to be better. Woo! Florida got a senator socialism. You forgot about it. Sorry, man. Sorry. Guys, share this video. Guys, please share this video. I'd like you to take your country on a country to move to that won't hit as hard as many of these Western countries. Ryan, I've made this video quite a few times. If you go to my YouTube, we will we'll probably do another Mike in the Night. Where do you want to go, Mike in the Night again? We did one back in 2018. We did one in 2022, I think it was. Where are you going? Where do you want to go? Where? We even had a Mike in the Night back in 2019. I remember where we were actually thinking about buying all the people on Mike in the Night, buying 800 acres somewhere in some rural part in the South. I don't want winter. I'm done with winter. With a creek, a lake, something, and just like that movie, The Village, and just kind of live with each other and have our little church. I'm Catholic, so it's got to be something. It doesn't have to be like, oh, this crazy cult religion. No. I just want my, I just wanted to change. Anyways, okay, so thank you for sharing this, Ryan. God bless you. Dino Bravo, PDS 100%. What did PDS say? Where's PDS? Canada didn't want to make a deal. They needed to keep the people fighting against Trump. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Thank you, PDS 10. That's all it is. It's a bunch of bullshit. Someone saying they were Anglican. So Jason is saying, Jason is saying, Mike, I've been listening to you for years. You have been so consistent. God bless you and your family. Thank you. God bless you too. Calvin saying, caught election rigging in Alberta and they tried to kick me to death. Sent me to jail for 40 plus days. Now on parole. Wow. Craig Cook's in the house. Oh, man. Someone saying to read the Jesuit Oath. I don't know. I'm part of the Military Order of Christ. We have a different oath. I'm Portuguese. That's why we were frowned on through history, even though we did everything. Historical-wise, Portugal did everything, historical-wise. They gave it to Columbus. They gave it to everyone else. All right, good. We got some people tuned in here tonight. All right. I brought this up for Dino Bravo. All right, guys, let's head over to the United States for some headlines here, some pretty cool stuff. And in history today, the U.S. national debt has surpassed 40 trillion, 69 billion, 927 million, 100 I can't count, that's too fast. So there it is right there. And the U.S. federal spending is 7 trillion, 402 billion, 135 million. No, that's more. Hold on a sec. Whoa. 7 trillion, 402 billion, 136 million. No. Yeah, 130. Yeah, that's 100,000. Yeah, 136 million, 170. That gets too fast. And U.S. federal budget deficit, 1 trillion, 820 billion, 176 million, 999, whatever. And Treasury reserves, very important to look at this. And restitution per taxpayer is very important, 87,645. And this is your Medicare, Social Security, Defense, and the one I look at the most is the silver and gold. Where is it? So dollar to gold ratio right now is 11,659 per ounce. And where's the silver? 1,476 right there. That's what it's supposed to be right there. Yeah. There it is right there. And let's head over to Gruesome Newsom. Newsom signs contents takedown law following Nick Shirley's investigation. The precedent is more than the content removals. The precedent is that a legislator can keep inventing new categories of people entitled to them. Wow, that's pretty complicated to read, but I got that out. California Governor Gavin Newsom has signed into law a bill that critics say is designed to silence citizen journalists. That's what it's for, the citizen journalists. So they basically have the right, and those who don't comply with the demands from the control removal can be fined $10,000 and also face civil and criminal liability and imprisonment. So if you're a citizen journalist, you're out and about, and you are capturing footage, doing things, and exposing and breaking, breaking protocol, so to say, breaking their protocol, and going against the narrative, guess what? You'll be fined $10,000. And Trump confirms ICE enforcement proceedings underway against Ilhan Omar over immigration fraud. So we told you guys, my point of view of this is you need to be third generation in a country to run for office, work for the government, or work for any banking institution in Canada, US. So you have to be third. So she would come, get married, whatever. I think she married her brother. Not their kids, their so third generation American, third generation Canadian. Because what Canada did was, let's get the Europeans to build the RBC Tower, the Royal Bank of Canada, or the CIBC Tower. Okay, it's built. We got running water. It's everything. We got elevators. It's great. Great. Now let's get Chinese people from China to come in and work at that tower. It's like, what? Why? So this is the problem, and that's why you're seeing 90% of your country, 97% or 96% of Canadians, 96% of the people that are homeless people are Canadian. 96% of the homeless is Canadian European expansion. So that's what makes up the nationalities of homeless people in Canada. It's not Chinese people, it's not Hindus, it's not Pakistanis, it's Canadian people, Canadian proper. So that's why Canada needs to put laws for America too. Third generation. You want to run for government? Third generation. You want to work at a bank? Third generation. Right? You want to work, you want to run for office? Third generation. By three generations, you'll speak the language. You'll see what the country is about in 3 generations. You can't do it you can't just move from Somalia or whatever and just run for government in America. This should not happen. Because if I went to Somalia, they would not let me run for government, and they'll put my head on a pike. Okay? So you got to do it. You have to mirror it out. It's got to be mirrored. Right? And feds announce $103,000 fee for each H-1B visa. So if somebody wants to come from India to America, they have to pay $103,000 for H-1B visa. Quite frankly, America doesn't need these engineers from India and these doctors and all these bullshit fake degrees that these people are getting to basically cheat their way into America, right? And chaos in Los Angeles. Antifa-linked mob storms Catholic church, chases conservative activists into Starbucks. And why is he a conservative activist? Oh, okay, he's probably at church or whatever. He's labeled as an activist. Okay, and douses him in blue paint and screaming Nazi. So the video is down here, if you guys want to see it after all the advertising. There's the video right there.
Get out of here! Eject him! Get out of here!
What's wrong with you people? You gonna call the police now, bud?
Okay. There's a lot of people here. Hey!
Look, you better go.
Hey!
We will always stand for free speech.
So Channel 5 is in the building, folks. Channel 5.
White supremacists are standing against Jake Lang in Dearborn.
So they're standing up what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, with the Dearborn protest that the Muslims were chanting Allahu Akbar, and that Dearborn has been taken over by Islam. right? It's going to start. It's going to go all around Michigan. It's going to Lansing. It's going to go Pontiac, Michigan. It's going to go Toledo. It's going to go Detroit. It's all going to become Muslim. And it's going to become the first Muslim state, or like we said, the first Muslim state in America. All right, here we go. Shirtless youth executes innocent women right outside the Detroit liquor store in a random attack. Woman's niece also injured. I saw this. I thought it was fake. I thought, some bullshit, whatever, the AI, something, or whatever. This guy walks out of the liquor store and then just opens fire. There it is on X. There's no blood or anything. So there's no gore or anything. Guy walks out. She lets him out. He turns around. Boom. Shoots her and then tries to shoot the other girl too. What the hell is going on? What the... Anyways, Florida takes out Times Square ads with this message about Zoran Mondami. So Florida's taking its ads out to visit the Sunshine State, whatever. They're removing their advertising. I think they just don't want New Yorkers going down there. A lot of the New Yorkers that left New York when we made our video back in 2018, Escape New York or else. Videos up on our YouTube from, I think it's 2018, Escape New York. And we had from the Escape New York movie cover on it. And we were telling you guys, yeah. So there's Mondami, the guy I mentioned earlier, that he did not win this election. He did not win the election. It was all a selection. And he's here to destroy New York. All right. All right. Canadian corrections are filled for the pandemic, full of people whose families have been involved. 20 Jesuit massacres from around the world to intimidate a Canadian massacre. Initiate a Canadian massacre. Guy was probably paid to do that shooting. Really? You think it was a hit? Dino Bravo thinks that was a hit. But that's a weird place to... That's a weird place to execute some, like, really on camera, by a liquor store. That doesn't add up. The MO just doesn't add up. All right, guys, let us head over to the splendor of Portugal here tonight on Mike in the Night. And full face veil banned in Portugal after president signs burqa law. Here we go, boys and girls. The full face veil continues to be controversial in Europe that values human rights for women. And guys, if you remember, I was in Portugal last year when I made that video. You come to Portugal to become Portuguese. Portugal bans hijab and burqas. Now let's play this here for you guys. Today marks a historic day today in Portugal. Well, yesterday technically, but today I want to make a video about it. Portugal has announced that wearing a burqa is now illegal, or hijab, or whatever, or any masking of a person. You could be fined up to 4,000 or 3,000 euros. Fines start from 300 to 3,000 euros. And also, on top of that, if someone is being forced to wear a hijab or a burqa, could be in prison. So if a husband forces a wife to wear it, he could be imprisoned up to 3 years here in Portugal. Now here's the deal with this. Portugal is Portugal. You want to come to Portugal because you want to be Portuguese. You want to be part of the splendor of Portugal. You want to be part of the people, the culture, the music, the life, the truth. That's what you want to be part of when you come to Portugal. I'm a Portuguese, and I'm proud. And I'm very proud of today. If you want to bring Portugal was founded over 1,000 years ago under Catholic Christian principles. The Templars, rebranded under King Dennis III. When the Templars were fleeing persecution across Europe, where did they go to? Portugal. What do you think found Newfoundland and mapped Australia and all over the world? Portugal. Now, if people want to bring their ways from their failed state or failed country here, why would you bring something that's a total failure or a breakdown of a breakdown society or a breakdown culture that's fallen apart at the seams? Governments can't keep things running properly and want to bring that way of life here and impose it on others here and force others to accept that. No hell, no way, man. This is Portugal. And I want to make myself really clear here. Anyways, guys, I'm proud and I'm happy that Portugal is going to start leading the way. So is Ireland right now. And so is, what's the other one? Ireland and England right now are marching forward. Here, visibly, from what I've been seeing, it's majority Portuguese already. So we'll see what happens, guys. I'm proud of Portugal. I'm proud of what they're doing, and I hope others could follow in suit. You go to Ireland to become Ireland. You go to Australia to become Australian. You adapt, you embrace, and you love. Mike Martin's here in Lisbon, Portugal. I have spoken. All right, though, that's that right there. I wanted to play that for you guys. And good, we could, way to go, Portugal. People in the comments are saying, yeah, they're going to have to fix things, because once you lose your culture, you lose your faith, you lose everything, and everything goes down the toilet with it. And things will never be the same again. And if you thought you had things were bad back then, it's going to get a lot worse going into the future. Okay, where are we gonna go? All right, we're gonna, I guess, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. No, the Crusades did battle with the Muslims in southern Portugal. The actual, well, the rebranding. Okay, I don't know. Okay, the Crusades were more creating a passage of a safe passage to the Holy Land. But it was the Portuguese Military Order of Christ, the rebranding of the Templars in Portugal, that rid southern Portugal of the Muslims. So, all right, I'm just trying to see what we could, I got something. We'll see who else is here in the comments here on this episode 600. Oh, we rolled into our first hour, people. Yes. We rolled into our first hour. Let's do a quick channel plug here. Guys, you are tuned into episode 666 of Mike in the Night, The Longest Night. Thanks for being here for this very long episode. And if you guys want to support the transmission, you could buy me a coffee. We're going to see if we can raise $100 here on the show. And there it is right there. Boom, paste. Let's try to raise $100, guys. And guys, don't forget to join. If you want to join the channel for $1.50, just go to YouTube and join the channel for, I think it's $1.50 or $1.99 a month. I think it's $2 a month. You could join the channel. And mikeandthenight.org takes you to previous episodes of Mike in the Night. And add me on Instagram if you want to call into the show. And guys, don't forget to check out the Merit Harassment series. I love the Merit Harassment series. This episode here is, who is Diane Bronson? And Diane Bronson was harassing me for a couple of years here in Merit. And Diane Bronson is one person. Many persons that have been harassing me. So check out the Merit Harassment series on YouTube. It looks like this. You'll find it on our channel, the Merit Harassment series. It's called I'm Sorry for Opening a Business in Merit, because we've been completely destroyed for opening a business here in this town, and I want to make that real clear that people understand. All right. I thought your internet was unlimited. No, I don't get free internet though. No, I don't get free internet. I have to pay for my internet. Okay, we'll put the $100 towards my electricity bill. $100. Let's see if we got it. Oh wow, we got some donations. Whoa, 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 whoa. We got some, whoa, 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 whoa. I gotta check my emails. All right, guys, we did get some donations already. So we got a donation from Martini. And then we got a Dom. The Dominator. I can say Dominator is not his real name. Jeff. Nathan. James. Dino Bravo, Canada's strongest man, gave me a really big donation here tonight. Holy crap. And Tim and Ian gave me donations here. So let's get a thermometer going. We already passed, I should have checked this 10 minutes ago, but we already passed our $100 mark, guys. So let's ramp it up. Let's see if we could do, let's get our big calculator here, and let's see where we're at. I want to say 20. Oh, wow. So, guys, we have raised... I'm just going to keep adding on to this. Just marking these down that we already know. So, yeah, we have already raised... Thank you very much. I'm getting very emotional here tonight. We have already raised $183, guys. Wow, thank you so much. That is Canadian dollars, so that's like $115 American. Thank you so much. Yeah, we've already reached our goal, so we're going to go to the $500 mark tonight on Mike in the Night and pay, help support the transmission. Maybe we could get the electricity and yeah, maybe cell phone, or I don't know. We're just going to raise money for the transmission. Thank you, everybody. Okay, well, here we are. Let's keep going. Yes, thank you, Ghostly Doors. Thank you, Dino Bravo. Yeah, Dino Bravo, send the bulk of that tonight. Dino Bravo, thank you. Okay, all right, let's rock and roll here. Okay. All right, where are we at? All right, we're in our second hour, deep into our second hour. Let's oh no, you know where I want to go. You guys know where I'm going, right? All right, you know where I'm going tonight. Here we are, folks. Let's go into Blackout Media. All right. Ooh, I got my head here. Let me just adjust this here a bit. There we go. Blackout Media, folks. River of Garbage in Mumbai, India. Again, when they got floods and all kinds of weird shit happening and atmospheric pressures, they collects all the garbage and brings it into one. I'm going to throw up. It's going to go to the next video. And this is in... They're stealing the rebarb. We know that. This was in a former colony in Africa. And they're breaking everything up so they could steal the rebarb and sell it. People are starving, so... Destruction of infrastructure. I keep telling you, once all the Europeans leave Canada, it's game over. You think the Chinese are going to fix your roads? And the people from India? No. It's not their job. Muslims threaten to take over an American city. Patriots show up by the hundreds to say, not today. And this was the, was this the Dearborn one?
Here we are.
Yeah, this is the Dearborn, Michigan. This is the biker rally we talked to you guys about. A lot of bikers there. But not today, man. No way. And villagers beat Transformer in Shadol. I can't read that. After a cow... So a cow got electrocuted here. By this Transformer electrocuted this cow. This cow died. Now these people in India... It's got to be in India. It's not telling me where it is. And they're destroying this electrical grid box. The electricity going to these places... They are destroying it because a cow got electrocuted. So they are destroying it. That's, I guess, what they do when a cow gets electrocuted. You destroy the transformer. Let's keep going, folks. And China actively testing humanoid military robots. And that movie, Terminator 2, March of the Machines, was right. Skynet is real. Everything is happening. There they go. The Chinese are going through a major population crisis right now. Their death rate's higher than their birth rate, and they know it. There are 400 million people in China, and 200 million of them are over 60. So they don't have a chance right now because the rest of Asia hates them. So they need to come up with answers real quick. So they're coming up with these things that will get in there and just kill other people. And okay, was that when this one was taken down? Okay, that one was taken down. This lady smeared poop everywhere and was kicked off Metrolink. I don't know. A lot of these people need help. These people need help. These people need help. There's people out there that need help, man. And I pray to God every day to keep my mind as straight as I can, man. Keep me as sane till the day I die, man. Just keep me sane till the day I die. That's all I ask for, man. These guys are robbing people on the street. The police catch them. Caught them right there. Police got him right there. There is the cop right there. Boom. The refrigerator. If you guys remember the refrigerator there. I think he played in the NFL. He was a linebacker or something. I don't know, but he played the refrigerator. Oh. And Europe is finished. Migrant tells police to their face.
Nobody. You can join force with America.
You can join force with NATO. You can join force with all Germany, but nothing's going to save you guys. Nobody's going to save you guys. And consulate in Toronto system shuts down during visas. So this is a U.S. consulate in Toronto, and people
apparently down, and we've been waiting here for hours. They haven't been able to process anybody, and they might just cancel all of our appointments and ask us to come.
And I've been telling you guys, Americans, America, wake up. Canada is your biggest threat, not Iraq. And people are using Canada as a stepping stone to get into America. We made that video 10 years ago. It's up. That the migrants are using Canada as a stepping stone to get into America. Watch out. And you guys, oh, you're a racist, Mike. I'm like, oh, call me whatever you want. So I was born in the Netherlands, and she says, I want the Moroccan people.
It's over here. They were raped. They have hunger. They have no home. They're homeless. They have the right to be a human being and not an animal.
So this lady is arguing that she wants the Moroccans to come into Netherlands, that the Moroccans have a right to live a life and a right to live in Europe. But Morocco had, 1,000 years to build itself up, just like Europe is just right there. Just right across the Gibraltar. Portugal settled that area, and then Spain took it over because Portugal realized it was too much of an upkeep to keep the migrants or invaders out. So they went to Brazil instead. And then what happened was now she's saying that Moroccans should be able to live in Europe no matter what. But why can't Morocco's a big country? Why don't they develop it? Why don't they build a sewer system, a school system, a healthcare system? Why they have to come to a Western country and destroy that country? So let's go back and see what she has to say from the start here.
Do you see this line behind me?
Right here.
I'm a daughter of an immigrant. I'm a Dutch person. I was born in the Netherlands.
It doesn't mean anything. No, it doesn't mean no.
I want the Moroccan people to have the rights over here. They were raped. They have hunger. They have no home. They're homeless. They have the right to be a human being and not an animal. They are human beings, and they will be always human beings. So give them their rights. They are human. They are human. I was born in the Netherlands, and in my heart I'm a Moroccan, and I will always be a Moroccan.
So you see what's going on here, folks? There's a lot of people, like, okay, when Canada was deporting the Portuguese, Canada deported 702 Canadian citizens that were born in Canada to Portuguese parents. They just deported 702 Canadians. And you go on Google now and type in the Portuguese deportations, you got nothing. But then now you type it in, 123 Portuguese or 140 Portuguese were deported. Bullshit. 47,000 Portuguese were deported from Canada. 47,000 in 2006, 7, and 8.
How many children?
84.
84.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. 70 wife, my.
He's got 17 wives. That's already illegal in the United States. That's already illegal. Canada allows it. I think Canada's already allowed it, allowing Pakistani and families to come in. There was a guy, he made the front page. I think he had 8 or 9 wives and he had 23 kids. And he gets $600,000 a year on Canadian benefits. That made the front page of the Sunday Sun, the Toronto Sun. You see if you can look it up and see. And 1,000 shocking moments that happen on live TV. Unless you're giving me land in... Okay, so this lady arrives in... Where does she arrive? Oh, she arrives in Karachi. So she arrives in Karachi in October 2024, forming an online relationship with Nabil Ahmad. Family objecting to the relationship. He subsequently disappeared from public. So she's telling people something here. Watch what she says. Let me turn up the volume.
I'm getting one. Do you have one?
Right here.
How many children
So
do you
she
have?
demands...
Talking, unless y'all giving me land and 2,000 or more every week. You hear me?
Yeah.
I'm getting my Pakistani passport and Pakistani ID. I'm getting it. Do y'all agree? Mind your business. What? Talk. I'm getting one. Do you have one? I have Pakistani passport. Oh, you do? Okay, good. Listen. I don't live here. I'm chilling.
She's chilling. Top billing.
It's none of your business. Now go home.
Va para
Yeah.
casa.
Take it. What are you doing here? Take it.
They're telling her it's not her place, but a Pakistani comes to America. Passport, dinheiro, take the paper. It's like when a Chinaman comes to Canada, when he arrives with suitcases full of money to buy real estate in Canada. Sir, take the paper. We love you. So there it is right there. She wants to get a passport there and just do what they're doing over here. And where's this? Welcome to China, where the rain exposes the propaganda desperately tries to hide. Oh, no. It's... There we go. Yeah. And other countries have soybean oil, mustard oil, sunflower oil. China did something else exceptional. They've created oil from waste food gutters. So there's lots of film of this circulating. Multiple different... They're going into gutters and they're going and skimming the oil off it. And they are recycling it to sell it to you in your country, in the West. So they're doing that. Then they process your oil. It kind of reminds me of the used condom racket. There was a Chinese gang in China that actually ran. They didn't run the hotels. They told people at the hotels, the cleaners, to save the condoms, and they got a commission for saving the condoms. And then this Chinese gang will buy the condoms and then repackage them and sell them. And they got caught. 2 different gangs got caught doing that in China. There you go. Let's keep going here. So Chinese roads, different towns across China. It all looks like this. Once you're out of the major cities, 2 blocks outside the major city, you start seeing this. This is what social media shows you about China. This is, like I'm saying, it shows you this, the lights, the glamour, the vacant apartments, all empty apartments, and China's reality. It's really sad. And a lot of people don't feel pity for these people because they go around saying, look at us, we're the best. But then when you go see the reality of it, it's like, yeah, we knew. There's another one here. Street, another Chinese area there. And young people sit at seats as an elderly, helpless, and when they try to warn them, they get angry. So young people sit in the seats of elder. Oh, okay, this is design. Okay, this elderly seating here. This is elderly seating here, and the older Chinese man is patting him on the head. I understand now what's going on. Okay, and then the guy just goes up and pushes him and knocks him out. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad. The Second World Humanoid Robot Games officially opens in Beijing. So humanoids are being built for Olympic Games now. The second year they're doing it. And they do everything: pole vaulting, high jumping, track and field. Doctor reports girls being raped.
Nosotros en la consulta estamos viendo cada consulta con 20.
Out of every consultation, we're noticing that women are being raped, and that's what she's saying here. Migrants. They're not immigrants. And this is the $350 million wooden bridge in Uganda. So there it is right there. Minister Balam Shakberry, Shakderbe, another $350 million wooden bridge in Uganda. This cost $350 million. There it is right there. They took an old existing bridge that was built by the Europeans that was already there. So what did they do? They patched it up and put some side wood on the side to build this bridge. $350 million for this bridge. Yeah. You could see this was an existing European. This was built by Europeans originally. And now the Europeans are not there no more. And everyone thinks when I say Canada's going to become, we got people from China that can build that bridge. You saw what China looked like in the last video. What it really looks like. Yeah. And this is why I prefer to cook over buying fast food. So the guy's eating from the tray. Man, he's licking the glove too. What? What? I thought he was licking his finger. Oh yeah, no, he's not licking. No, yeah. Yeah, he's licking the glove too. What? Yeah, this is the guy that shot that lady we talked about earlier. Dino Bravo thinks it's an organized hit. I don't know, man. He's randomly walking around. I don't know if that's an was it an organized hit? It's really hard to tell. And Swiss police crack down on Islamic protest. Just deport these people, man. They're not going to build anything. They're not going to fix anything. They're not going to just deport them, man. What are you paying for these people to be there for? Holy shit. Just get them on a plane. Close your borders, man. All right. No matter what, these two will never throw punches because of China's clear law in China. So I think Tommy came on the channel to tell us that you can't really fight in China type of thing. And these guys are spitting in each other's face. Then here comes the Ric Flair. Ric Flair, woo! He's water, and blow water into someone's face. And I think it was Stone Cold did that with beer. I mean, if you guys remember Stone Cold Steve Austin, he would take the beer and spit it out. There it is right there. Yeah. Yeah, they can't throw punches. And brutal riots erupt in Brussels as Muslim migrant gangs attack shop, businesses, and local police. Brutal scenes from Brussels as violent rioters clash with police, while shops and businesses are reportedly targeted and damaged. Streets turned into a scene of confrontation and destruction. When the violence takes over the streets, ordinary people and businesses pay the price. Yeah, should work for a newscast or something like that. All right. And visual shows protesters demanding expulsion of Muslims in Nepal. So Nepal is, they're going to ban Muslim people, right? Muslim is a religion, not a cult. It's not a culture, it's a religion, right? So, yeah, religion is a type of culture. Okay, Muslim is not a race. Muslim is not a race. So it's hard to be racist. I don't know. You guys know what I'm trying to say. They want to remove the Muslim religion from their country, calling for an expulsion of Muslims following recent deadly communal clashes. The unrest has left at least 3 people dead, with authorities deploying additional security forces and imposing restrictions in affected areas. And North African jumps Italy turnstiles and mock locals. We don't pay for our tickets here. So I need to ask you guys a question, and we asked this in the other video before. What is this man doing in Italy? Why is this man in Italy? Does Italy need this man? Is this man in Italy to fix something? Is this man in Italy to make Italy better? Is this man in Italy to make Italy the greatest thing ever? Why is this man in Italy? Does Italy need this man? Would Italy cease to exist if this man gets deported? I need to know these things. Let me know in the comments. Like, would Italy cease to exist if this man disappears? And if you guys remember that video we made, they made a toy. Remember that video we did on Mike of the Nights where we're doing these clips and there was a guy dancing on the roof of the car? And there he is right there. They made a toy of it. An unsatisfied customer crashes through a Subaru dealer. Cars are garbage. And if you buy a car over after 2018, your computers are made in China, your sensors are made in China, your control arms are made in China. Everything in your car is made in China, and it's garbage. And people are sick and tired of their cars not working properly, and the mechanics not wanting to fix it. So yeah, so people are getting fed up. So if you bought a car after 2018, watch out. That's why I have older vehicles and I maintain my older vehicles. People are sick and tired of this shit. Start building American stuff with American parts. And this guy, Spain, thousands gather as migrant crisis deepens, so they're getting rid of the cross. And, of course, burning a church. That's typical Muslim MO. And police are searching for a man. Listen to this. Police are searching for a man who kept $30 he found on the ground instead of handing it in. So a man is shopping, doing his thing, and the police put all their information of a man because he found $30 on the floor and didn't turn it in. Are you trying to say that the police don't have better things to go after in New York? Of a man who found $30 and didn't turn it in, and they want to put him in jail? Well, he's white, so if it was a black guy or an Indian guy, they wouldn't even bother. But I don't know why they're doing this and using their resources for shit like this. This is what makes me sick to my stomach, is shit like this. And call to prayer results in nonviolent religious standoff. So there's a public. This is in Regina. They are call to prayer.
Broadcast from the roof of a downtown Regina mosque, while someone on the sidewalk shouted.
Wow, that's a big mosque. Holy crap. That's like an industrial, like some sort of factory complex to build stuff. Holy crap. Yeah. Oh, that one was taken down. Hold on, guys. Hold on. We got a video that was taken down. Let's find it. Let's find it and find out where we're at. Yeah. Sprays pepper sprays people on the BLM guy sprays people on a train and gets wrecked. Oh, I wish that video was still up. And this guy was kicked in the head. He was sitting in a hot tub. And these three guys, one of them kicked him in the head. One of the three guys here kicked the guy in the head. He was just sitting down, doing his thing. I think he was listening to something on podcast, and he had earbuds on. And he felt a sharp kick on the back of his head, and he saw these kids run off into the distance. So there they are. This is in San Bernardino. And they kicked the guy in the head. And Amazon worker follows 71-year-old man into the gas station after being mad about his parking spot. So this is an Amazon worker follows a 71-year-old man. There's the 71. You won't see this on Canadian media unless the guy getting hit is black and the guy hitting him is white. And you'll see that everywhere. Especially a 71-year-old black man getting hit by a white guy like that. They will put that in movie theaters before the show starts. So you guys can see that. But they won't show you here a 71-year-old veteran that worked and built his country. Probably was a trucker or a construction worker. Probably fought a war or two. If he's 71, he probably fought an American war or two for America. And an Amazon worker comes in. Boom! Sucker punches him in the back of the head. Just like that. But this will never get media attention. Because the victim is white. Right? And Belgian father was sentenced to 17 years in prison for beating an Antifa pedophile who had raped a 7-year-old boy. So Belgian father was sentenced to 7 years in prison. And everyone's standing up and applauding his 17-year prison sentence for beating, didn't kill, beating a pedophile who raped a 7-year-old boy. And here are our doll updates, guys, out of China. Those are dolls. And this is China's live streaming industry, where you often see streets lined with live streamers. That's crazy. I wonder if any of them tune into Mike in the Night. I'm live streaming too. I wonder if any of them tune into Mike in the Night. And black couple threatens to kill white lady for defending her child after her grandson pushes her child for no reason. Yeah, somebody knocks your kid down, and then you talk to the parents and say, "Why is your kid hitting my kid?" And then they automatically want to go in there and scrap. Want to go in and scrap. Want to go in and fight. Yelling in the woman's face. Yeah. Yep. New York declares a state of emergency. This is the Mondami effect that we've been talking about. Oh yeah, this shit's going to keep happening. It's going to keep going. And Muslims chanting Allahu Akbar have taken over the streets in Dearborn, Michigan. There it is right there. Who's taking over Dearborn, Michigan? Yeah! And who's going to fix that road? Who's going to fix that sewer system? People think, oh, Mike, they'll figure it out. Like, no, they won't. No, they won't. You take it. Watch it in 30 years. What's going to happen there? It's going to look like the biggest dumpster fire in all of America. And 3 killed in chain reaction crash in Vietnam Expressway after driver stops in local traffic lane. I guess it was a tap or an accident or some... This guy comes around the corner, doesn't see them, just drives right into them. Boom. That's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Muslim man blocks train passage for prayer as man guards them with a bat. So you can't get on the train because this man wants to pray, and this guy has a bat there to knock you out if you interrupt him. Yeah, he's there because Abraham and his son didn't go to Israel. They went down to build the Kaaba in Mecca. That's what the Muslims believe. The Muslims believe that Abraham and his son went to build the Kaaba in Mecca. It's a desert. There's no way to get there. And they went to Israel, not... I'm not going to get into it. Like, total bullshit. Total bullshit. And black employee got told by a manager to sweep the floor, and he attacked the manager because he felt disrespected. Again, this will never appear on Western media. Never. Or regular... Yeah, no, this will never appear. He asked him to sweep the floor. New York underwater. We already covered that. Oh, they're shutting this down. Eh? They're deleting these. And Chinese farmers are spraying chilies with red dye. Very toxic dye. And 60 million. Oh, this is a $60 million wooden bridge right here. This bridge right now, this is in Uganda. The other bridge was $33 million or $30 million. This one was $60 million. They built this bridge. This bridge was already, it was prefabricated. It was already pre-built about 100 years ago by the Europeans. So they took the original concrete structure that was there, and all they did was just build over the existing support pillars that were there. They didn't see this part right here, all this here underneath. That was built by the Europeans. Now these guys built this for $60 million. $60 million. Yeah. And North African man allegedly caught stealing again at Italian supermarket. So does Italy need this man? Why is this man in Italy? Is Italy going to just disappear tomorrow if this man gets deported? That's the question I have. It's craziness. And a German woman watches with fear what is happening outside her house. There she is. Outside her house, and she's watching this. The takeover of her country. All right, folks. That is Blackout Media here tonight on Mike of the Night, episode 666. All right, let's get some, I don't know, should we get some colors on? Yeah, I think we should. I think we should get some colors on. I think we should get some colors on. All right, guys. Woo! Coming to a city near you. All right, guys. I'm just going to wet my beak here. Freshen up a little bit. We're going to go into our second hour of the show here now. And let's see here. Be right back, guys. You're tuned into episode 666 of Mike of the Night.
It's 3 a.m. in a one-stop town. Neon buzz and the world shut down. Coffee's cold, but the mic's still warm. There's a storm outside and another reform. Headlights roll down Highway 8. Folks still talking about the state of the state. Bills go up, paychecks thin. Feels like a house always wins. But there's a voice on the air tonight, cutting through that pale moonlight. Mike in the night, on the AM line. Truth coming through like a county sign. You can run, you can hide, you can close your eyes, but you feel that moving deep inside. At 3 a.m. when the silence is broken, old guitar and the truth outspoken. No teleprompter, no token, just a man saying I have spoken. Small town farmers sit at trays trying to read through the masquerades. Paper headlines, polished lies, but you can see it in the people's eyes. Granddad said, son, stand tall, don't let fear build your walls. Mama prayed by the kitchen light, said keep your heart strong through the fight. So he turns that dial a little more, like knocking on a closed back door. Mike in the night, on the AM line, truth coming through like a warning sign.
All right, guys, let's get some callers on here tonight on Mike in the Night. Let's do another channel plug. Let's see if we got any coffees. We got one more coffee from Anne. Thank you, Anne. Annie. Thank you. Wow, for the big donation. Thank you, Annie. Wow. Thank you for the donation tonight on Mike in the Night. Guys, we are, so let's go to our trusty calculator here and see where we're at with this last coffee donation, guys. And we exist only because of you guys. Whoa. We have hit $233, guys, tonight on Mike in the Night. I'm being transparent and honest with you. We average, in total, a whole year, about $800, $900 a year in revenue for the channel. Joe Rogan makes $1.8 million an episode, and he rips our shit off. And our shit gets ripped off all the time. Everything, every little discussion pieces, every little word salad, every little gets all taken. Nobody ever we never get plugged. I got people take videos from my channel and misinterpret what I'm saying and make me look like I'm retarded and stuff like that, but they don't plug me. They tell me I'm retarded, right? So thank you for the donation. All right, guys, let's do one channel plug and we're going to get our next caller on here on Mike in the Night. All right, guys, if you want to buy me a coffee, go ahead and do that. And we are on a roll tonight with coffees. Thank you so much, people, for the coffees. There's a link there if you want to buy your boy a coffee. Boom, right there. Thank you very much. And, guys, if you want to join the YouTube channel, I think it's $1.99 or $2 a month. So if you guys want to join the channel, go ahead and join the channel. You're more than welcome. And, guys, past episodes of Mike in the Night, MikeInTheNight.org. MikeInTheNight.org will take you to past episodes of Mike in the Night if you want to watch older stuff that we produced for you guys. Oh, thank you, RC Lamoureux. RC Lamoureux sent me $5 on Super Chat. Thank you so much. Is it still illegal to fly the Canadian flag? Oh, that's right. The elbows up their ass stole our symbol of Canadian unity, then went to war against the USA. That's a good way to put it. Donations warrant deed today, and boomers are the most uneducated class still alive, but most arrogant. Well, Mike, so much being said by so many, nobody can really say they're being ripped off, bro. No, Memory Man. It's called timestamps. You go to the timestamp, we said it, we made videos showing, okay, we said this on July 4th, 2017. And someone makes an entire video mirroring what we said 10 years later, 8 years later, 5 years. It's like, I made that video. And that's where it gets to people where, like, okay, this guy made a video 3 days ago, but we made that 5 years ago, right? Got my daughter saying hi to me here. Hi. Hi. Better get your pantry and gun lockers loaded and ready. Yes, I'm not the only one being ripped off. I understand what you're saying, Memory Man. I understand. I'm not the only one being. I understand that. But it sucks when we're just getting destroyed out there. then they care about accept their own wealth and television. No, a lot of boomers care about their kids and and grandkids too now. They do. And this whole boomer thing was just made to separate us. Why don't we just say working class post World War II Canadians? Why don't they say that? They want to divide us into groups, right? And that's what they want to do. That's what they've been trying to do. To divide us as much as we can. As much. From age category to brackets to boomer category to millennial, all this garbage, through religion, through skin. Like, they're trying to divide us as much as they can. And the most saddest part is they want to destroy Canada in the process. This whole thing that's happening is to destroy Canada in the process. Okay, guys, we're in our second hour here on Mike in the Night, episode 666. And so I got somebody accusing me of putting up fake content. Yeah, I'm really tired of people accusing me of shit I don't, like, just accusing me of shit they can't. It's just bullshit. So, of misinforming people. Well, I'm not trying to here to misinform anybody. I'm here to tell you guys what the hell is going on. And very, very, very disappointed when I'm being accused of something. And I don't get paid. See, the thing is, if I was getting paid, then that means I'd be misinforming you guys on purpose. Because I'm getting a huge income coming from somewhere. And I have to make sure... I have to absolutely make sure that I'm following what they're telling me to say to you guys. And the videos are up. They try to buy me. I could play some videos. It's a 6-hour show. I could play videos reading their emails, emailing me, asking me to join them. And I was going to be the Joe Rogan of Canada. They were going to make me everything I want. I'm like, you know what? Nah, I want to die in peace. Yeah, I'm not going to be alive much longer, but I want to die in peace. I don't want to sell out. No, these are not bots. These are not bots. I'm just sick and tired of this shit. I'm just sick and tired of this shit. Of being accused of posting fake shit. Like, and then it happens like we say, and guess what? Guess what? I don't get an apology from anybody. That's why I'm going down my list and just all this hate and accusation messages. I just block. I don't even fight them. I block them all. Get out of here. Go to Joe Rogan. He makes $1.8 million an American an episode. Go to him. He gets paid. Go to him. Don't come to me. Someone's saying, don't take it to heart. I miss the silent generation. The only people that had brains in this life. Economy is on fire. Nothing but ashes of industries and small businesses. Totally ignore the normies, Mike. Yeah, but... yeah, I guess you can't win them all, right? But that's okay. Yeah, block the haters. I just block people. I don't give a shit. Oh, you're blocking their censor or their freedom of speech. You're blocking them from allowing you to... who gives a shit? Who gives a shit about what I'm saying here too right now? Who gives a shit? It's my right and freedom to say this shit. Whatever I want to say. Right? Right. All right. Okay, let's get some colors on. All right, guys. It's time to message me. Who wants to come on first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th? Who wants to come? Oh, Craig Cook Music wants to share his channel here, guys, for you guys. Didn't he share it already? In the live chat? Let me, it's, Craig Cook, is one of the, long time, the problem is I can't find him on YouTube because he changed it to Alan Wallace Music. So here it is, guys. If you guys, let's get him on, let's see if we can get him on the show. Let me see if he picks up his phone. Let's get Craig Cook on Mike of the Night from New Zealand to basically update us on what is going on here. Let's get him right now. Okay, let's get him on the show here. Let's see if he picks up the phone, guys. All right, guys, we are calling Craig Cook here. You're tuned into Mike of the Night, episode 666. And we're calling our friend down in New Zealand. See if he picks up. It's Tuesday afternoon there, or Tuesday morning there, sorry. All right, he's not picking up the phone. He is not available right now. So he's not picking up the phone. And I don't have a single request. Oh no, we're in trouble, folks. I can't sit here for 6 hours, guys. You guys are going to have to help me out here, man. You guys are going to have to help me out, man. I can't sit here for 6 hours and talk. I probably could, but I'll pass out. Come on, you guys are so active in the comments. You guys are so active in the comments. Some Mark Carney stuff here. Someone send me. All right. Let's see if we could go into our general messages. Holy crap. All right, guys. Someone's going to have to... Okay, guys. Somebody messaged me on Instagram. I got... Okay, we got Abba Field. Abba Field has got time for us. All right, let's get Abba Field here on Mike of the Night. All right, we got Abba Field. Abba Field. Thank God.
Hey.
Oh, thank God you're here to save me. Thank you for... Guys, this is Abba Field here on Mike of the Night. Thank you for
Hey, guys. Congrats on 666. What a heck of a number to land on to celebrate. But, yeah, congrats on the long run, my friend.
Yeah, it's been a long run. So how long have you been watching Mike of the Night?
Yeah, I was... I think 2017, because 2016 we were all like in the meme wars online and having a ball, and then the thing was about 2017. You posted this video. You're flipping through an old province newspaper, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember doing that. Yeah. So I thought I would check it out, and I did. So yeah, no, and then. I listened quite a bit in COVID times. And then, as I've said before, on Saturday nights during COVID times, there's 2 liquor stores close to my place. So it took me out for a little while.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate, but we were there for each other, especially during the dark COVID times.
Oh, yeah. Because, I mean, March, right? I mean, it's just progressively more and more, and that's why they call them progressives, because more and more there was restrictions that were happening and going on. So no, this is you built a good community, which is really important. So no, thank you, and congrats again on the show. I wanted to talk quickly because I don't have a ton of time, but I just want to talk about what's I think ailing a lot of people in North America, and it's the dying restaurant industry, and it's dying in a couple of different ways.
So you're saying that
one
the
of the
restaurant industry in North America is dying.
Well, yeah, and it's dying and it's morphing. So, growing up, like we had all these different options, whether it was we went to a really fun McDonald's restaurant and it was happy. It was literally a happy place. Parents could take their kids and, meals are cheap. The burgers actually were the size of burger. Have you seen the size of those hamburgers now? At McDonald's?
You're talking back in the day when McDonald's was colorful and fun. Now it's all gray and black, you mean?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, it's like going to a midlife crisis, Who wants to go to that to pay $30? Like, no. So, so the portions are getting smaller, and then the prices are going up.
Right.
What I have noticed though is, and what I track is the increase in minimum wage. So on both sides of the border, so where I live in Surrey, the minimum wage keeps going up, year after year, because for some reason we have a government that says, no, we want people to be making minimum wage for 10, 15 years.
Well, minimum wage, like we made in videos, and I think you've commented on these videos that I've made in the past. Minimum wage is not a living wage. Minimum wage is you're out of high school or you're between summers in high school, and you save up some money working a minimum wage job in the summer or whatever, and then you get your first car. That's what a minimum wage. It's not a living wage. You live with your parents when you work minimum wage, right?
You absolutely you live with your parents, and then if you're still making a meal, let's say you like the restaurant or you like the place where you're working at, you're getting minimum wage, fine. Then you're getting your basement suite, maybe in your mid to late 20s, and you're moving out. But somewhere along the line, and usually this happens for guys they hit 27 to 29, they know 30 is on the corner, right around the corner. It's right over that hill, the age of 30, and they go, you know what? I need to learn a bit of a trade.
Mm-hmm.
I need to learn a bit of a skill. And then you get up to $20 an hour and 25. And again, this is one of these policies where it's not been debated. No journalist asked this question. Why are they trying to change a minimum wage, which is a starting wage in your working life? Why are they trying to change that into a living wage? Because it's never going to happen.
They're creating that into a living wage because there's the industry. There's like everything's falling apart in Canada industrial wise. We don't fabricate. We don't export things like we used to, and it's getting very hard for the Canadian proper to find anything between fast food, big corporate, and working for the government. You don't have much choices anymore, right? So your choices are so limited. So working fast food or working in the corporate ladder or working for the government or being an entrepreneur and starting your own business is really tough. I own my own business and I get a lot of government employees come and tell me how I should be running my thing and what I should be doing. And I'm like, if you know all this stuff, why don't you open a business? Anyways, I don't want to go off topic, but go ahead.
No, 100%, because they don't run their own business. They don't make payroll. They come up with these policies and they print them out on Microsoft Word.
Right.
And then they just present them, and we have an election, and our journalist class doesn't debate them. It doesn't ask questions. Like, what is going to happen to we're seeing it now with Gen Z. Gen Z is so mortified even to look someone in the eye. You ever ordered fries from somebody who's Gen Z? They can't look at you. They don't have the skills.
Yeah.
They don't have the people skills. And so, and why is that? It's not really their fault 100%. I'm going to tell you a quick cool story about one of my first jobs, okay?
Go.
All right. I think I turned 16. I just turned 16 in the summer of 92, let's say. And I'm looking and this is how it normally happens. I'm going to school. I'm in grade 10. I'm going to be going to grade 11 in September. And my buddy goes, "Hey, I work as a waiter at the local Greek restaurant
Oh, that's
down
nice.
at the beach." Right. And so He's like, yeah, just come and talk to the guy and I give you a reference. So I go down there and I just talk to the guy 10 minutes. He's like, fine, great. Let's see how you do. Let's get you working, right? Let's throw you right in there on the busy weekends. Thursday night, Friday night, and Saturday is a little bit earlier, okay? Okay, long story short, that was like the best fall of my young life. Dude, I'm 16 years old. I'm working in a busy Greek restaurant. Friday nights, Saturday nights, 150, 250 guests are coming in. We're turning tables over in, like the early ones, we're going to turn over in 90 minutes. And then our 7:30 crowd, they're going to stay for the rest of the night. They're going to order wine. They're staying for the belly dances. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I'm going to say that again. I'm 16 years old. I'm clearing wine off tables. There's drunken boomers everywhere. And then at 9 o'clock, the belly dancers come out. Can you imagine how educational that was for me?
It was great. And especially you forgot to re-mention you were at the beach too.
Absolutely. I'm going down there. I can see the sunset. It's fantastic. It's August. Everyone's having a great time. I got memories of like talking to like people in their 50s and they're like, oh, hey, they're like, you look a bit young to work here. I'm like, it's okay. I'm learning how to give and take, to joke around. You know what I mean, Mike?
Creating a life experience.
Invaluable. And just to be able to shoot the shit and just to interact. It was, and then for some government official to pretend that I could get that working knowledge and experience interacting and having that much fun, for them to think I could get that out of a book? Mm-hmm. No way.
You won't get life experience out of a book. It will tell you how to fly a kite, but you won't learn how to fly a kite, right? It'll tell you how to fix a car unless you fix the car physically and actually understand what it takes to fix the car, and the tools breaking, your hands getting cracked. You don't get the life experience out of a book.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I got married young. I got engaged at 19. I got married at 20. Yeah, pretty young. But you know what? I'm telling you, that wouldn't have happened if I did not learn. Like, I learned how to talk and chit chat to the belly dancer beforehand, afterwards. Like, we're talking, she's 35, 45. I'm 16, and I'm just holding. Do you remember? You're a teenage guy. Mm-hmm. And your heart's racing, but you're learning to be calm and not be stupid. And you're learning to, I can give eye contact and chit chat. And I'm 16, so that really, in another sense, helped me to, I see these guys. I mean, you hear these 25-year-olds now, mm-hmm. They can't even go on dates anymore. Like, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I saw something on one of those talk shows that men are not getting into the whole dating scene anymore until they're in their 30s if they decide they want to put the effort in. Like, whoa. Yeah. And if you're learning to talk to women only until the age of 25, I'm telling you, it's getting a little bit late in the day for that. You got to learn 16, 17, mm-hmm. There's a beautiful woman and you give her respect and and you don't stumble over your words and you put all of that, right? And a lot of that comes from getting that first job and that first gig when you're 15, 16 years old. So, mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of the bee in my bonnet, as the kids used to say. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I got to run. I hope I kicked things off okay. Yes. I got a dash. It's my anniversary with my lady tonight. Oh. So I got to... It is. And never keep a Filipino waiting. That's what I've learned.
Yeah, I'm married to one, so I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, buddy, I'll be lurking in the background. Have a great show.
God bless you. Have a good night. Goodbye.
Good night.
All right, that is Abafield making a quick call in before he sneaks out for dinner. Dinner? Is it dinner time? I don't even know what time it is. So, all right. We got our first caller in on Mike of the Night. Let's see if anyone's bought us a coffee. Oh, yeah, we did. Oh, no, it's an email. No. Okay, so we're still at the coffee, guys. We are... Oh, no, Tio. Whoa. Let's not forget Tio. Tio just bought us a coffee. Thank you, Tio. Tio buys me a coffee almost every show, and I'm very grateful for the coffee. I actually took some of the money that was sent into the account because it gets deposited through the coffee thing, and I actually bought a big 2 tubs of coffee from my store for me to drink through the week, and I used that money to actually buy physical coffee and creamer. I like a nice thick cream, right? With the coffee, because I don't take sugar, right? So, all right, so that's Abafield to kick us off. All right, who is next here? Let's get our next caller on. All right, so we got. Well, we got a lineup of people now. Woo! Okay. We got a lineup of people here tonight, guys. So let's get to our next caller. And let's get Black Deplorable on Mike in the Night. So good to have on. So, guys, let's limit to 8 to 10 minute calls. Just talk a little bit. Tell us what's going on. What do you see going on? Anything we talked about in the show. I don't care. Let's get as many callers on as we can tonight. I would really, 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 really appreciate that. You are tuned into Mike in the Night, the voice of the Commonwealth, episode 666. Oh, yeah. We are 2 hours and 20 minutes into the show.
From Australia to New Zealand, from the UK to the USA, from Canada, the true voice of the Commonwealth, Mike in the Night. Hey, voice of the Commonwealth, from the streets to the global world. Hear it loud, hear it clear tonight. It's Mike in the Night. Shine.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, my goodness. We have Black Deplorable here on Mike in the Night. Thank you for coming on and being part of episode 666 of Mike in the Night, brother. What do you got for us?
Well, let's see where to begin. I've kind of been getting into it with Muslims lately.
You're getting into it with Muslims in California?
Yeah, man. You're seeing more of the. I mean, I can handle moderate Muslims, but the eye slit, burqa kind of types. No, I can't handle that.
Well, it's a culture shock. It's changing your everyday. It's just changing. And if you don't accept it, you're a racist. But you cannot be a racist.
Yeah, that's
Because
my black privilege.
You're black. So oh boy, can you lay this out on us tonight, please? Unroll it here tonight on Mike in the Night. What's going on, please?
The Muslim thing or the black privilege?
No, the Muslim thing. I want to know what's going on in California, because I'm afraid of America falling and going dark, because Canada's yeah, we're already crumbling. So,
Well, yeah, thanks to this piece of shit Biden. I mean, God knows how many entered the country, from 2021 to 2024. So all of a sudden they're just everywhere. Like I never used to see them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're kind of concentrated in
that's how they start. They start as a minority, and then watch out, boy, when they become the majority.
Yeah, they have so many kids. My God, man. Like each one of these ladies is walking. I see it all the time. The man is walking in front. They're probably Yemenis. That's where I think they're from. Yemenis and Pakistani. And I'm sorry, Yemen. I don't know if you call them Yemenis, but anyway, they're from the country Yemen. And so it's like the guy's walking in front, and then the ladies walking behind with 4 kids in tow. It's insane.
So do you see these people actually going to a job, or are they just hanging out, enjoying the taxpayer dollar?
Oh, the women don't work, man. No way.
Mm-hmm.
No way, man. And so, like, my kind of like little silent protest, what I do when I see them is, like, if they're coming up on my right side, I block my face and my eyes, so I don't have to look at them, and I want them to know that I'm doing that. And it pisses them off. And this guy says to me, he's like, "What's your problem, man?" And I said, "Well, I'm not supposed, they're not supposed, I'm not supposed to look at them, and I don't want to look at them." And then the guy's like, "What are you, Islamophobic?" Of course. And I told him, I'm like, "Yeah, man, I'm afraid of you guys. I don't want you taking over." I am afraid of you. So yes, I am Islamophobic, if that's what you want to call me.
Oh, you're allowed to. Don't worry, Black
And
Deplorable.
I said that, and I'm like, what are you gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying? And then like he just kept it moving, but it's just like, like I'm not backing down, man. I'm not gonna just like, accept this, man. Like, and I'm not trying to like go to jail. I mean, I would love to just snatch those things off those women's faces. You have no idea. Like it takes so much self-control, and deep breathing for me. Now, I so badly just want to snatch that thing off the face and punch the man in the face.
Brother,
that's what's in my head when I walk past these people.
Brother, are you seeing now what I've been saying for years, trying to warn people about? There's a difference because they call these people immigrants. They're migrants. There's a difference between immigrants that build the country, the Irishmen and the people around you there that built San Francisco and all that, or California where you live. And then you have the migrants that come in now and use the country after it's already there. Are you seeing what I'm talking about, migrants versus immigrants?
Oh, definitely. I've never disagreed with you on that one.
Oh, okay.
I just sometimes, how it is. We get lazy with our terminology or whatever. We lump it all together. It's just like with the homelessness. There's homeless people like who are couch surfing and lost their apartment, and then they're bums. Then there's drug addicts. Then there's mentally ill. You know what I'm saying? Like, but we all just call them homeless, but we probably shouldn't. I think not being specific and accurate or precise.
Well, here's the deal with this. Prediction mode here. You're going to start to see more and more Americans, not military vets, because that's already been done. They've been gutted. You're going to start to see Americans with 1-2 degrees that are going to be forced into homelessness for the first time ever.
Oh, so many. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of intelligent homeless people, man. Like they just... for whatever, bad luck, something went wrong, you know what I mean? But they used to be lawyers, engineers, freaking computer programmers, you name it, man. They were just unlucky and something bad happened. I don't know. I mean, that could have been me. I'm not working I have a computer programming background. I'm not working as a computer programmer.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But I can work, thank God, because I'm still, I stayed in shape. I'm still healthy, still strong.
So, Black Deplorable, can you comment on the hundreds of thousands or millions of fake H-1B visas from India where they're applying with fake college degrees to come into your country?
Yeah, because, I think it's just so complicated, but I know that a lot of it is that it's a kind of self-fulfilling, like now, first it started with, they wanted to bring them over here, for cheap labor, but now they're taking over management, like the CEO of Microsoft is Indian.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got like Vivek Ramaswamy, like Indians kind of, because like we get the best, we get the smartest Indians, and so they're it's kind of gone to their heads. Like they think that they look around and they see all these super smart, like it's just a fact that Indians out earn everybody.
But what I'm saying is a lot of them have gotten in with fake degrees.
Right, because they're taking over. It's like I hear about in Canada, they're taking over Tim Hortons, right? They own Tim Hortons and they're hiring their own.
Mm-hmm.
And so the same thing is happening in tech. They hire their own because they are kind of, I guess, Indian supremacists to a degree. Like they see themselves as smarter than white people or even East Asians.
But then why are their countries like garbage? Like, I'm just asking straight up, why can't they facilitate a proper sidewalks, proper sewer system, proper clean their river? It's full of garbage. If they're so better, or if they think they're better than us, why are they living in misery there?
I think because like we're getting these 140 IQ Indians, but this idea that the country's full of people with 70 IQs, just full of them. We just don't see them in North America, especially not in California. We're getting the best of the best. The Brahmin Indians, the ones with 50-letter last names, Those are the top of the top, It's just like Africans. Like we get Nigerians. There's, I know a guy. He just got accepted into the top medical school, and UCSF, San Francisco Medical School is like the top 3 medical school in California. The guy is black as midnight, Nigerian, high IQ. Daddy bought him a brand new convertible BMW for getting into that school. But is the average IQ in Nigeria 130 or whatever his is? No, we get the best of the best from these countries.
Well, but then doesn't it drain the talent out of that country, and then it can't make
totally.
India great again or Pakistan great again?
Yeah, like South Africa, they produced Elon Musk, right? I mean, but that's the beauty. I guess that's kind of the beauty of America. We just steal talent from everybody. You know what I mean? If I'm being honest.
So
I mean, sometimes it sucks. Sometimes it's bad. Like sometimes they're not what they bill themselves as. They're really not. Like I've seen a lot of Indians get fired for like lying, saying they knew how to do this or that, programming, but they really didn't.
Of course they don't.
It's just but statistically there's a reason why they make they out earn everybody. Nobody's competing with them because we're getting the absolute cream of the crop intellectual talent from India.
But what about the 800 or 900,000 fake HB1 visas though?
Yeah.
That's a lot of people to bring in that are basically going to do what?
I know.
I'm talking about you bring in 6,000 of them, 6,000, and then they out earn everybody, and there's 6,000 of them, and then it's a population of 300 million. They'll mix in quite nicely, but then when they start taking over the restaurants, the hotels, they start taking everything over.
Oh yeah, they own every single 7-Eleven in America, gas station, you name it, man. And they're so mean, man. Like I refuse. I walk. I don't own a car, so so I walk everywhere, and I refuse. There's a 7-Eleven 3 blocks away. I refuse to step foot in there because they're so goddamn mean. You know what I mean? And so I will walk to Safeway, which is like almost a mile away, because I refuse to step foot. I go in there, they're just jabbering in their language, just hella loud. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then the guy's like grabs my stuff, and it's just like this mean old dude. I think he's the owner, and he's just like grabbing my potato chips really hard and flipping over my beer. And I'm just like, "What are you doing, man?" And he's just so mean. That's why I was like, just so disrespectful. That's why I was like, "Man, fuck you guys. I can't stand coming in here, man. I'll go up to Safeway and deal with the ghetto nonsense up there." You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I prefer that to this shit. At least I can understand what people are saying in line, at Safeway. God, it's just so rude. I don't care what country you are. Don't speak your language loud around people. I had to learn that when I was in Brazil. Like, people would give me dirty looks if I was like hanging out with some other gringos and we're yakking in English. I'd be like, "You guys, shh." People don't like being surrounded by somebody when they can't understand you. Mm-hmm. I don't care from what country to other country. When you go to another country, shh. Speak softly. If you have to speak your own language, speak softly.
Yeah. Okay, so but you speak Portuguese, right?
Yeah, but it's like when I was hanging out with other gringos.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Eu já estou a perceber o que você está a dizer. Okay. Now, I want to ask you one more major question, okay?
Okay.
I made a prediction at the beginning of the show. I don't know if you were tuned into the beginning of the show. I said that the state of Michigan will become the first Islamic state of America, as they are bringing in more and more people voting in. They're not even voting. It's all selected, just like Mondami, New York. They're voting in more and more people to go into government and to bring more people in of Islamic nations into Michigan. And they had this Dearborn takeover over the weekend, last couple of days, this big Dearborn march and the Allahu Akbar takeover. Do you see an American state becoming like an Islamic state? Can you see that happening? Or because America would welcome it, in my opinion, the way they are when it comes to allowing all this garbage to happen in their country. I don't want it. I hate it. I want America to be American, right? Pledge allegiance to the flag and the whole 9 yards. But what do you think?
I mean, honestly, nothing these days would surprise me. You know what I mean? Anything it's happening so fast. I could see them like not the whole state, because there's so much. Michigan is vast. Like, it's got a lot of countryside, a lot of white folks living in these small towns with lots of guns and stuff. I don't see them taking those places. No way. But Dearborn, yeah, I can see them. What they do is they just like make you so miserable. You know what I mean? If you don't want to live in Dearborn unless you're Muslim.
Right. Okay. So that's what happens. It starts like that. You want to live in a place where your people are, type of thing, right? Like if I move to, let's say I move to Florida, I'll move to Little Portugal in Florida, right? I'll do the same thing. If I move to California, I'll find a Little Portugal in California and move there.
Yeah.
But because I just want to be around closer to my people. But the Portuguese people aren't going around with machetes and aren't going around saying they're going to take over the country. And the Portuguese people, if anything, are building the country. You know what I mean, right? So
Yeah. Gosh, things are just happening so fast. It's
I
just
know
really
it's
hard.
so moving fast.
God, yeah. I mean, I'm just looking kind of like at the past, like with the Mormons. It was kind of the Mormons. I think they started out in Pennsylvania, somewhere back east. The very first Mormon guy, I can't remember his name, and then they were fighting people. They were fighting Christians and other, you know what I mean, because they wouldn't accept them as Christians, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so then they marched west and they founded the state of Utah, and people still don't really like them. You know what I mean? They're weirdos, but they accept that Utah is kind of is a Mormon state.
Yeah, but
Like,
I don't see the Utah people creating problems like the Muslims are going to create.
They don't, but it's just like it's still like they're not considered. A lot of Christians don't like Mormons. They see them as it's a fake form of Christianity. It's a weird form of Christianity, and they don't like the polygamist in the South in the what do you call it, the fundamentalist. The guys like, have you seen these people?
Mormons?
The Muslim fundamental. I'm sorry, Mormon fundamentalist.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I've never seen a Mormon fundamentalist.
Yeah, I was in the Las Vegas airport and I saw a bunch of. It's so crazy, man. Like they look like people from out of the Little House on the Prairie. The women wear prairie dresses, right?
I don't mind seeing that.
Right, yeah.
It doesn't bother me, but someone covering their face, I don't like that.
Right, yeah. It does. Yeah, they're nice people, but they just believe in some weird stuff like magical pajamas, and they don't let you drink. Like I remember, if you I remember going to a restaurant in Utah, and the lady's like, you can't order more than one beer.
Is it because you're black or?
No, because they're just super strict about that stuff. I went to a wedding in Utah, same thing. One glass of champagne per guest. That's it. There's no getting drunk at the wedding in Utah.
What?
Oh yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay, but the thing is, I get what you're saying. But a Muslim fundamentalist, forget about it.
No,
they're going to war. It's jihad, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'd rather see Little House on the Prairie people than see all day, all night, right? So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just. I
mean, they're cool. They're cool. Like I said, they just a little bit too strict for me, and they have some strange beliefs that other Christians can't stand.
I got a question here for you. Would the USA become the 51st state? Canada become the 51st state. Sorry.
When did it? Oh gosh, I'm not really following. I know that what it's Alberta, right?
I think Alberta wants to. Well, they want to secede from the Union, the Confederacy. Mm-hmm. So they want to secede from the Confederacy of Canada, right? And obviously Canada was an idea on paper. It was never really implemented. There's really no Canada exists by saying we're in Canada. You know what I'm saying? It's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's not official, is what I'm trying to say. We're not a republic, right? So we're part of the crown.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not. I just all I know, the extent of my knowledge of Canada is it was like mostly English and Scottish people founded the East Coast, and it was like French, obviously. And they got kicked out of Nova Scotia and came to the United States. And then it's mostly the British are far more influential. Your head of state is the King of England, right?
Or he's the crown, the head of the crown. Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys are attached to all that. I mean, the United States is complete. Well, I don't know about completely independent, but we are. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys got independence in 1776, right?
Yeah, totally different histories, right? I mean, totally different countries, totally different setup, right? I mean, with the whole provinces and the parliament and all that, it's hard for me to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys are so polite, you don't seems like, you know what I mean? You don't, it's.
Someone's saying in the comments that Canada's now known as Little India now.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's another. Yeah, my coworker went up to Vancouver and said, yeah, there's a lot more Indians up there, which is crazy to say because there's a lot here in the Bay Area, tons.
Mm-hmm.
I would there's a city called Fremont, California. I mean, it literally looks like it's South Asian. It's like Afghans, Pakistanis, and Indians. Like, good Lord, it's like 70%, gotta be 70% South Asian. And yeah, it's just because there's such a strong presence in tech, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, they're just, but like, not. I don't think all of California has a lot, but yeah. But yeah, I think I've heard like Canada doesn't get. You guys have like Indian gangsters and crazy. Like we don't have those kind of Indians here. Like I said, most of them here are computer programmers. They're in tech or they're doctors or business.
Oh, we don't have the doctors don't. The doctors and engineers don't come here, brother.
Yeah, we're getting a higher. I think we're getting a higher quality Indian.
Yeah, we're getting the real the doctors and engineers here too. But Canada's different. Canada just brings in swarms of them though. They don't really check them like you guys do. Because when I tried to live in America, I had to make sure I wasn't stealing an American's job. I had to make sure I had $32,000 in an American bank account. Had to have a place in my name. Shit, I had to have like 65 things to be able to apply. Then I applied and then waited, did all the paperwork, did everything, and then I got a corporation to sponsor me. I did everything by the book. And then they just turned me down.
Well, yeah, I think I mentioned last time we talked that Modi, when you negotiate with India, they tell you you have to relax your visa requirements and let our people come over if you want to do business with them. That's part of they're leveraging their economic power or whatever to in part of their trade agreements is like let our people come. And I think they've got leverage over Canada and and New Zealand and Australia. I mean, and to the United States to some degree. So like Modi's like let my people come over there.
Yeah, but it's the exchange is it's terrible. It's like America could produce and make anything it needs to. It doesn't need India for absolutely anything, nothing.
Yeah. Well, I think we need them as a as an ally against China.
Understood. I totally understand that. But to destroy your homeland like that, I don't know, man. I don't think it's worth the, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's what.
Well, to be honest, I mean, like most of them here, the kids, they're actually pretty cool. Like they're like I said, we're getting a higher quality here. They're actually. Most of them, from what I see, are very well behaved and.
Okay. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if the trade-off is, getting the American culture destroyed, right? I don't know if it's worth it to get more economic leverage with India. And then what if India turns its back and allies with China? You're screwed.
Yeah.
So,
but it's just hard to see that happening because of like the whole like. What is that? The Strait of there's that other strait.
Hormuz, yeah, Hormuz.
No. In Indonesia, that's a major choke point. I think God, what's the name of it? Somebody help me in the comments. It's another massive. It's another choke point. There's one of the top choke points in the world. So if it's China and India, could fight over that potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Anyways, it'll come to me, but
it'll come to you when you're off the show. That's how it usually works.
Yeah. They get a map out here. But yeah, it's just nothing surprises me these days. I mean, I'm just don't know what to think, man. Like every day, I can't believe how crazy the thing is. And another thing, I was gonna talk about Iran. People, what do you think? Do you still see the United States as losing? I mean, have you been following the latest?
I just knew I predicted they were going to get involved and lose the war years ago. I knew that if Trump was allowed to get in, he was going to double down with Israel and go after Lebanon. The video's up. You saw the video.
Mm-hmm.
The video's up from 2022. You saw me predict that if he was allowed to get in, he's going to do that. And if he's allowed to get in, he's going to turn face. He's going to basically follow script. He's going to be on script, is what I said.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, well, I'm starting to change my mind because it's like if we're losing, how come the price of oil hasn't gone above $100? And and if they're winning, how come they can't export their oil? How come they can't? You know what I'm saying?
Because oil is there's an overabundance of oil right now. There's a lot of oversupply of oil sitting around. Believe me, there is. And now in Texas, especially in Texas right now, They're reconditioning wells and getting them back going. The old decommissioned oil wells in Texas that were closed down in the 40s and 50s are being all restarted because the oil came back. And we've been saying on the show for years, oil is the lifeblood of the earth, and the earth bleeds oil. It's God's gift to man. It's our energy, right? So, anyways, they're reconditioning those wells. They don't need the Middle East. You guys already took Venezuela, which was another prediction we had, and Venezuela's already been taken. So you got that oil that you don't need from Canada anymore. And I keep telling Canadians, oh, they need our oil. No, they don't. But
yeah.
Again,
but also, like, they're just losing so much money. They can't export and they can't import from China. So we're like, it's kind of like siege warfare. We're just choking them. And it's like what somebody like a boa constrictor, or what I mean. It's just like we're wrapping around them, or like a jujitsu move. Like we're just getting them cinching in that chokehold, and squeezing and squeezing and squeezing. So I don't know, man. I think we're winning, man. we don't have to fire off a bunch of missiles anymore. We just like I said, it's old-fashioned siege warfare. You were just starving them out, man. I was hanging outside the castle, waiting for them to surrender.
Well, we'll see what happens with that. All right, dude, I'm gonna let you go. We're gonna get another caller on our 6-hour marathon here, and we'll get you back on in a week or two. Okay, bud?
Okay.
We'll get you back on. God bless you, Black Deplorable. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, we have Black Deplorable here on Mike of the Night. Sorry, guys, there's a gigantic, huge truck parked outside my house right now, and it's running. I got my window open because I need to breathe, because it's kind of warm in here, and it's like shaking my house. So I don't know if he's gonna move or he's just turning it on to turn it on. I hope he goes on his way. I can't hear. I can't focus. All right, let's get our next caller on the show here on Mike of the Night. I'm just going down the list here of all the messages you guys sent me in order. So I'll get you guys on as we go accordingly. Okay, guys? Thank you so much. Let's get guys, okay, coffees. All right, our marathon. Where are we at, guys, on the marathon tonight? Mike and the Night-A-Thon, we are raising money to fund the transmission. We're at $233. Wow, that truck is holy shit. We're at $233, guys. If you want to buy Mike a coffee, guys, if you want to buy me a coffee, that the funding just goes right to the transmission to maintain the transmission. And I'm going to give you a link to buy me a coffee here. And if you guys want to buy me a coffee, boom, boom, there it is right there. And yeah, really appreciate that very much. I really do. I really, really, really do. I really do. I just wish AdSense was fair, like to the YouTubers. And it always promotes the people that are pushing the agendas, right? All right, okay, thank you so much. And did we get any new coffees? No, last one was from Tio, and Ian, Tim, Dino Bravo, James, right? I'm getting in between emails here. I'm going to delete them. Nathan, Jeff, Dominator, Martini. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you for the coffees, guys, tonight on Mike in the Night. You are tuned into episode 666 of Mike in the
By
Night.
accident. This is Mike in the Night. Mike in the night, we don't sleep, we observe. Truth hits hard, yeah, it cuts like a nerve. Voice of the Commonwealth, breaking the code while the world burns down. Yeah, we carry the load. Mike in the night, yeah, the signal is strong. If you're hearing this now, you've been right all along. No size, no lies, yeah, we calling it straight. Welcome to the show, it's already too late. Lights out cities, but the screens still glow. People feel it deep, but they don't even know. Debt stacked high, yeah, the system's cracked. Middle class gone, and it ain't coming back. We warned you years, now it's playing out live. Same old script, just a different disguise. Controlled narratives, filtered feeds. Truth gets buried while they plant new seeds.
Mike Martins.
Lenny Poo on Mike of the Night. It's been a while. Thank you for being here tonight on Mike of the Night, episode 666.
Absolutely. You're tougher to reach than the president.
Yes, I am tougher to reach than the president. How are you, Lenny Poo? Good to have you back on episode 666 of Mike of the Night-A-Thon. We are raising money for the internet bill.
Marathon now. Let me see if I can get you on. Oop, not there. Is that speaker?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, it is. Perfect. Good. Yeah, how nice. Right on. On. You're doing a marathon show. Right on.
Episode 666, 6-hour show. And we're raising money. People have bought coffees already for me, and I appreciate that.
Perfect.
And again, I don't get paid to do of these thousands of hours I've put into this. We don't get paid for it. So I refused the contract, so to say. I refused what they've offered me. I've been offered to lie to you guys, but nah. I want to die with my soul intact.
Right? I mean, what else matters, honestly? Yep. Right? What else matters at the end of the day? Yep. That's awesome.
Yeah. All right, so the world's falling apart. I don't know. Maybe you got something positive you could tell us about the world or something?
Positive about the world. There's what positive about the world? The world system is so blatantly, it's dystopian, number one.
Mm-hmm.
The medical system is truly pharmakia, and it's truly dystopian.
Well, yes, I remember the medical system when you went to get your knee fixed, and they wouldn't fix your knee because you didn't take a fucking vaccine. Remember that?
Oh, I really do. Like the whole system's been like that for 100 years or more, right? That's when it started. But slowly you see them more. They're taking more and more ground. And ever since COVID, it's worse than ever. They are on power trips, and you can see it. Like they slowly drip you, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And all the stuff they did with all those vaccines over the years was just all, under the guise of we're going to save you from having the measles. It was all experiment to see how do we break through that blood-brain barrier, because your brain was so protected before, right? Nothing could get through. Well, they broke through that, and that was how they did that. I can see that plain as day now. And I've been awake to vaccines for 40 years, right? I anti-vax all the way. I knew it was bullshit 40 years ago. And that's because I read books and studies. So that means before 40 years ago, people knew. And they were putting books and studies. And who's going to pay attention? Who's going to listen? Not a lot. Thank God, by the grace of God, I woke up way back then. So as you know, I never participated. My kids didn't participate, nor did my animals. Fast forward and look what they do now. Look what they do to people. Holy hell. And it's a whole system. It's pharmakia, and the medical system is there to do nothing more than keep wanting to give you their shit to take. Every little thing is, hey, are you up to date on your vaccines? Like, how the fuck would I know if I'm up to date? What's up to date?
What's up to date? Have you taken 60 vaccines in the last 3 years? That's up to date.
Everyone is supposed to know, are you up to date on this? You up to date? How the fuck would I know? Up to date on tetanus? There's a thing. There's such a thing. Remember that when I was there, and they wanted to ignore me.
Because you didn't take the vaccine, and your knee split open. You sent us pictures of it, and everyone was getting grossed out. It was blood everywhere. And your knee split open, and you had to drive yourself to different hospitals because no one wanted to help you.
No, because every single person, you know how you have a triage and you come in and they ask you questions? First thing, you updated vaccine. Oh, we have a tetanus here. You're going to, how many COVID shots have you had? Blah, blah. Every single person, every line, they have to ask you. So the lady sitting right beside you, she just asked me all those questions. You're right beside her. You didn't know she's asked me all that already? Like they put you through the grinder and try to wear you out of how many have you had? How many COVID shots? How many this? And then, like I just said, I don't take shots. I don't do vaccines. Just flat out, just like get off my case, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. You could tell they're disgusted and said, okay, it's an 8-hour wait. I'm like, 8 hours? My knee is like, I didn't know my knee, remember though? Because I didn't want to look because I didn't want to faint.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew that I needed stitches and I could see my skin had come down.
I saw the
when
patella move. I saw your patella in the
Shit.
picture.
But that's the doctor, and that's after he closed it. That was the doctor took a picture. Yeah, and but my first place when I went to a walk-in, because the emergency was like 8 hours, very unprofessional. And I thought, don't you think, like, because I'm thinking, shouldn't you close a wound sooner? Don't you think it will heal open? Like, you know what I mean? It's fucked. But anyway, they were so disrespectful. They were so mad at me. That's why. Yeah, and then I moved on. But Mike, our medical system is out to lunch. Do you know what the new protocol? So they have protocol. What does that mean? It means when you show up, they have scripts, right? So, oh, you have this need? Okay, good. Got a tetanus? Need a tetanus shot? That's a big one. They like to do that. They have scripts like my youngest daughter just had a baby just over 2 weeks ago. Script, vitamin K shot. Every person you talk to wants to give that newborn baby a shot. They call it vitamin K. It is not a vitamin. It is way more than that. It does all kinds of shit. They are shit, man. This is a dystopian place. Dystopian. And it's worse. You would think with the knowledge they would get better, but they're worse. And then every one of them takes their turn to take their shot at you. And I have been reading and looking into things lately. And it turns out pharma, right? The pharma cartel has protocols and they pass to the hospital. You have to follow them. Every single person, if this happens, they've got to push you, and every single one. And they have lessons. They give them courses on how to help coerce people to do that. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
they try to coerce you. So they take lessons on how to keep pushing it to try to get as much biggest numbers as they can. Remember how they did with COVID? The
Yes.
tactics? Well,
Yes.
they do that on all kinds of shots, man. All kinds. It's not just that. It's just that if I say it now, you won't think, oh, she's a loony. No, they don't. Yeah, they do. We saw them with COVID. Believe me, every shot they have, they got there, and every person takes their little go at you,
Mhm.
and they try to wear you down. And now it's not just shots. Remember, I was saying to you that, so a group friend of ours, like we have a lot of friends and people, we're all friends, right? So this guy that I know, he's married to a Chinese woman. So the guy is English, but he speaks fluent Mandarin. He's super intelligent,
Mhm.
right? That's how he met a Chinese lady. Doesn't he speak English? He can talk to her. He did like martial arts. He's a master, high-end master martial arts. So, these are kick-ass guys, great shape. He's a chiropractor, right? Always been in great shape. And owned, like Taekwondo, like martial arts type studios, right? Very good shape. So what does he do? He didn't take the shot. He's not that dumb. And so he did go like earlier this week, I don't know what date it is, last week, went to emergency. He thought he was having a heart attack. He wasn't, but he thought like, he had such bad chest pain, trouble, like they put him in the ER for 12 hours. 12 hours he sat there. He said there's stretchers everywhere. White people. It's like, are they alive?
Mm-hmm.
Can't tell. Is people alive lying on stretchers right now all around me? Anyway, he's in excruciating pain. Do you know how scary that must be, Mike?
So he's feeling like he's having a heart attack. He's an athletic guy. He doesn't feel right. You said, no. Did he take...
They offered him MAID. They're like, okay, well, would you like MAID?
They offered him MAID.
That's what he got. Because that's protocol now.
But did he take the vaccines?
No.
Okay, so he's having a problem with his heart. Okay.
He's having, but he is, yeah, exactly. But he's in great shape. But, I guess could happen. He has extreme heart. He feels like an excruciating pain. So he goes to emergency. They make him wait 8 hours in excruciating pain. He said it was the closest thing to a heart attack, but he wasn't having a heart attack. But how do you know? Like, you don't know what the hell's going on with your heart. He did end up getting 2 stents. So they put stents. A stent is not a big deal. That happens all the time. People get stents. Why are you offering me to die? They offered him to die. It's like, would you like maid? It's like, no, I would like help if you don't mind. But do you know why they did that? It's because when you reach a certain age, so it turns out I just found this out. They have all these new protocols. As soon as you hit a certain age, if you come into emergency, they're going to offer you to die.
Mm-hmm.
So they offer you maid right off top. Hey, would you like to? It's like, fuck you. I'm here to fucking get help. You bunch of quacks. So, obviously, it's like, whatever. Why would I die over that? So, okay, fine. He goes, he gets 2 stents, right, put in. They finally see him after 12 hours of scared. How scared would you be if you're in an emergency thinking, fuck, am I having a heart attack? Right?
Especially in the Canadian hospital where they don't really care if you die right there waiting.
You could give a shit.
We covered, I think it was in 2023, Linny Poo. We were covering Canadians dying in waiting rooms to see a doctor. Like literally, they died. They're dead. They waited. They died waiting for the doctor.
We have so-called free healthcare, which there's no such thing. We pay
socialized
for this.
medicine.
It's like, how would you like to pay for healthcare? Great idea. Here's your healthcare. Shit. It's shit, man. It's shit. In every way, shape, or form, it's fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Fucked. You name it, it's shit. So here he is. Anyway, so finally he gets to be seen. He's not going to take maid. Thank you very much. Gets 2 stents. That's not even that big a deal. That's common. You might as well pull my teeth. Like, what is the most common thing you could do to a person these days? Just put a couple stents in your heart. Great. As he's recovering, so he wakes up coming out of operation, the first thing they do is a woman there tried to convince him to be do not resuscitate.
Get out of here.
That she tried to convince him, not like, oh, do you want to resuscitate? No. So you know how they try to push you into shots and here's why and here's that. So he got a sales pitch on how he should be DND, DNR, sorry. Can you believe that? You're waking up from operation. You don't feel good. I don't know if you've ever had an operation in your life, but you don't feel that great. You're all groggy. And here's a woman there trying to push you into do not resuscitate. Fuck.
That's crazy. That's nuts. Holy shit. So now they're coming out like as actors. They're coming out and oops, just knocked over my microphone. Sorry guys if you're hearing this on replay and your earbuds. Sorry about that. But I'm just, it's not that I'm excited to hear this. I'm just like, holy crap. I'm so overwhelmed that they're having people now that are scripted. So they sit in the classroom for 6 hours. They go on a dry erase board. They go through flow charts telling people and how to talk them into getting themselves killed.
All kinds of shit. Yes.
Holy shit.
It's all protocol now, though. So if you're a certain age, be prepared to ask, do you want to die? Remember, they're like, hey, do you want a tetanus? Oh, would you like to die? And then you go through, like when you wake up from an operation, that's not really a thing you need to hear. That is very depressing.
Mm-hmm.
That there's someone there not to encourage you. Oh, you're doing great. Way to go. Oh, don't worry. You're going to feel better soon. Here, would you like a little drug to make you feel better? No. How would you like to, it's probably best that if you go into, cardiac arrest, or it's probably best to put you down. What the hell? But anyway, I thought, are they trying to get his organs? Because guy's obviously healthy. Maybe
they want his organs, and he's not vaccinated. Of course they want his organs. And you know what the funny thing is, Linny? Because you've been with us for years.
Yeah.
Back in 2019, September, October, in 2019, we were already discussing, and our main show, one of the main shows that year, towards the end of the year, was how China organ harvesting business is huge. And they're organ harvesting across the Commonwealth. And I think they have, because that was a big thing in China where they needed organs, right? So, absolutely. So we were already covering that back in 2019, that China's up to no good, and they were already, we knew they were always up to no good, but I'm saying that they were purposefully driving around in these unmarked vans.
Yeah,
and they look like
grabbing people,
ambulances inside, and grabbing people and killing them and taking their organs. Like,
no, they don't kill them. You can't be dead. If they take your organs, you have to be alive. They don't take any organs from a dead person.
They don't kill the person. They grab the person and keep them sedated and get them to the destination.
Yeah, you have to be alive.
Yeah, they get them to the destination area
to be able to transplant. Correct.
Yeah.
That's That's why all that brain deadness is a scam. They're brain dead. That's a scam.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently, like a lot of what they call, oh, they're brain dead. They won't do that's just because they're alive, and then they scam you into taking a because you can't be dead. All organ harvest, you have to be alive, right? So just put it that way. Anyone who dies in a car crash and all that, that's no. You have to be alive. You have to be whatever they call you, brain dead, or they call you. There's no use. The D&D now. That's terrifying. He said it was like he just said it's like the frickin' it's not even Twilight Zone, it's creepy. He's like, that was
So
creepy.
healthy karate guy goes into
Martial arts. He's not even
martial
karate. He's
arts.
everything martial arts. That
Okay,
guy's in
okay.
shape.
Martial
He's a
arts.
chiropractor.
Martial
You know how
arts guy,
chiropractors are.
healthy as an ox, goes
Yes.
into the hospital in Canada, and they're offering him to sign up for no resuscitate. They
First,
offer him
it's made.
They
Yeah,
offer him
first it
made,
was-
and then they basically
But then
all he
no
needed was 2
thanks
stints
to
in his
maid.
heart.
Correct. Yeah, no thanks. I won't do maid. How about if a doctor has a little peek at me? Oh, okay. You need 2 stents. Perfect. Put him in like an operation. Wake up from your stents and have a lady waiting there talking you into do not resuscitate. What the fuck is that?
Yep.
Holy
So he's waking up from his 2 stents,
shit.
and the lady's there ready to tell him to sign up for
Do not
no
res-
resuscitate.
and talking him into it. Not saying, "Oh, do you want to resuscitate or not?" If you go into whatever, no, trying to convince him.
That's crazy.
That's nuts. And I know that because I researched a couple of things because I saw what my daughter went through. I'll tell you what, she'll never give birth in a hospital again. I told her.
Mhm.
See, because I didn't. She was born at home in the bathtub, right? This kid of mine, 32 years ago, with
Mhm.
2 midwives, when we didn't have like government midwives yet. It was just kind of underground, just women being there for each other, like the olden day. Women's society, we're the ones who labor and deliver. We're the ones who are educated. We're all there for each other, right?
Mhm.
So just that's how it was back then. And I actually studied midwifery, and I was a lactation consultant, but it was called something else then before they had it. Because what they did, because the things I was involved in back then, we were involved with the WHO
Mhm.
and all that, because you present proof to them on what is wrong with the system. Like, let's say in Africa, babies are born and the companies come in and give them formula in the hospital so they don't breastfeed, right? And then now they can't get on the breast because they had a bottle and whatever else. But now you're hooked on their formula, because how are you going to feed your baby? You can't breastfeed now. You're fucked because it gets you in the hospital, and you have a window for that. So they get you in your window, and so many African babies were dying back then, and that was why. And that group is like homegrown, grassroots, right?
Mhm.
But worldwide with information. So yeah, the WHO was right, and hospital deliveries are way less safe. There's a whole way you have to do that to be safe and proper. They are anti-safe. Their series of protocols are not best practices. They are not. You have best practices, they're anti. Like, I swear, it's ridiculous in this day and age what they do to people in the hospital. It's ridiculous.
It's a
I had to
modern,
go.
modern looking. It's a modern form of draconian dark age stuff. It looks all
It's
modern with the computers and the fancy
Yeah.
wires and all this stuff, and everyone dressed nice.
Yeah.
But it's like this dark age draconian cover up. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
It's dystopian. It's dystopia, I swear to God. So my daughter went in, and so she was born at home. She knows how I am. Everyone who knows me has always known how I am. So everyone who knew me at COVID knew Lynn's not taking vaccines. They know me to be that way all my life, right? I've known what a sham it is for 40 years.
Mhm.
Believe me, vaccines didn't do nothing. They didn't cure polio, fuck all. So anyone who wants to say they did that, they didn't. All those numbers were down before vaccines. They didn't cure measles, nothing, Mike. Polio, yeah, that's a lie. It's all a lie. They did not. So I've known that for a long time. So I didn't, vaccinate and all that. And I had her at home in the tub. No big deal. So, because I would never go to a hospital to have a baby. No fucking way would I go to a hospital. I'm perfectly healthy. And a lot of countries don't. Like my cousin who lived in like the Netherlands and all that, no one goes to a hospital to have a baby unless you're high risk. They all are at home. It's safest. You have midwives, you're at home, safest, relaxed place. You cruise along. In a hospital, they stress you out. They do everything wrong. They scare you. You can hardly progress in your labor because they're shit. And then the longer your labor takes to progress, the more problems you run into, the more they interfere. It's a very dangerous place to give birth, so I would never go there. So that's fine. So when my daughter was pregnant, like she did say to me at, I don't know, she's 2-3 months pregnant. She says, I'm not going to be a home birth. I'm going to go to hospital. Fine. Your choice. Like, that's okay. Whatever you're comfortable. You don't have to. Like she wanted to go to hospital. Fine. That's fine. Tell you what, she'll never go again. Fuck, did she see the hell? It was hell. So anyway, after all that, because she wanted a natural, you don't go to no hospital to have a natural birth. Are you nuts? Especially at OBGYN. I was so scared for her. I was paranoid. Babies die a lot in those places. And you think, I'm going to hospital, I'm going to be safe. You should see how many babies die in their system. It's ridiculous. So, and they think, babies die. Whatever, man. They're sick in the head.
It was like during COVID, if you remember that funeral director that came on the show in 2022 from New Zealand. And that funeral director from New Zealand told us that they used to order one baby coffin per month, one baby coffin per month in this funeral home in New Zealand. And then after the vaccine was rolled out for children, they were ordering 30 to 65 baby coffins per month.
Yeah. Thank God she saw that, so she didn't take any injections. And her doctor tried to give her a COVID vaccine while she's pregnant. She's not she wasn't that dumb. She was like, no, because she could see all her friends. She could see all these girls her age all posting on social media of like their miscarriages. That was a lot. Like anyone with eyes can see, it's all around me. I mean, as if you can't see the uptake in everything that's happened. Some people don't, though. They don't see the uptake in like sudden death, heart problems, all the shit, all the miscarriages. Like, anyway, that is all stuff she knew. So she already was starting to see, holy shit, they're pushing shit on me, man. And then the hospital was hell. And I don't even have to go into detail because there's a lot of men on your show. They don't care about stuff like that, birth. But as a woman, I care a lot about that. Bringing your child into the world.
Of
Come
course
on.
you do. Of course
We're
you
human
do.
beings. Like treat us like I was a child. So were you. Like we are human beings. And there are certain things that it's supposed to be. And it's not like that, tell you that. So anyway, at the very end, they were like, get us the hell out of here. And then Emily said, like, come pick me up and all. And her and her husband were ready to get the hell out of there. And they were, anyway, so I went, right? And this is 6 hours after, or was about maybe 4 hours. First of all, she called me in the middle of the night to say, the baby isn't latching. Can you come down? So I did. I went down because it had already been an hour and you have to get in there early. So I went down, boof, on the breast, because that's what I used to do, right? Anyway, and the nurses, the doctors, they're like, oh, we have her this way because of that and that. It's like, okay, well, first thing we're going to do is unswaddle and let's go. That she got on in 4 minutes. An hour, and they're professionals. They don't even know how to get a baby on the breast. Like, that's disgraceful. So anyway, that's fine. Did all that, settled in for an hour, and then she wanted to leave, but they're like, we have to do all this stuff. Okay. And then they said, again, and in her birth plan, she said, no vitamin K. Do you know how many times I tried to push that on her? And everyone was like, do you want to give me one good reason why you wouldn't? And the thing is that, you're in labor 40 hours because of their problem. And then they tire you out and they just want to push shit on you, man. It was sick. Anyway, I went home for a couple hours. She called again. They wanted to get out. So I went down and with the car seat. And then when I got there, she's crying, saying they said I can't leave. I'm like, what do you mean you can't leave? So anyway, she's like, I don't know, talk to her. So then out comes this nurse from the thing. And she's like, oh, hi, I'm whatever her name is. I'm so-and-so. I'm the head nurse here and I'm in charge. That's what she said. That's what she said to me. I'm in charge. Oh, okay. Anyway, she starts telling me how busy I've been, the busiest ever. We don't have room for the husband guy. He has to go. We have a 24-hour, that policy that they have to be here. I'm like, well, it's okay that you don't have room because we're going. And I said to my daughter, just sign yourself out. You're allowed to sign yourself out. What do they think? They're the boss?
Mm-hmm.
They are not the boss. They act like the boss, but they are not the boss. You sign yourself out. We're going home. They need to rest. They need to get out of this hellhole so that they can, settle in with their baby and sleep. Her husband hadn't slept in 50 hours. And what they put them through, it was hell. No cot for him. They would try to send him home. You know why? Because they want to take your baby to themselves and do what they want to do, inject them, do shit. Fuck that. He was like, he was not going to leave his wife and kid there, tell you that. So I had to go screen them out. Yeah, we're out of here. And they were shit to us. Every single one of them was trying to, oh, this, that, you're going to get a phone call. It's like, great. It'd be awesome. Go right ahead and make your phone calls, buddy. But very polite, right? I was very polite, but we're out of here. So we're out. Enough of this and everything. Mike, I can't even begin to tell you what went on there. Can't begin. I know one thing. They'll never go to a hospital again to have a baby. That's for sure. That place is hell. The worst. I've never seen it so bad. I've never seen that. They are out of control. Who gives a baby a shot on day one?
Yeah, they did that. They do that. They give you, like you said, the vitamin K and the tetanus and all kinds of stuff.
Well, they don't do tetanus on the baby, but see, so vitamin K and who cares? But just so you know, yes, babies are born low vitamin K. Why? Because when they're born, you're not supposed to cut that cord until it's finished pulsing. Why? Because 30%, 1/3 of the baby's blood is in that. That's why. So you have to wait and it's, full of stem cells. So you have to wait. And then they come out and the cord goes. 1/3 of their blood is not back in them yet. And it's full of stem cells, so it can rush through the baby and heal what it needs to heal. So you're low on purpose of vitamin K so that it's very thin and it can get to all the spots in the baby. That's why. There's a reason. And when you nurse, you will give them vitamin K. No big deal. You'll be breastfeeding, they'll get it, but not right away. Because they need their stem. What did they do? And she had in her birth plan not to see. I wasn't there because I'm respectful. They have a whole idea, great, but a man doesn't really know how to stand up to that when you're 50 hours no sleep, and they're pushing you, and you're in a shithole giving birth like that. Holy hell! And so then, that's why, right? That's why you don't take it because it's normal. It has. But what they do? They cut the cord. They didn't even respect her wishes, man. I don't know. She had a few minutes before. They are shitholes. That is such horrible practice. Who doesn't know? You're a hospital. You should know that you have to let that thing pulse. What are you doing? They are shitholes, man. So we had to refuse. And I was there. I was like, no way. No, no K, man. And every one of them took their shot. And then when she was home the next day, the public health nurse, they all call you, oh, I heard you left early. I heard you didn't take the shot. Do you have a good reason why you didn't take the shot? Holy shit.
They're trying to, yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Like what? Two new parents that are exhausted and they're pushing the hell out of you to take what? Something that makes no sense? They, and how, do you know how dangerous that shot can be? It's very dangerous. You get, there's all kinds of shit. It's not a vitamin. It's a bunch of crap. Holy, this whole world. So anyway, the medical system is shit. Put it that way. It's
and you've been preaching about this medical system here on Mike in the Night for, I don't know, the last 10 years now. And you've been warning us about this medical system for many years now.
Well, with that part, yes, because I do know a lot about that. Because I care about that. But there's other parts. There's now, look out if you're a senior when you go to the hospital. Their protocol, you could see it's their protocol. It's so obvious, and they all ask the same questions. And 5 of them took the same shot at her. Good thing. I had to be there to help, or else. I'm telling you, they would, her husband said, if you wouldn't have come, we would probably had done what they said. They make you feel like you have to. I was like, no, you're signing yourself out. That's what we're doing. We're signing you out. Yeah, call. That's a great idea. You should call. And I don't even want to tell you what they said. I don't. It makes me want to barf, like being in labor.
What did they say?
They want to like induce and do this stuff to her. And you know what they're saying? Right in the middle of your labor, that's taking longer. And guess why it's taking longer? Because you're in a stressful environment.
Mm-hmm.
You can't naturally open up, relax. It's like, you know what I mean? It's a movement. Imagine a bowel movement, and you're trying to have a peaceful thing, and everyone's barging in on you. It's just like that, right? Or not clamp up. It's horrible what they do. And you know what they were saying? Oh, well, if you don't do that, like you've been so long, like we had 2 baby deaths last week because, of the stress. Well, some babies die and some babies don't. You're in the middle of labor, and that douche is telling you all about how some babies die because they take too long. So you should do this because
was the guy even Canadian? I mean,
it wasn't a guy. Yeah, they were. Wow. Unfortunate. It's just regular. They're trained. They are. It's a horrible system. I do not recommend that, man. And then so we do have a midwife system, but there's not enough. So you try to sign up for a midwife, and go to the hospital. No one's saying you have to go home. We have a supported birthing center, but they don't fund enough. See, they took over because in my day, we had women who were doing that. So my midwives were not through like the government. They're just women who are trained. It's all doing your own thing, right? Because it's not illegal.
Mm-hmm.
It's not illegal to give birth at home or wherever you want.
Mm-hmm.
So what they do is they saw that, okay, women want this, because doctors didn't. Hospitals didn't say, hey, you should have a birthing center so that you're not giving birth on your back, which is the worst way to give birth. Worst.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be unhealthier than what they do. Their protocols are the most unhealthy. And so, women try to take over. And then now I see it, right? Like you see it come full circle. So back in the day, then the government said, okay, fine, we will have what's called lactation consultants, because you're right, that is the healthiest for baby, everything, infant mortality, just you name it, it's the safest, it's the best way. So, okay, same with the type of birth and the protocols for proper birth. So fine, on labor and delivery. And so the government took over, right? So that these
the government took over everything and it turns to shit, you know that.
And then the grassroots things go by the wayside because now the government's going to have this. Great. Government takes over, grassroots disintegrates because we don't need it now. And then the government cuts all the funding. So now you're fucked again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now the grassroots has fallen apart pretty much. All the thing, like if I told you the system, how it was back then, all gone. But people know me, people do know that I do have that. So people will call to say, I heard you used to do that or having trouble. Can you help? Always would. But still, you know what I mean? Like that whole thing is fallen apart. Where is the support? The infrastructure is gone now because they took it. And I see now, you know what I mean? I can assure you that they did that on purpose. They took it over. Great. Look at that. They have consultants right in the hospital. Your baby can really, truly leave the hospital, not on a bottle formula. They can truly leave on the breast. Isn't that great? Yeah. And then they cut it. So then you don't need us anymore. And then poof, gone. And then now you're back at their horrendous ways. And it's not just that. Sorry to focus on the baby thing. It's just I happen to go through it, but it's everywhere. And so now that their protocol is as soon as you're a senior, so if you're a certain age, every single thing they're going to offer you made.
Yeah, everything. I told you I had a friend go to a passport office and they offered him made to get his passport renewed. I'm not making this up. He went to get his passport renewed and they offered him made.
Really? They're like, are you sure you want to go to Hawaii? Or do you want this happy little death right here?
Yep, I'm not kidding you. And there was even advertising about it at the passport office, which was really weird. But anyways, Lenny Poo, I got a lineup of callers here tonight on tonight's show. I've been trying to promote tonight's show for a while now to get as many callers in as possible.
Perfect.
And it was an absolute honor and pleasure to have you on. We'll have you on in a couple of weeks, and we'll do another follow up soon. Okay.
Absolutely. We'll talk about our trade war.
Yeah, we'll do some trade
That
wars
involves
next time.
alcohol.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
God bless
Sounds
Lenny
good.
Poo. Bye.
Thank you. God bless you as well. Bye.
All right, that is Lenny Poo on Mike in the Night tonight. There we go. We're getting a nice stream of callers. I'm going down the list in order, guys. So it's Eduardo's next, guys. So let's get Eduardo here. I'm going to give him a call in a second. Let me just stretch my legs here real quick. And we got Eduardo coming on here on Mike in the Night. You are tuned into episode 666 of Mike in the Night. Oh, one sec. I would like to thank, we got 2 more coffees. We got 2 more coffees tonight. We got Earthquake bought me a coffee. Thanks, Earthquake. And Black Deplorable bought me a coffee here tonight on Mike in the Night. Guys, don't forget to support your brother here for the show. And this transmission is funded by you guys. That's it. No one is funding this but you guys. So if you guys want to buy me a coffee, I'll put a link in the description right now. And at the end of the show, we'll give you a total of how much coffees we collected. I'm going to be transparent and fair with you guys, because we don't make much of anything here on the show at all. And I'm going down the list one by one to get you guys all on. And yes, so let's get Eduardo on Mike in the Night here. And 1 second here, guys.
Mike in the Night. Transmission. Life. Neon shadows on the street. Baseline rising from beneath. Silver skyline. Hearts ignite. We awaken in my mind. Every fear just fades away when the rhythm starts to play. You don't know what's wrong, alright. You just moving, light in the night. Close your eyes, don't fight the fight. Feel it lifting you higher. When the clock hits 3, you're finally free. At 3 a.m., something's moving you. Feel it breaking through, like a wave you can't undo. At 3 a.m., let the darkness shine. We've crossed the line. Oh, Mike in the feel the bass ignite. Mike in the night. Feel the bass ignite. Mike in the night. There's nothing you can do. Something moving you.
No answer. We lost Eduardo. He did not answer the phone. All right, let's move on down the list here. We got our next caller here. Strange, because Eduardo just messaged me. He wanted to come on. Then I got Lenny off the show, and he's not picking up his phone. Strange. Let me try him one more time. I'll try him one last time, and then we'll move on. See who picks up. No, he's hanging up the phone. All right, so let's move on. He's probably in the middle of something else important. Oh, now he's calling me back. Yo, what's up, Eduardo?
Oh, you having a good 666?
Yeah, it's a good 666, buddy. Good to have you on. We can actually see you here. Let's get you on the screen here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Eduardo. Look, his hair is styled, too.
Oh,
What's that?
My hair is a mess tonight.
Oh, it looks fine.
Let me change the microphone setting. Hang on. Uh-oh, there it is. Okay, should be better now.
Oh, it's way better. Okay. All right, buddy. What do you got for us tonight, buddy? Eduardo's. It's always a pleasure to have Eduardo on the show. What's up, buddy?
So why are you naming this tonight's show after the city of Ottawa?
The city of Ottawa? Let me just check. The show
What's
is
the logo
called
for the
Mike
city
in
of
the
Ottawa?
Mike in the Night 666, the longest night, 6-hour Mike in the Night marathon.
The 666 is logo for Ottawa.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know
man.
that.
Look it up.
Oh, I believe you. I just didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Why do you think that place is so evil?
Okay, continue.
Oh, 666. This place is evil, evil, evil.
Oh.
I always get the creeps when I'm there. I don't know why.
You know what? On a good note, episode 666 of Mike of the Night has been actually a lot of fun. We've been having fun tonight. So we got to get through the number regardless. We're not skipping an episode number, so we're here. But it's fun.
Okay. All right. Public service announcement.
Go ahead.
November 9th and 10th, Ottawa Supreme Court. They're hearing the gun ban countersuit or the legislation. They're challenging it. In many ways, they're challenging that legislation. Supreme Court only hears maybe 30 to 50 cases a year. So this is serious, the fact that they're even going to listen to it. And the way the government's gone about with the gun ban, and it's assault on our private property rights because, you know, a gun, a lighter, measuring tape, gun, these are all inanimate objects. We work, we make money, we pay for these things, and now the government's telling us what we can and can't do with them. It's private property, our home.
Mm-hmm.
It's our own private property. We worked for that for years. And again, they're telling us what we can do with it. What gives these psychopath thieves, criminals, the right to tell me what I can do with my private property? What gives them the right?
Yeah.
Who the fuck are they?
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
Think about that, people. We've got judges, Supreme Court, November 9th and 10th. And it just happens to be the second week of deer hunting season. Of course they're going to hear it then because they think everyone's going to be hunting in the bush. No. This could be the last time you're going to hunt. Everyone come to Supreme Court of Canada, just down the street from the Parliament buildings. I think it's the next building over to the west, on the riverside. The judges need to know that people are pissed about this, and we got to show up in the millions. Spread the word because nobody's talking about this.
Okay, so gun ban legislation will be read out on what day again? Tell everybody.
November 9th and 10th, Supreme Court of Canada, Ottawa, Ontario. This coming year. I'm going to be there. And for those of you that are thinking, I don't have guns. What do I care? I don't hunt. Okay, fine. They set the precedent with the gun ban. Next, it's your lighter, your measuring tape, your car, your house. Welcome to You'll Own Nothing and Be Happy.
Yep.
But go ahead, sit at home, do nothing.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't want to hear it in a couple of years when thinking, oh, the government, they did this, they did that. This is, well, was heard in the Supreme Court. You sat at home. Judges thought, people are okay with it. Nobody showed up. Private property rights, that's what it boils down to. Now, the way they're challenging this one, it's the way the government set it up. It was done, it's kind of sneaky the way they did it, so they can't really do too many constitutional challenges. But it wasn't done through legislature. They didn't have hearings on this thing. It wasn't discussed in question period. It was, what's the word I'm looking for? It was handed down through an order in council. So basically, dictator Trudeau says, or Mark Carney or whoever, the criminalism power says, yeah, I'm not going to let you guys have guns anymore. I'm going to let some other bureaucrat decide, under my breath. I'm going to tell them what to do, and the bureaucrat's going to take responsibility and do as he's told. He has to because he's useless. That's why he works for the government. I got a new saying for you. Those that can, do. Those that can't, work for the fucking garbage government. And they screw over hardworking Canadians.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about, let's talk about the cost of living. When my parents came here, income tax was 8 or 9%. There was no sales tax whatsoever.
Right.
So even though you're only making 80 cents an hour, you took home 70 cents of those dollars, 70 cents of those hourly wages.
Right.
And the house was $10,000.
Right.
And through inflation, your wages went up, but you always also crept up in another tax bracket. Now the parasites, they got to steal more of your money. So as your wages go up through inflation, you go into a higher and higher tax bracket. And yet there's people that make 6 digits a year and they vote liberal. You fucking believe it?
Yep.
And then they cry. Says, how the hell are you making 6 digits, university educated, and you're complaining about taxes going up, and yet you voted for Mark Carney?
I think it was fixed. I think I understand. I get where you're going, but I made a prediction that Mark Carney was going to win. And I even made a prediction that a man named Mark Carney was coming back in November 2022 to become your prime minister. I knew he was going to come in regardless, Eduardo, because he's the only one that will protect and preserve Chinese communist interests in Canada. I know this, Eduardo. So regardless, if everybody voted for the other guy, he still would have won, Eduardo. I'm sorry. I know liberals voted for him and stuff, but it's not enough. I think what it was, it's all staged and fixed. Just like that's Olivia Chow, your friend. Nobody voted for her. If you do a hard census and you look around, you will have a really hard time finding anyone that voted for Olivia Chow, right? Same thing with Mondani. Mondani in New York. There was a couple of guys that were going around doing a hard census in New York City asking, did you vote for the current mayor? They can't find a person, not a single Italian, not a single Irishman, not a single, they can't find anyone that voted for that guy. So, believe me, Eduardo, Mark Carney was going to become our prime minister regardless if anyone voted for him or not. That's just my point of view.
Well, here's the thing. Chris Sky tried taking this to court because he knew Olivia Chow was not the winner of the election.
Oh, we know she didn't win the election. We know that.
Anna Bailao actually won that election.
Okay, so Anna Bailao won that election. Okay, so why did they hand it... someone in the comments is just saying, Mike, I never heard of Mark Carney before. You brought his name just before the election. Yes. So continue. Anna Bailao, yes.
Anyway, she won the election fair and square. Chris Sky knows he came in third. So, was he got a bad rap in the media? Of course he did. But he had hundreds of people showing up at his barbecues, meeting people left, right, and center, working out with people, meeting people at the gyms.
Yeah.
He had a good following.
Sure.
But people don't want to do things properly. They want, just like Trump. Trump tells you what you want to hear. He'll say, yeah, we'll give you a new car. We'll give you a house for free. Vote for me.
Wasn't that Obama?
Bullshit. I don't know. These guys are all puppets. They're all actors. They're all related to one family. It's a big club, and we're not in it, obviously.
Yeah.
But why do we listen to these assholes?
That's a good question.
Why? What's the difference between me and you? What authority do you have over me?
I have no authority over you. I can't tell you. I could maybe recommend you something as a friend. I could maybe, hey, Eduardo, maybe you shouldn't be drinking so much or whatever. But I don't have the authority to demand you to stop drinking. I would maybe ask you to stop drinking. You know what I mean?
Cheers.
But you get what I'm saying, right, Eduardo?
So what authority do these people have? We have a constitution in place in Canada. It's debatable whether or not it's in effect. because what happened to Queen Victoria back in when she passed away, she had no heirs. So the German queen stepped in, Elizabeth, and there's some name changing going on. Gotha, I believe, was her maiden name or the name of the family. Saxa Gotha or something like that. German, Deutsch. But anyways, all kinds of scams. But people think, things are okay. I'm enjoying my life. It's okay. I don't want to rock the boat. Okay. So be happy that these parasites are walking all over you and running your pockets dry and bringing in all these migrants to take the jobs of your kids and taxing the shit out of you.
I never understood that. Hey, Eduardo, let's build a big tower. Let's build a big bank. But our kids are not going to work there, Eduardo. We're just going to get 300 people from China that don't speak English to work at the bank. And then we're going to tell people that Canadians don't want to work at the bank. And then we're going to tell people that Canadians don't want to work at the airport, and Canadians don't want to work for the government, and Canadians don't want to work in offices. And then now Canadians just don't want to work. That's what they're pushing now. Canadians don't want to work.
You are so racist.
So I don't know what the hell's going on, Eduardo. I'm so tired of the bullshit. I get so many resumes at my store, and every kid I talk to him, I say, what's going on? They're not hiring white people anymore. That's what they tell me, white kids.
Okay, that's racism, though.
To not hire white people?
Well, that's the reverse racism we were talking about 10 years ago.
10 years ago?
Oh, yeah. I was starting to see this a long time ago.
Yeah.
That's why you got garbage employees working for the government, garbage teachers teaching in the schools. And that's the way the communists set it up. They're gonna steal, run your pockets dry, steal your shit, give you nothing for it, and expect you to put up with this crap. Are we still live? Haven't we been taken off yet?
We're live. We're still here. We're not going anywhere. I've been here for 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Well, everything I've said is against the narrative, so I'm surprised no one's shot me yet. Maybe that's why the dog's
No red
barking.
No red dot.
You know what? I had a good life. I don't give a shit. I've been speaking up against this stuff. When I heard about political correctness in the early 90s, I said, what the fuck is this? Political correctness. So now I can't speak my own mind? Because someone says it's not appropriate? What gives them the right to decide what's appropriate or isn't?
Yeah.
Oh, their agenda to steal all my money. And tax me to death. Yeah, that's what gives them the authority. Go fuck yourselves. Anybody that works for the government, I piss on you. Oh, I can't say that. Yeah, I just did. I'll say it again. Anybody that works in the government, piss on you. Go fuck yourself.
So you remember when Mitch Madden came on the show, he had a really good piece. He came on the show and he said, Mike, back in the 70s and early 80s, and you either made it by climbing the corporate ladder, and you start from sweeping the warehouse to becoming the manager warehouse to department corporate president, right? And then he said you'd make it that way. Another way you would make it if you owned your own business. You start your own business from scratch. You get your employees. You do this. You do that. That's another way to make it. But the lowest way to make it, this is what he said, the lowest way was to work for the government. And if you couldn't make it on your own through a corporate ladder or whatnot, or becoming a fast food, working in fast food at the bottom and becoming a manager at the top, if you couldn't open your own business and actually did your own shit, you worked for the government. And that was the lowest of the lowest, is like you have no choice because you can't make it anywhere else but the government tit.
Well, let's make this saying go viral. Those that can, do. Those that can't, work for the government.
Yeah.
You pieces of shit. How dare you? How dare you make twice as much money as a hardworking Canadian? How dare you?
So.
And then you boast about your time off and your benefits and spending, having your 2-hour lunch breaks and your half-hour cooler breaks. My God, no wonder this country is in such a mess. And this is being normalized in the schools. Why? Because we got shitty government teachers. Even the Catholic school board's gone the same way.
Yeah, yeah. Lenny Pooh saying something here. Lenny Pooh is saying, if you work for the government, you have to be quiet when you see blatant corruption.
How do you sleep with yourself at night?
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Now do you see why they got to burn the churches down? You get it now?
It's breaking my heart, Eduardo.
Well, that's why the churches got to be burnt down. That's why they go after the... even the Muslims, okay? I've met some good Muslims, decent people. I've met some decent Indians. I've met some garbage Indians. I've met garbage Muslims too. So I hate the stereotype, but culturally speaking, they come from corrupt societies. In India, the people on the lower caste system, they got to beg, borrow, or steal just to survive.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all they know. And then they come here. You think they're going to change their ways much?
Nope. They're just going to throw garbage in our rivers.
Make sandwiches with their feet. Whatever.
Yeah, I know.
Guys, you voted for this. You voted liberal. If you're not happy about this, punch a shit out of a liberal. Literally. And then say, why did you vote me in this garbage?
But Eduardo, look, I'm going to go on the defense here for a lot of the people, especially if the ones that did vote for the liberals. It doesn't matter. Mark Carney was going to become the prime minister regardless if he won or not. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
And what I'm saying to you is, okay, so you got garbage working for the government. See corruption, you got to keep your mouth shut. We're still allowed to monitor elections.
Yes.
But you never see any people monitoring these elections. All I see is a bunch of Indians behind all these desks.
Mm-hmm.
The odd black guy, the odd Chinese guy. I don't see any white people standing over there.
You mean you don't see Canadian people? Yeah, I know. I don't see Canadian people anywhere. Like here, luckily, again, Eduardo, that's why I keep telling you to visit me. I live in a small town. I mean, mind you, they don't like me in my own town. I'm seen as a big piece of garbage here, but that's okay. But at least, it's Canadian. 90% of the people I look at around me are Canadian. So
and indoctrinated.
I don't know because I don't know too many. A lot of people just see me as garbage here, so I don't really know what they're doing or what they're up to. But I'm seen as the biggest piece of trash in Merritt, and they've been trying to push me out of this town for years now.
Sounds like a pretty communist town. I think I'd get egged if I went there.
Well, you come and hang out with me. Sit at the shop. We have a coffee. Watch some TV.
I'm busy, Mike. I got to go traveling, man. Now we're coming into hunting season.
I know.
And get a load of this. Our medical system, to all you Canadians think, oh, we got the best medical system. We got garbage.
It's socialized medicine, man.
It's junk. It's better. You get better Medicaid and Medicare in Cuba. And I swear to you, I believe that to be true. Because people there, sure, they don't make any money, but at least they apply themselves. And the corruption isn't as bad as it is here in Canada. We've got more people pushing paper the way the system's been set up here in Ontario than actual nurses and doctors combined. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? You got CEOs of hospitals making mid six digits, like $500,000 or more. And they're always looking for cost cutting. The fact that our healthcare suffers because of their cost cutting, and they're busier in the hospitals because of the cost cutting. And I'm talking about the cleaners, not like we used to clean every room when I worked in the hospital in 1979, 1980. I worked at Sunnybrook as a cleaner after school. Used to go in for a 4.5, 5 hour shift. Would be a guy and a girl. The guy would take care of everything below the baseboards. We'd dust mop, we'd wash, and we'd buff. The floors, you could eat off them when we were done. Spotless. And we used chlorine bleach in the soap. There was chlorine in the ladies' buckets. We didn't use any of this green shit. And the women, they wore the rubber gloves. And the rooms were spotless. Every touch surface was wiped down every night. Last time I was in a hospital, I didn't see a cleaner for a week. And you know how dirty, well, and they say hospitals are dirty. Yeah, they're really dirty in Canada.
Well,
You want to get sick?
it's no
Go
longer
to
the
a hospital.
people that used to maintain the hospital are no longer there, Eduardo. So it's you don't have that European level of cleanliness like my mom has here at the house, or you know what I mean, right? It's different. I see it when I'm at home, and then when I go out, I see the huge difference in cleanliness everywhere. Right? I try to keep my store as clean as possible, right?
Yeah, well, it's good that you take the time to clean. Some people don't, like myself. Busy doing other shit.
Yeah, no, I understand, but yeah, I understand
But
what you're saying.
priorities, you know, you can't keep everyone happy. You can't do everything you want, but overall, I do what I can. I haven't had a cold yet this year.
Oh,
'Cause
good.
I didn't take the experimental jab.
No, he
I think-
didn't.
No, I didn't.
Nobody. I know a guy, dude. I know a guy that took that. I know a guy that took that the flu season here. No, because then we're gonna go into stroke season. No, some guy took a vaccine 2 weeks back. I don't know what it was for. They announced that there was a vaccine that was. He took it. Holy shit, dude! The next day he came to my store. Dude, it looked like he got ran over by a Mack truck. I go, what the happened to you? It's like, oh, I almost didn't wake up this morning. I couldn't get out of bed. I was this and that. I'm like, what happened? He's like, oh, I went last night with my brother-in-law. He said we got to take this new vaccine. It's like, holy shit. It's like, what the hell, man?
You ever heard of the I should ask him. You ever heard of the Spanish flu?
Well, we were covering the Spanish flu back for years now, before COVID. And we said that the distancing, the masking, and all that shit, that all happened before.
And Coach, Fauci
more people died of the vaccine or of the cure than the actual influenza itself. We covered that. We covered that years before 2020, before the whole COVID thing hit. The video's up. You saw it.
So they'd wound these cows, and then the cows would get infections, and then they take that pus, and that's what they made the vaccines from. How does this make sense?
It doesn't make sense at all.
Unless you want to lower the world population down to half a billion people, then it makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I got a message here from Tig. Hold on, Tig sent us a message. My uncle is going for surgery on Thursday. The surgeon told him there's a possibility of not making it. They asked him if he's okay with this. What?
I guess they want to harvest his organs.
Oh, this is so heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking.
Does he really need the surgery, though? You got to ask yourself.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Is there any other way? Is there a natural cure that can be done?
I don't know, man. He probably does. I don't know, probably doesn't. But she told me in the comments that he's 77, though. So he probably needs a surgery, Eduardo.
Yeah, but now he's at that age where he's a useless eater, so they're going to have to kill him.
That's what they do. That's how they treat people that fought for this country, built this country, had morals, had proper family values. That's how they treat people. That it's so heartbreaking, man.
But this is the things they teach you when you go to church, right?
Yeah.
And it's a cultural thing too, I believe.
Again, it's different. It's a different whole culture. Different, yeah. My I don't know. I went to church on Sunday, and it was a really good sermon. He had a really good eulogy. It was really good, actually. Made a lot of sense, you know. Take you
Burn
back.
it down, Mike. Let Antifa know it's a really good sermon, really good preacher. They'll burn it down for you. Make sure you never hear any more of that.
It's so heartbreaking what's happening. I don't know. And it's being allowed to happen. It's so weird.
Not really, though. They've done this before.
I know.
That's why they don't want to teach us the real history. That's why they're destroying all the books to destroy the history, the real history. His story or her story.
Mm-hmm.
His story. What else I got for you? Okay. I can't stress enough. November 9th and 10th, people. We need to show up in the millions. If we get 100,000, I'll be happy. But
can you make an image on AI? I'll take you 5 minutes and send it to me with the dates and everything and location, and I'll put it up on my Facebook, my Instagram, my YouTube. I got over combined like 600,000 following on everything combined. I'll do it for you, brother.
I don't want to touch AI. I don't want AI to know what I'm doing or thinking or anything. I'm so against AI. And now they're going to be using all our water to feed the AI machines. Cool them down.
Come on, help me out, Eduardo. Help me out here, bro.
Well, maybe somebody else can make the slide for you.
Okay. What you going to do after you get off the call with me, give me all the details.
No, I'm going to jump in the hot tub because my arm and my knees are sore.
Well, when you get a second, just give me the details, like written. I'm going to cut and paste it and make an image for it, okay, brother?
I'm going to have Stefanos give you a call. He'll tell you all the details.
Okay, well, this
The
way I
good
can help you
details,
out.
the juicy stuff.
I can help you out and get it out there for you.
Actually, not helping me out. If you want to stay in Canada, you're helping out your kids. They may have property rights in the future. May.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Or we can all stay home and say, screw it. Let the commies do what they're going to do. Take away our guns and all that shit.
Yeah.
Get the cops visiting us, rounding up our guns. The buyback bullshit.
Yeah, they're doing that in New Zealand right now, too. They've been doing that in New Zealand every 6 months now. They've been doing gun buybacks and giving people vouchers for groceries.
Get them so desperate that they trade in their guns for a little bit of food.
Yep.
How interesting.
Yep, they've been doing that every 6 months in New Zealand. They go to different. They have these they put these like long tables outside of the grocery stores, and when you're parking your car and going inside, they're asking you if you'd like to turn in guns, and people would go home and get a gun, bring it in, and then get a $50 or $100 or $200 food voucher to buy food. Because New Zealand was hit just like Canada with the Chinese money laundering. But New Zealand had $566 billion laundered through its real estate from Chinese money laundering. 566 billion. We're 2.4 trillion here in Canada. But for New Zealand, a population of 4.5 million people, $566 billion is a lot of money. It's a lot of That's why you buy a shack in New Zealand, it's like $2 million for a shack. Literally, a shack is $2 million.
You know what's the biggest joke about all this? All this money is printed out of thin air.
I know.
Creature from Jekyll Island.
Especially if it's coming in from China, too.
Well, sure, they make all their money out of thin air.
Mm-hmm.
At least China is smart enough. They've got gold reserves, and we're talking 30 metric tons, if not more.
Mm-hmm.
They probably got the highest gold reserves of any country in the world.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. You can trade your worthless, funny money paper, or you can buy silver and gold. And
yeah, but the thing is, people lost. What happened was they lost their real estate to this. The average New Zealander can't afford to get into a basic 2-bedroom home anymore, or even a 1-bedroom apartment. They can't afford it anymore. They're sleeping in trees and cars.
So it was the government that allowed this, right?
Yes.
This is why I say those that can do. Those that can't work for the government. You fucking morons.
There's Jacinta Ardern was the Prime Minister of New Zealand that allowed this incredible flow of Chinese capital to come in.
Jacinta with the Adam's apple, that Jacinta?
Yeah, she looks like a horse, kind of.
Yeah, was a man.
Yeah, so I just thought I'd let you know who that was that did that. It was her. But yeah, I'm really disappointed of how this was allowed to happen for so long, and how the New Zealanders or the Kiwis, I just kind of wish they would fight back and take back their country. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the thing is, they don't know how, and they've gotten so. What's the word I'm looking for? They've lost that chutzpah, the mojo, they say in England. They've lost their mojo.
Yeah,
men aren't men anymore. And then these communist bastards, they pass laws saying, "Oh, we can't speak." No, I got free speech. It's guaranteed to be in the Constitution. Constitution Canada is a limit on government.
Yeah.
Never forget that. And these bastards, they'll rob you blind if they can. Why do you think Doug Ford's the Premier of Ontario? The guy was a hash salesman, wasn't he?
Didn't his father or uncle or whatever own
Deco Labels.
Who?
Deco labels. You know those labels stand 6 feet apart.
Okay. No, I'm talking about what they're not. He's not related to Mel Lastman because Mel Lastman used to own Bad Boy Furniture, right?
Correct.
But they're not related, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, because I think there's some sort of connection between them. That's why.
It could be. We only know what we're allowed to know. Anyways, happy Ottawa show.
Happy 666 show, yeah. Well, Eduardo, thanks for coming on and for being here with us tonight on episode 666. Any parting words?
Yeah, bring your kids to Ottawa November 9th and 10th.
Okay.
Stand for their future.
That's right.
Later, guys.
Bye, Eduardo. All right, guys, that's Eduardo there on Mike of the Night. He is off. Oh, we didn't have him on. Oh no, that's so sad. We didn't have him say goodbye to us. I had the screen switched. Sorry, guys. Okay. Here we go. It's Mike in the Night. Okay, I want to thank also, guys, coffee. Thank you. PDS10, Paul. Thanks for the coffee, buddy. And also want to thank Paul De Silva, PDS10, for the coffee. And would like to thank Lisa for the coffee. Thank you very much. And then we got Black Deplorable, and we got Earthquake, and we got Tio, we got Ann, Ian, Tim, Dino Bravo, James, Nathan, and Jeff, the Dominator, and Martini for the coffees tonight here on Mike in the Night. And thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, tonight for donating to this Mike in the Night-A-Thon. We do it once a year where we raise a couple of $100. It just goes right to the show. It goes right to whatever we're doing for the show. And we are, with all these donations... Hold on a sec. I think this one I didn't add. Hold on. There's one I didn't add. Didn't add the last one. Let me add the last one for you guys and so you can see where we're at. Here we go. This is Canadian dollars, guys. So this is not American dollars, Canadian dollars. So we're at $303 tonight raised on this Mike in the Night-A-Thon, guys. Wow. I am impressed. I'm grateful, guys. I'm so grateful. You have no idea how grateful I am. Wow. Okay, so let's give you guys the link again if anybody wants to call in. We're in our fourth hour now of Mike in the Night-A-Thon. And here we go. Let me give you guys the link here. Boom. Here we guys have the link right now. Boom. Gonna put it in here for you guys. Thank you so much, everybody, for donating. And also, again, if you guys want to join the channel, you could join the channel. I think we had one person join the channel tonight. You could join the channel right here. I think it's $1.09. Someone say it's $1.99 or $1.49 a month. So if you want to do a monthly subscription like this through the YouTube channel, it creates it lets YouTube know that you're serious about the channel or you're serious about watching the content. And you know what, guys? I'm going to tell you guys something. On YouTube, on the members only section, I have a members only section on YouTube that you see members only videos, if you remember. I'm actually going to start uploading clips from Mike in the Night, back end videos of the back end. People are asking to see more about my store or other things. I'm going to start doing more back end videos on Mike in the Night for you guys, for members only. I promise I will. I'll put clips from Mike in the Night. I'll put other stuff from Mike in the Night. And Calvin just sent me $10 and telling me that the Vatican's behind it all. There's a lot of people behind it all, Calvin. It's not just the Vatican. The Vatican, they're not saints, but there's a lot. Malachi, was that Pope Malachi even warned us about he was one of the popes that warned us about the Vatican and the corruption in the Vatican. There's lots of angles here. There's lots of things. Mike is a inside man. He is a Templar. He knows. Yes, I am Templar blood. Right to the beginning of the formation of the Military Order of Christ. The Martins family, Mike Martins, me. The Martins family goes right to the beginning of the Military Order of Christ. And if you look at De Silva, Paul De Silva, that calls into the show, PDS 10, he is the people of the wood, right? De Silva was a wood family that dealt with, in a lot of them work in the lumber De Silva industry, right? They were big in the wood. Okay, so let's get in our next caller. I think I have, give me 1 second here. Oh, okay, so we got, no, I'm just going down the list here. We just did Eduardo. I'm just checking off the list slowly. And we got our boy, No Way Jose, on here, Mike in the Night.
Hands up high, no disguise. Lights are flashing, bodies sway. Truth is rising anyway. In the silence, in the fight, we come alive. Am I again alive? From the cities to the coast, from the voices they fear most. When the people reunite, we are one. Am I again alive? 3 a.m. When the world is sleeping, we are wide awake. I am the voice of the coming wave, across oceans, across borders, across the night. I have spoken at 3 a.m. Something's moving, you feel it breaking through. Mike in the night, we ignite, hands in the sky, unite. Feel the breeze ignite.
Hello?
Mike,
Yes.
can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you. Of course I could hear you. How you doing, buddy?
Good, how you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got No Way Jose here from Chicago, Illinois. And he recently, I think forgive me if I'm wrong, he took a trip to Canada not too long ago. And what do you got for us, buddy? What do you got? I know you got something.
Well, so the local leaders of Chicago are calling for designated gun violence prevention department in Chicago.
But you're not allowed to have a gun in Chicago anyway.
No, you're not. Chicago has some of the strictest gun laws in the United States.
So how do they have guns?
The criminals obtain them illegally.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, okay, keep going.
So community members and faith leaders believe creating this department, so-called gun violence prevention, could help keep people safe in Chicago. It would support community-based solution and ensure the department exists regardless of who is in the city hall.
Okay, but it's already a no gun. New York and Chicago are no gun zones, so the people breaking the law should go to jail instead of having that mayor you have there in Chicago, that idiot Brendan Johnson.
Brendan Johnson.
He doesn't arrest people. He doesn't arrest black people. So
right, because he thinks it's just racism.
Right, and the majority of the gun violence is black on black violence. Not even white people on black or black on white people. It's actually black on black violence. And
it is,
and they won't touch it, right? So he won't touch it, right?
He won't touch it.
So okay, listen. You went to Canada. You said Canada's transformed. What's transformed about Canada from your visit?
Like, in the sense that the assisted suicide, someone like that I once knew, I heard committed suicide, but like due to the medically assisted suicide, she took her life.
Oh, someone you knew in Canada.
Yeah.
Interesting. And okay, hold on. You said that also there's been a transformation in Canada. You said there was a lot of people from India here too.
I did see a lot of people from India and lots of homelessness in downtown Toronto.
But hold
people
on.
just sleeping on the street. Go ahead.
No, hold on a second. The people sleeping on the street in Toronto, were they white people or were they Chinese?
White.
Yeah. All white Canadians that don't want to work, that they say, the Canadians don't want to work. Now, it started with fast food. Canadians don't want to work in fast food. We need to bring in migrants. Canadians don't want to work in the banks and offices. We need to bring in Chinese. We need Canadians don't want to work in so they're now Canadians don't want to work. Now they're making this up so they push out the Canadian proper. So everyone you saw homeless was white.
White.
It's really sad what's happening to Canada.
Very sad, Mike.
And you said you couldn't even recognize where you were because there was so many people from India.
There was.
This is nuts.
And not to mention that Canadian politicians are basically blaming like America for all the problems in Canada. Donald Trump.
Yeah, they blame America for everything, right? And this is why if you watch my prediction video, Trump needs to come in for a distraction for Canada. So Canada could blame Trump for all its problems.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're all arguing that America wants to impose tariffs, but Canada also imposes tariffs on America.
Yeah. So it's real, but America, you guys don't need Canada. What do you need Canada for?
America doesn't need Canada.
Like 78% of our exports go to you guys, our exports. So we need you.
Canada needs America, not the other way around.
Exactly. And this is what I've been trying to tell people, like, oh, you're just this and you're just Trump. So, no, you guys don't get it. I keep saying, don't take sides. Watch the show.
Watch your show.
So, what else is going on, buddy?
Like, aside from, like, trying to make, like, these departments, so-called departments for, like, violence prevention in Chicago to try to stop some of, like, the gang violence, the Public School Board of Chicago has been laying off employees, teachers, and other employees due to the budget crisis in Chicago.
Again, but Chicago has 5 layers of government.
They do.
So there's a lot of pensions they need to fund.
So many pensions, Mike.
Yeah.
These district's officials are just saying that they can't afford to reinstate every position cut earlier in this summer. And that's, again, because due to the 5 layers of government, like you mentioned.
And these I don't know what these people are doing. These people have no clue what they're doing. This is what it sounds to me, man. They have no idea what they're doing.
They don't.
They're never going to go after the real problem in Chicago. They'll never go after the problem.
No, because the district is is assuming that they'll get an extra 150 million in state funding, with 100 million that going to help reserve the layoffs, the hundreds of layoffs.
Wow.
Where are they going to get the money from?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's all taxpayers. It's
Taxpayers.
you. They
Raise
take
the
it off the
taxes.
people that work.
Yeah.
Someone's saying here in the chat real quick. Most people on the streets now, they had a normal life before. The rents were raised, so these people end up homeless now, on drugs. It's insane. Yeah, again, especially in Canada, the Chinese launder trillions of dollars through our housing market. No one listened to me when it mattered back in the day. You were
And
watching
now, like
me.
other channels are basically taking what you're saying and talking about it in their channels.
Yeah, but we
About
were
the
saying it
Chinese
10,
money
15.
laundering.
Yeah, but we were saying 10, 15 years ago when it mattered, though.
Exactly. Now they're saying, "Oh, Canada bends the knee to China." Or like
We would
the
say that
Prime
for
Minister.
years. That's the
Yeah.
problem, though, Jose. No one listens to what the problem is and could be nipped in the bud and fixed when it mattered. They let the damage go through, get a lot of Canadians homeless and pushed out of the housing market and pushed out of any market, and they end up on drugs, right?
They do, and now they're saying, "Oh, Canada's a threat to America. America's biggest threat," like you said it.
I've been saying it for years. America, wake up. Canada's your biggest threat, not Iraq. And no one listened. Nobody cared
No
when
one
it mattered.
listened.
So, someone saying China owns Canada in the comments. They do. They own our biggest mines. They have almost 4.9 million empty units, condo homes, whatever. What do you call those? Townhomes, detached homes. China owns a huge chunk of Canada, man, and the farmland they own in Canada. Holy shit!
They own a lot.
So,
Can.
yeah. Yep. I keep telling people, China ruined this country. Oh, no, you're a racist. What am I a racist for? Why am I a racist? And it's usually white people that tell me I'm a racist. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's usually them?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just because you're telling the truth?
Well, if I'm not telling the truth, why don't they debunk me and tell me I'm wrong?
Try to debunk you, prove you wrong.
Yeah. So that's the sad part of the situation we're living in nowadays. It's really, 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 really sad.
It is.
And Canada's been taken over. You saw it, and you were here visiting.
Yeah.
So, what else you got for us, buddy?
A couple of weeks ago, well, last month, at the end of last month, you remember the famous teen takeovers? Well, teen takeover crowds at the Chicago Greenlight Air Terminal. There were teen takeover crowds in the one of the Chicago subway stations in the West Englewood.
I think I got a video coverage of that on Instagram. I didn't cover it on this week's show. I think it was last week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we covered that.
Yeah.
And didn't they smash up a store there?
They did, because sources are saying the teen takeover ended with multiple people in police custody. What, really? That's a first in Chicago's West Englewood community, which is one of the most violent neighborhoods in Chicago.
And when people have nothing to lose, what do?
They fight back.
Well, they got nothing to lose, these people. These are all lost teens. And where did we steal that quote from?
Fast and Furious 5.
Fast and Furious 5. When you dominate people with violence and they have nothing to lose, what do? They fight back.
They fight back.
And it's happening. All right, keep going.
It took police and violence prevention crews to stop all these fights that were occurring around the Green Line station on 63rd Street, Ashland and 63rd Street in Chicago.
Okay. More problems. I see you on Instagram from time to time posting some images that you're riding your bike, you're going to the gym.
Yeah.
And Chicago looks like a beautiful place.
It is. But like sadly there's all these crimes going on.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, the government that runs Chicago sucks.
You know, if they put these people in jail that commit these crimes, you'd actually have less crime because they were behind bars serving time. And it gets to a point where there's no one committing crime, like one crime a week or one crime a month or every 2 weeks, because a majority of the people that are committing the crimes are in jail.
Yeah. So, like, why would they learn if they're just going to be released on bail?
Criminals. That's what they are. Criminals.
Why would the criminals learn if they're just going to be released on bail?
Yeah.
When they're arrested. If they know nothing's going to happen.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Keep going, buddy. Keep going.
And on public transportation, I'm still seeing, like, a large increase in security.
What kind of security? Police?
So I'm seeing more police officers.
Well, it's getting that bad, eh?
It is, and that's because Trump threats Brandon Johnson if he doesn't get the violence under control on public transportation, then he's gonna withhold funding, federal funding.
I heard a rumor that he's gonna send in the military.
Yeah. To help him get under control, unless he does something, then he'll solve it.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, we're at that point right now where, we can't. Chicago is the 4th or 5th biggest city in America, and it is a blueprint for the other cities. Other cities will spread like Chicago's cancer, and the last thing we need is to see these big cities being inundated and destroyed by bullshit government policy.
Yeah. Just like the teen takeover, that was basically a disease that spread throughout the United States. I think it started in Chicago.
It did start in Chicago 2 years ago, and we covered it. Remember?
We covered it, and then it spread to other major U.S. cities.
Yeah, it happened in San Francisco. I think it happened somewhere in New York. It happened somewhere in New York, Massachusetts,
in Washington D.C.
Yep. Oh yeah, Washington. I remember that one. Yeah. Yep. Anything else, buddy?
Then now the air quality has gotten better in Chicago after it was horrible a month ago. Due to the forest fires in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
The arsonists.
It's arson season here.
Again.
Hey, you notice we've been saying arson season for years, and this is the first year in Canada now they're showing the arsonists for the first time?
No way.
Yeah, they showed us a couple of pictures of a few of the arsonists already.
Like, maybe people wake up that it's not climate change. It's not lightning. It's not the excessive heat that's causing these forest fires. It's arsonists.
We've had excessive heat on this earth for over, I don't know how many thousands, millions of years. So, no, it's not. So it's not excessive heat.
No, and it's not lightning.
Mm-hmm. Wow, I can't believe we've been here for 666 episodes, bro.
Yeah.
How long you been with us? I think you were watching us with trends in the housing market way back in the day, were you?
I was.
Yeah.
Maybe like 29. That was 2019.
Okay, so 29. Okay, we were already deep into Mike in the Night in 2019.
Yeah.
Wow, and you were with us through the whole pandemic and all the bullshit, eh?
Oh yeah, the whole bullshit and how most of the people fell for it.
Yeah, it was crazy, and
your prediction came true. Like, there was something so big that they would have to pull a trigger on a pandemic.
That was in 2019. I said that.
Yeah, and it happened.
Well, they have to shut it down. They had to. The whole world was protesting no confidence in governments.
That's why they did it.
Right? So, what are you going to do? So, yeah, I really appreciate it. Anything else, buddy?
There hasn't been, like, I believe since, like, June, the No Kings rallies in Chicago, oddly enough.
Well, they were successful because America still doesn't have a king.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, continue. Anything else?
So, like, I don't know, maybe those protesters learned that it actually worked.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It did work. It did
Yeah.
work. But all right, dude. What we'll do is we'll get you on in a couple of weeks. Update us on what's going on, and
I'll update you in a couple of weeks.
yeah, brother. You take care now. No
I
way,
did
Jose.
donate a coffee.
Let me check here. Yes, you did donate us a coffee. Thank you, No Way Jose, for the coffee. Thank you, BG, for the coffee. And thank you, Jennifer, for the coffee. Thanks, guys, for supporting this Mike and the Night-A-Thon. It's like the Jerry Lewis marathon. Thank you so much, No Way Jose. We'll get you on soon enough, okay, bud?
Thank you, Mike. Sounds
God bless
good.
you.
God bless you.
All right, that's No Way Jose here on Mike in the Night. Woo! Okay, everyone's... Okay, let me go down. I'm going down the list slowly but surely, guys. I'm going to get to you slowly but surely. Okay, Dano sent me... Yeah, Daniel sent me a message. Hold on, I'm just going through the list here, guys, one at a time. Aniki wanted to come on. It's been a while. She's been trying to come on. She's asking if I'm still here. Yes, I'm still here, Anna. If you want to come on, you're more than welcome to come on from Australia. I think she's been in the sidelines pretty much since the beginning of the show. That's how far we are back behind for callers. We are far back. I was afraid we weren't going to get any callers at the beginning, and then boom, everything just started to unroll fast. Really, really, really fast. Unrolling, unraveling, unboxing. Let me see if she's got electricity there. Okay, I'm still waiting for her reply. Maybe we get some fill in here. We got another. I'm just going through the list here. We'll get our other caller here. That's after Anna Key. 1 second, folks. You are tuned into Mike in the Night.
It's 3 a.m., the city's breathing low. Streetlights flicker on an empty road. Neon whispers seeps through the rain. Truth don't sleep, it calls your name. Clock keeps ticking like a warning sign.
You are tuning into episode 666 of Mike in the Night.
Past the county line. You feel it stirring deep inside. Something's shifting, nowhere to hide. Turn the dial, let the signal through. There's a voice in the dark reaching out.
Hey, Mike.
Oh my goodness, it's Dino Bravo, Canada, the strongest man. Thanks for being here, buddy.
Long time no talk.
I'm very happy to have you on the show. Also, I want to thank you for the coffee, the big giant coffee you bought me today.
Pleasure. We make sure you buy some one canister of coffee for your shop there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'll make sure I'll share some coffee with you guys. Guys, I'm going to give you the link before Dino Bravo kicks off to buy a coffee. This is the Mike in the Night-A-Thon 6-hour show. And yes, we are here tonight. And there's the coffee link if you guys want to buy us a coffee. Really, really appreciative. And all right, bud, what's up, man? What do you got going on?
Well, what I was saying earlier in the message there, I didn't say that he knew the girl and he murdered her, shot her. Like I said, these guys are people are hired to do things, and they can hire crisis actors and stuff.
Oh, you're talking about that random guy that shot that woman? Yeah.
Like
yeah,
George
no.
Floyd. George Floyd was a psyop.
Mm-hmm.
That was trash. Trump getting shot at Butler was a trash. I know everybody thinks Charlie Kirk got killed, but he didn't. That's trash. They went and put concrete the next day at the site.
Interesting.
They filled it in. Yes, very interesting. Hit all the information. The guy that they say shot him, I don't think he ever shot a water pistol in his life, let alone a gun.
Really?
So, yes, do your research on that one. But anyway, he's a patsy. So they get these guys.
the psyop at in Vegas years ago. Sandy Hook's a scam and all the psyop, and none of those kids were killed and everything, and they bulldozed the school and everything because it was an insurance claim and they needed to get money for it because it was all had a bunch of mold in it and everything like that, so they got insurance money for that. It's all these are psyops, Mike. Like it's all bullshit. And Trump's implicated, Obama's implicated in that one. Then they go and throw that lackey there, the fat tard there. What's his name there that shoots his mouth off?
Doug Ford?
No. The guy in the States that he's supposedly hunting down he's all for Trump now. What's that guy? Not Joe Rogan, but the other guy. I always forget his name. But anyway, he was implicated. They sued him for $1 billion. He had to pay $1 billion. That's all psyop. That's all trash.
Mm-hmm.
It's all garbage. They're all in together. It's amazing how it's all connected. You were on top of it when you were talking about the 7,002, I think it was, the number of paid CIA, basically, people, truthers.
Okay, no, hold on. Let's 2 steps back.
Yep.
In 2024, U.S. aid was starting to surface. Canada was getting 7,002 Canadian influencers that came out of nowhere after 2020, 2021. Were all getting U.S. aid money layered through AdSense. So they're thinking they're making all this money on AdSense. Realistically, because I make $30 a month on AdSense, $30 with 160,000 subscribers. So I make $30. These guys were funding their studios, staff, everything, and they just showed up out of nowhere, out of social media, out of nowhere, out of left field. No one even knew who these guys were, and they were getting funding through U.S. aid. 7,002 or 7,000. What was it? 7,002.
Yeah, 7,002, I believe, is what you corrected me on that one.
Yeah, 7,002 Canadian. If that's just in Canada, where U.S. tax dollars were paying influencers in Canada, and Australia was, I think it was 1,900 or 2,200 influencers out of Australia were getting paid, basically through U.S. aid. They were paying so many different people from different parts of the world to push propaganda and garbage.
Well, that's a lot of people for Canada. Like you said, Australia was 1,900. You said.
Yeah, 1,900. I have it at work. I have it written down at work.
Yeah, but that like 7,000 to 19. That's quite a.
But who borders America?
I understood. I understood. That was my only thinking. Is maybe it's because it's close to the U.S. Right?
Yeah. So.
But they're like even that Q psyop, right?
Mm-hmm.
That crap. Like the guy that ran the thing, his name goes by Dustin Emos. Guy's like, he's a converted, he's a Christian, Bible thumping, hates all the Jews and everything like that now. That's his stick now too. But that guy was basically was arrested, and they basically gave him an ultimatum. He had to either head up the Q movement and be the head of that, or he goes to jail. So what he did is he took the plea and he went and he started running the psyop with Q. Mm-hmm. And trust the plan, the white hats, 17, Kennedy, all the generals are gonna go and save the world, right? And so that was that, and then you see how all this money and how this is all connected with all these people. Like there's X-22 report, there's SGT report. I find out all this stuff. Like I was following this stuff, back in the days, years ago, when the COVID crap was going on, and these guys look legit, but they're all tied in. Like General Flynn,
all tied in. All these people are tied in.
General Flynn, guys, like he runs child trafficking. Like it's just crazy. That's what the talk is. I mean, I just can't believe it, because like. You almost have, Mike. You sit there and you have a chart of like 100 guys and men and women, and then you start ticking them off, and there's no one standing. You're the only guy, last man standing. You're the last one with the chair. What I mean?
That's what's happened.
No one to believe. And like we've discussed before, and I've told you this numerous times. You're shadow ban. I think I'm getting shadow ban now. Because I can't even send you messages. Like there were good ones. Like there was a lady running for the mayor of Toronto.
Yeah.
And they asked her the question, "Are you gonna implement Sharia law if you get in. And she's kind of like, dodging it. I thought it was something really good. You might even would have put it on your show. You can't even see it.
I can't see the video. No, it says the video is blocked.
And I go and click it, and it works.
I can't see it, dude. It doesn't. I can show you a screen.
I know.
A screenshot.
I know, what I'm saying, but before it never happened, when I could send you anything and you could see it. Remember before? Like this is just started.
So you got all these people show up. They're all tied in with each other. I'm the last man, and I said back in 2020, 2021, maybe 2022, I said everyone's going to come back to Mike. Everyone's going to come back to us in the end, because a lot of this stuff will be exposed over the years. And I kept saying, don't take sides, guys. We don't know what's really going on because they won't tell us. They want us to believe something is going on, and they want us to take a side on it. But realistically, we don't know all the internals. You know what I mean? So
no, I agree with you. What I'm saying is that it's all tied in, and yes, a lot of this stuff, it makes sense. It's all connected, and they all protect each other in one way or another. So you got to be careful. They're very careful what they say. If you go on Joe Rogan, you got to watch what you say.
You got 98 banned words on Joe Rogan. You got banned words on the I think it was Alex Jones too.
Alex Jones, that's the guy I was thinking of.
Yeah, they all have banned words. A lot of people send me a lot of side-by-sides with me and Alex Jones saying he's taking my Chinese, especially the China talking pieces. A lot of the stuff we've been talking about, he's been taking a lot of that. I had a gentleman that I was begging to come on this show. I was begging him because he was telling me, look, watch this clip. And I'm watching the clips he's sending me of Alex Jones. Like, holy shit, we cover this. He's like, I know, Mike, I know. It's like,
that guy would be great to have on the show.
I want to have him on the show. I've already asked him multiple. He's like, he's kind of on the fence. He doesn't want to get involved, and be put on a list. You know what I mean?
I thought of an idea, and there's kind of holes in it, but I was thinking if I create an Instagram, and then people could go in and log in, go on Instagram that they want to, they could log in, and let's say they don't have an Instagram account, they could use mine because they don't want to set one up, and then
like a mock account.
Yeah, we mock it, and then we could change the code every week. So the code, and then I would send it to you, and you'd have the code, and you could send it to, you know what I mean? And,
I see what you're saying. So people could call in. Dude, there's over 1 billion people that have Instagram, though. That's the
I don't
thing.
know. Think about it. I just
it makes sense. Because what if we had something like there's people keep telling me there's other ways to do it. So hold on. Okay. There's other ways to do it, sure. But the problem is I have to get everybody on this show that's already on Instagram to go on another app that we don't even know anything about, and there's 8 people on there. You know what I mean?
No, this works. It works. I just don't understand why people can't be. I mean, it's not hard to make up an account. But anyway, I just thought that maybe think it through, and then we can talk about it. I could set something up, and then we could just keep changing the code every week.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. That sounds like a huge plan.
People could log in, and they could get in there, because they can't be bothered with creating it, but they could just go log in, because they could do it through Facebook somehow, couldn't they?
Mm-hmm.
So look into it. I don't know. Maybe I'll look into it as well, and then we can come up with something. Maybe we can do that because I love to hear other people's opinions. Anna Key is going to be awesome tonight. She's great, and stuff like that. Liddy Poo was awesome, and all the callers were great. And
we'll get Supreme Cannon on too. I think he messaged me. Yeah. I think he messaged me. Let me go down the list here. Because I got a lot of people messaging me at the beginning. I got you. We got him down. We have him. Yeah, Supreme Cannon messaged me. The Raven, I messaged him twice. He didn't message me back. I tried getting on.
Spanish. Where's Ricky Spanish?
You know what? I talked to him earlier today. I talked to him on Instagram. We had a conversation, and I don't know where Ricky Spanish is. I have no idea.
About Canada's #1 trucker. Where is he?
Oh, Junkyard Dog.
Junkyard Dog. Yeah.
I messaged him too. He hasn't got back to me.
Okay. He was having a little bit. He was a little bit down the last time we heard from him, but hopefully he's doing okay.
Yeah.
But so anyway, I was just gonna go back to the psyop with the guy shot the girl. That could be all acting, it could be all trash. It's amazing how they do all these psyops. Like you said, there was no blood, right?
Oh, I don't know what I saw there. I just saw it was quick and it was crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, that Sandy Hook, holy crap. That you should look into that one.
I did. We looked into it years ago. Years and years. I think we were covering it, back in 2016? Was it 2016?
That's before my time, but yeah, because Victor Hugo has that lawyer
Mm-hmm.
that was suing, like he was going after everybody, and yeah, because he's nailing them all, because they're all Trump's in it, Obama's in it, uh, Alex Jones is in it, because he was hired as the fall guy to take the hit, even though he's not paying no $1 billion fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a joke. But yeah, so that's interesting. And then even Columbine, now I've done research on that, was all a psyop as well. So they do all this, and it's all designed. These ones like Sandy Hook and Columbine, it's for the gun grab. That's all it is.
Well,
That's
obviously
all
they
they're
were.
designed for.
Obama's
It's
tried.
all.
Oh, well, during the Obama administration, I think
Oh
they
goodness,
collected
yeah,
more guns from American citizens than
yeah.
they did in any other administration. The Obama administration collected so many guns. It's incredible.
Yep, yep. And another thing too is I'm seeing all these for New York. I know Michigan. I agree with you on that. I think that'll be the first, but I think New York's right behind.
Yeah.
And there's a lot. The Italian community is really mad because there was something that went on. They didn't do Italian Heritage Day or something in New York. They
I
didn't
made a video
celebrate.
about that. I was pissed off. Remember?
Yes, that's right.
I
You
made a
did.
video about that, and as I said, who the
And
hell you think built New York?
and some of these old timers are like, whew.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
surprised you
really
guys.
pissed. You don't fuck with the Italians in New York.
No, well, I mean, the Irish, the Italians, the Portuguese, like don't screw with those people. Like they're proud of their heritage. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And you should respect it. I don't care what nationality you are, what your religious take is. You respect the people. I love what Portuguese did there too with the burqas. Now, even in Italy, they're starting to fall sour on. Well, of course, she's selected as well. The Italian prime minister there, whatever. Like,
Hmm.
she's not doing anything. She talks and then she deports one East Indian guy because he says he's going to marry a 9-year-old girl, and then and away you go. Like it's all trash. It's all theater, political theater. It's all nonsense. Trump talks like he's going to do this. Like look at me. How many times he said he's going to bomb Iran into the Stone Age? Like a hundred
42
times.
times.
Yeah. Okay. So good luck. I got news for Trump. News flash. You guys lost the war. You can't even do anything to Iran,
Hmm.
and now they got Israel bombing Turkey to try. Good luck with that one. That's gonna be even probably more painful.
Yep.
Those Turks are
Again,
gonna
it's
come in.
going to
They're
be
gonna
this.
kick some serious Israeli ass
It's
and
going to
American.
encompass the globe.
Yeah, well, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to poke, like they're poking the bear. Like the Russians now, supposedly, I think I told you last week that they sent some drones into England, even. But yeah, they're starting to poke the bear, and they're just trying to get it. They're just trying to stoke the fire, right? Get everything going and get everybody to fight. And like we were saying in the chat there, the United States, if it comes into Canada or whatever, if they get pissed off and invade, the Chinese will be here by tomorrow at noon if they
Hmm.
ever try. So the Chinese have to protect, and they're not coming to protect Canada, folks. They're here to protect their assets. They can give a rat's ass about Canada.
No, they'll give a
They
rat's
just
ass.
protect. They don't give a rat's ass about us. They just care about their assets and their mines and their oil or whatever they've purchased. That's it. They don't care about anything else for Canada.
I still believe there's going to be a civil war in Canada. Not a civil war, sorry, a war between America and China on Canadian soil. I think that's going to happen.
I could see it. Yeah, we've discussed that. I think there's going to be a huge, basically civil wars in Michigan and New York. I think there's going to be some serious fighting going on over there between the Muslims and the Americans.
Hmm.
I don't think they're going to take that shit anymore. I think they're getting tired of it. You can just tell the Americans are getting really tired of this nonsense. Really tired. They're not as complacent as us Canadians. They're fighters. They don't like them coming around and pushing their ways around. They don't like that,
Hmm.
and they have the means to take care of it as well, as we all know. So, and yeah, if they start trying to do any gun grabs, I think that's going to be like I know some people. I have a friend that lives in the mountains there in out by West Virginia and the Pennsylvania area, around that area,
Hmm.
in those mountains. Those are scary people. they have they have more
They
armaments
have
than I
militias
think
there, man.
they have more armaments than the Iranian army. I'm telling you, it's insane what they have. You should see the equipment they have. Oh,
Mhm.
it's insane. And that's what he showed me. I don't even know what he did. He didn't show me everything. But yeah, you're right. They got some serious people there. And I think those would probably be the people that save the United States.
100%.
I would believe those people.
100%.
I believe those people
And
would be
protect the
ones.
Constitution and put God
Oh, yeah.
first.
That's right. They're God fearing and they take no crap. So I believe that they would be the ones that would protect and save the United States from that. And I think that I think they're pushing Canada into being basically broke so that the United States could get us for like cents on the dollar and then just assume us, right? And then they start going into their plan of making us all one, as we've discussed with the Amero, right? So
Yes, Amero's been on the
the
radar for years now.
yeah, but I think they're starting to see the potential of it happening, especially with China and Russia joining together, kind of, and that we have to form an economy that with Russia or not Russia with Canada, U.S. and Mexico would be a very powerful country in a sense, right? I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're all
Mhm.
going to join. Yeah, and you know, a lot of the people in the chat would seem to have agreed to with it too. They like the idea of us being assumed too. I know there's these I call them idiots like that don't want to join, but I mean, what does Canada really have for an economy now?
It's gone. Our major
closed.
stuff is all
We
dying. Our
sold
lumber
everything.
industry is dead. China
We
owns a
sold
majority
everything.
of our major mines.
Yeah.
We don't have
Yeah,
anything. And real estate, shit, man. If China owns so much real estate in Canada, holy shit. You have no idea. And we're bailing out, and the tax dollars and the tax payers are going to be bailing out pre-built condos for the Chinese that are losing money.
I think the United States likes the idea of taking Canada too, and just punting all the Chinese out. And
Oh
taking
yeah,
over-
if they did mass
assuming
deportations and just
everything.
said, yeah, let's get the
Yeah.
Canadian people back at work, and we don't need these people here, type of thing.
Yep.
It would be a completely different country. Holy shit! Everyone would have
punt
1
everybody
2-bedroom
out.
apartments.
Yeah, yeah. They punt everybody out and they just take over everything. And then they'd say, okay, like now we're powerful, and they'd actually probably hammer down some of that debt that they have with assuming us, because we don't
Mhm.
have much of a debt compared. But yeah, I don't know. I'm all for it. I know you are, so I have no problem with that. I think I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner, to be honest. But
Mm.
once they started selling everything off, and it was all over. It was game over then, right? With even Harper,
Yeah.
he was the first. He was the one that started everything. So I know it went before with Trudeau, but on and on it went, and it just carried on with Chrétien, Harper, all those guys. They're all on the same team. Like people that believe that we have a choice. Like I know you went on it with like even Ed was talking about the liberals. They're all the same. Like
There's
I don't know why
nobody
people-
coming
I
to
don't know
save
why
you.
people-
There's no one
I don't
coming to
understand
save
why-
you.
Why do people think you have a choice? Like, aren't you like? How many countries can we go over where people say they didn't vote for the guy and the guy won? Like,
A
and
lot
there's
of countries. We did it in Brazil with Lula. We did it in all that Olivia Chow. No one voted for Olivia Chow, but she became mayor of
Portugal?
Toronto. What's that other one? The Chinese mayor of New York. What's her name? Michelle Wu. No one likes you. Michelle Wu. No one voted for her. Nobody voted for that lady.
Boston. She's Boston, right?
Boston, Massachusetts. Yeah,
Yeah,
the mayor of Boston, and no one voted for her. And
She doesn't even like white people. She doesn't even like white people.
she hates white people.
Yeah.
So
I mean that, and then Portugal, that good guy you had, you
Yep.
know. But I mean, is he compromised? Who knows?
No, he's not
Like,
compromised. I know he's not. I know he isn't, because he's still full force on every, like, he's pushing
Okay.
hard on a lot of agendas, and I think they stole the election from him too in Portugal.
Yeah, see, there you go. On and on it goes. Like you go to all these different countries. France, same thing. That what's her name? The woman that should have won. She
Mhm.
did win. Yeah, she lost. Like it goes on
Le
and
Pen
on and
or
on
something?
and on and on. Sorry,
Le Pen, I forgot her name.
Le Pen. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yeah, she won. In the
Macron
last
is
one.
all cheated. We told you when Macron was running
Oh.
3-4 times in a row that he was going to
Yeah.
cheat it right through.
Yeah, but everybody's laughing at me still to this day. Yeah, remember when you said that Macron was going to get punted out in 2021 or whatever?
No.
You
I said Macron is going to be there
No,
forever.
no, me. They're laughing at me, not you.
Oh.
They're laughing at me. I kept saying he's going to get out. He's going to be ousted. But
I have my 2017 live stream. I said Macron and Trudeau forever. And that was 2017. Look how many years it took for Trudeau to get out.
Oh, yeah, but Carnage is the same. They just passed the.
I understand, and like I said, Mark Carney's coming, and everyone's like, "What are you talking? He's a banker, you idiot. He's not a politician." And we saw it, and it happened.
Yeah, you did, and we talked about it. I mean, that chick should have won. I keep forgetting her name, but she should have won. But they scared everybody to vote for her, right? So, but anyway, yeah, I mean, that's good. But anyway, I should let you go. Let's hear some other people.
I'm trying to get Anna Key on the show here tonight.
Yeah, get her on. Yeah, and let's hear from her. I mean, let's hear what's going down under.
Okay. Anyways, Dino Bravo, thank you for the coffee. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for giving us your perspectives. We'll see you in a couple of weeks, okay? God bless you.
Thank you. God bless. Have a great night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Someone in the comments is accusing me of saying that I'll say anything to get attention. I'm not saying anything to get attention, guys. If I got a story, I want to redistribute the story or re-talk about something that's happening, or I get film footage of something and I tell you guys what's happening or what I'm being told that's happening. I'm not saying things to get attention. I don't give a shit. I'm not here to be famous. My time to be famous was 2018. We're in 2026 now. I don't get paid to be here. So I'm not here to misinform you guys or to try and say something to get attention. Those are the people that came after COVID to tell you what you already know. Here, we're a family. We're trying to be here together. We're trying to make sense of what's happening. And I try my best to get the word out. That's all I do. I can understand if you're accusing me of saying things or trying to get attention, if I'm getting paid so I can maintain that attention, but I don't get paid to be here. I'm not fulfilling any prophecy. I'm not fulfilling anybody's, you know what I'm saying? I'm just here to be here with you guys. That's it. So, I think they're talking about another mic that wants attention. No, I'm not saying, I'm just saying in general, because I've been getting that a lot lately. I've been saying a lot. And that's why in my town, I'm a piece of garbage. You're looking at garbage right here, folks. Merritt, BC garbage right here. That's what I am. All right, let's get our next caller on. Anna Key is in the rain in Australia. She's been wanting to call in. Oh, RC Lumero sent me $20. Great show, Mike. I'd like to introduce the actual man who is the 666 in the Bible, 666 show. Pierre Polyev is the Freemason worshipful Grand Master and running America, Canada, and the entire Western world. PP is 666. All right. Thanks for the super chats, RC Lemeru. Okay. Okay. Well, let's get. Okay. Let's get Anna Key on the show. Give me a second. I'm going to take a swing of water here.
Mike in the night, the voice of the Commonwealth. It's 3 a.m. and something is moving you. I have spoken, people of the night. Welcome to Mike in the night, where the silence breaks and the truth takes flight.
Hello.
Anna, thank God.
Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It's been a day. It's been a day.
Anna Key here from Australia. Anna, thanks for being here on Mike in the Night. I know you're in the rain, and I know the weather isn't good.
I found a garden centre. I'm the only person sitting here, and it's next to a little instant kind of coffee place. So I went, okay, buy a coffee, get a seat, and go, this is the best I can manage. I lost power at 7:30 this morning. Another day, away they go. It's like, I'm just in one of those typical areas where they have to take the power out for the entire day just to fix something small. But anyway, I'm yeah, out and about. So, but I've had to reset everything because I normally talk to you when I'm at home, and so it all sort of it's all set up. So
Right,
I
right.
didn't quite know what I was doing. But I have to say, for 666, and in honor of you, I watched the Fast and Furious.
You watched Fast and Furious 5?
Yep. Yep.
Do you remember when that quote,
Yep.
when you dominate people with violence
Yep.
and they have nothing to lose, what
Yep.
do? They fight back?
Yeah, the real sad part about it is that it was from the bad guy.
Yep. Because he was honest, right? And he preferred the
Yeah,
methods of the Portuguese because the Portuguese didn't go
yeah,
there with guns
yeah,
blazing, determined to show who's
yeah,
boss.
yeah. But he was a guns blazer.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
So
So
what
he's
is
really
happening down?
talking.
What is happening down
Oh,
under?
what is happening down here? I seriously. I know that your last caller is from Chicago, and they've got 5 levels of government, and we've got 3 levels of government, but it feels like 300. And lately, I've been trying to deal with my immediate level of government, which is the local council. I don't know what they call them, boroughs in America, and like they've all got sort of their own names, but it's sort of like a small region that gets cut up, and you've got to pay taxes to them, as well as your taxes go to the state, as well as everything you buy. There's a tax that goes federal, and that gets redistributed to all of the states, and then the states distribute it back to the small councils. So it's a bit of a kind of Mobius loop, really, of money moving around. Only the sad part about it is that the amount of money that's moving around, they're still trying to eke more money out of you that's not getting the money. They are. So I'm kind of fighting local government over them trying to extract more money out of a group. We're a 250 group, and we probably contribute per annum $340,000, and we receive no taxes. We receive no benefits whatsoever because we don't have infrastructure of any kind. Everybody's a lot of people have got their own solar, their own water, their
Self-sufficient.
own septic, totally self-sufficient.
Yeah, because when you told me, when you said there's no infrastructure of any kind, I'm thinking in my head, wait, the Europeans went there to build Australia too. You guys have roads, highways, everything.
Yeah, we've got all of that, but on the peripheral, there's certain areas, and I'm in a very rare area where we have zero infrastructure of any kind, and any infrastructure we actually manage ourselves. So we become co-ops and associations, and we manage all of our own infrastructure. So there's nothing that the local council actually contributes. And so I was having quite a bit of a time dealing with the general manager of waste management, and him wanting to charge us for a service that we've never been charged for before, outside of our existing charges, which would basically I estimated would give them $340,000 that don't go to the community whatsoever.
Who takes the money?
So they do. They take it and redistribute it. Our local council have swallowed every ounce of DEI, equity, and every other piece of garbage you could possibly imagine, and they have regurgitated it in ways that I never thought possible. And I'm halfway through their annual report, and I feel sick just reading it. It's so full of dribble, and nothing is really being, nothing meaningful is being really done, except for a few, let's make a local park. Okay,
right.
All right. Yeah, like I had this guy on the phone, he's telling me, well, you've got your road, and I'm going, yeah, me and the rest of Australia use that. It's like, you've got to be kidding. He was trying to come up with reasons why he could charge us, and Oh man, unbelievable, unbelievable. Anyway, so inside, just kind of dealing on a very personal level with a local council, and asking him about the act, and then going into I'll go into state next.
Right.
I'm just sort of dealing with council first, then we'll go into state, and then we'll go into federal and start messing about in there. But it's really opaque down here. It's incredibly difficult. Every even when you make headway, you're always 1 foot forward and 6 back. And so they really haven't got a mantra of don't bother. And I understand why, because it's just so frustrating. And we've got 90, I'd say 80% of Australians have been so completely brainwashed to, well, we've just got to pay, you can't fight City Hall sort of stuff. And I'm very, the mosquito, can really make a impact if and so I'm trying to think that how this country psychologically is going, and I think it's sort of Stockholm syndrome, really.
Mhm.
That's what I've come to the conclusion. The Australians are literally sort of done, like they if they're not done, they're fully brainwashed. I mean, we had 30,000 kids leave their normal schooling and go out and protest against Pauline Hanson One Nation, which is a political party.
Yeah, that's the pro-Australian party, right?
Yeah, that's they want to get rid of this division that's currently in Australia, where
Well, the
there's
division
separate
the division is
enclaves.
enormous, Anna. The division started in the early 2000s when the Chinese came in there and bought everything they could touch, real estate, and then
Oh yeah.
price you guys out of the market, and then trillions of dollars, and then they got the Indians to come in the last 5 years to destroy your culture.
Yeah, I just found out though, with our Indian diaspora that have come over to Australia, they're coming here, they're working, and they're exporting back to India $13 billion worth of income,
Mm-hmm.
and they're not paying tax on it. So we've got such a big problem, and we've got 99%, I'd say, of Australians are numerically illiterate. And I did this once as an experiment. I got a 1 and a comma
Mhm.
and 3 zeros and a comma and 3 zeros and a comma and 3 zeros and a comma and 3 zeros, and nobody knew what it was.
Whoa.
Like I think I had a million there for a bit there, and nobody knew what that represented. We are a lot of done, like Stockholm syndrome done. Something is coming up though. They're getting into money laundering. They're finally kind of getting into the whole money laundering side of things. They're finally admitting to it. But I mean, it's the horse is bolted. It's completely, left. It's literally on another continent. It's like everything they seem to get to here, or we sort of find, oh, they did lie about X, Y, Z. It's always too late. It's like when you, like me, have been screaming to the high heavens that this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, and I've been telling them about money laundering for I don't know how bloody long.
Well,
And
can't they notice it when they go to some Australian cities or towns that they realize there's no white people, it's all Chinese, and then they go to bidding wars, and then they have these bidding wars on the street that they didn't have 20 years ago, but they started having because the government's opened up to Chinese money laundering in Australia. Like, I mean, don't they see that they're being taken over financially and economically?
No, because you know what they've been told?
What?
They're just a bunch of racists.
Well, in Canada, they say the Chinese are good. They bring money. Or they say the Chinese built the railroad. They're allowed to steal us.
Yeah. Intolerant racists and white supremacists, and they had the White Australia policy. So you've got to feel bad, and you've got to feel bad because you stole the Aborigines from in reality from actually dying, but doesn't that's irrelevant. I mean, they were rescuing a hell of a lot of them because, I mean, the Aboriginal culture did have if they had a twin, one had to die. you know, like they had a lot of crap, you know, and it was all done, you know, obviously there was a lot of horrible things done, but there were also a lot of really lovely things done, and the stolen generation was part of actually rescuing the buggers. But don't you worry about that. You are responsible, and it's generational guilt. And so Australians that have lived here have literally been smacked over the head time and time and time again that they're responsible for somebody else's anguish that happened 150 years ago.
Well,
And
it's just
so
like
on top of all of that, we've got a
the slaves in America still want, or the great grandparents of the slaves, grandkids want reparations, and then they want reparations for slavery of states that didn't even hold slaves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, a friend of mine was just going on a flight with Qantas recently, and she sent me a text, which I had to laugh because she's literally like been treated like a terrorist. So it's like, put your coat over here, put your bag over here, put your laptop over there. Stand, open your legs, open your arms, you know, straight up, get scanned, you know, get swabbed for bomb residue. You name it, they will basically just throw it at you. And she's just flying internally from, like, it's like going from, I don't know, one part of BC to another part of BC. So it's an internal flight. And yet she's been treated like an absolute terrorist. And she goes, you know, and on top of that, and here we are bringing terrorists, you know, the ISIS brides into the country. Fantastic. Yep. You know, like we you know, like, welcome all terrorists, and you Australian harmless looking person that wouldn't even have a thought of any violence or animosity, has got nothing but love in their heart, and they're being terrorized.
Yeah, it's really sad what's happening. It's really great. It's really depressing. It's really, I've you know, we've been, like you said,
it's ridiculous, but we've got to find a way around it, you know.
I'm concerned. I got kids. I got 3 children, 3 beautiful children.
I know
and
you have.
I'm concerned.
But common sense, there's common sense. Reality is reality, and as long as they don't go off on your reality is different to my reality, and if I say I'm blue, then I'm blue. I'm sorry, but you're not blue. Oh, you're not a cat, or you're not. You know, if I say, you know, like all of this bullshit, it's. I don't know. I just don't know. Just make them flexible, and aware of the payoffs around everybody. Make them really so they're able to pivot and able to kind of see the crap and see the bullshit. You know, just train them in all of those clue, you know, like being smart games, you know, and not being smart so they stand out, being smart so they can sidestep the crap. That's my, you know, I've got problems with my brother's children, and oh my God,
yeah, I remember you telling us about. I remember you telling us this.
Yeah, they've been so totally brainwashed. It's ridiculous. You know, I'm hoping that it'll change, but I'm just finding that Australians technically, you know, the ones that basically are the rise in, you know, that 60 or 70 or 80 or $90 a kilo beef doesn't affect. There's quite a lot of people around who own their own homes that have benefited by all of the bullshit that's gone on, and they've got, you know, millions in the bank, and it just doesn't affect them. They're floating around as, you know, champagne socialists, and going to basically just go along with whatever is going to make them feel good at the time. So they're not based in any real reality, because they don't see how hard it is for a generation of people, or numbers of generations of people, that haven't had the opportunities that they've had. And, you know, so they're going away. I can sort of see those opportunities getting less and less and less and less over time. I've seen it, you know, just in myself growing up, and what my parents had and what they were able to do and able to grow and build wealth, and what I was able to do. And now what if I wanted to start sort of 20 years ago, what I can't do now that I could do then, you know. And, you know, those money launderers, I mean, the people that benefited by them is the people that wanted to sell their houses at exorbitant prices.
That's
So
right.
they were on the money train, you know, they were totally on the money train. They were happy as Larry. I got above asking.
The average,
Yay.
yeah, but the average
Yeah.
politician in Australia owns, was it 3 or 4? We covered this years ago. Back in 2018,
Yeah,
we covered the
yeah,
average
yeah.
politician
One
in
of them
Australia owns
owned
3.4
34
properties.
homes. Yeah, one of the federal politicians owned 34 homes. So, yeah, it's not until you actually start to really take a good interest in politics and you actually go, okay, well, what's their policies? What do they own? What have they been? What were they doing prior to getting these positions in ministries and in front benches? And what were their lives like? You know, and most people haven't got a bloody clue. You know,
Mhm.
and anybody, and a lot of people are going, "Oh, I hate Pauline Hanson." Well, why do you hate Pauline Hanson? Oh, she hasn't got any policies, and I go, "Well, I think you're very wrong there." You know, but you know, like they just pipe up and say whatever is in the media's zeitgeist, and it's just disgusting to even listen to it.
I don't even, I can't even, I haven't watched mainstream media in years, and I was forced to. I was
I know
somewhere.
your mainstream media was really bad, and ours just followed. You know, like it's really interesting between Canada and Australia. We're sort of bouncing a ball back between each other. Like things happen over in Canada or in Australia that haven't come to us yet. Things happen in Australia that haven't come to Canada yet, and it's like wow,
Mhm.
wow, you know. Yeah, so we're bouncing around, but the joint thing, you know, the king needs to go. The crown needs to be gotten rid of.
Mhm.
Step one, you know, we've got to get rid of all of this rubbish. We've got to get transparency in our our bureaucracy.
Mhm.
And the bureaucracy, man, it is just going hell for leather. And I'm going to be fine. You know, like I've seen it coming. I'm prepared for it. I'm ready for it. But when there's 20 bureaucrats to one working person, things are going to get really horrible. And now we're only 10. You
Mhm.
know, and things are getting pretty antsy and nasty. But you know, wait for and wait for my champagne socialists. I can't wait to start hearing them screaming about how they lost such and such, and you know, the government just put up the capital gains tax on anything. So you go out, you bust your ass, you come up with a good plan, you build a business, you sell it, you take all the risks, all the sleepless nights, all
Yep.
the horrors,
Yep.
all the, you know, I don't know about you, but death threats, all of the things that go on inside running a business, all the theft inside your own business with your employees, who knows what else is going on, all of the insults inside work cover, and all of the, you know, and then you've got to pay them XYZ. You've got to basically wrap them up in cotton wool and just, I don't know what you've got to do with them anymore. It's like just let them be so they can just sit there and do whatever they kind of want. You know, it's like you've got to be grateful they even show up because they get so many benefits.
Yeah.
And anyway, you've got to go through all of that. And then you finally get to a point where you sell the business and the government wants to take 30% of your proceeds.
Or how much?
30%.
That's nice because here in Canada there's like 44%.
Well, it's not saying that a little bit of poison is any better
I
than a lot of
understand.
poison.
I understand. I understand. I'm just.
Yeah,
I'm just.
yeah.
I'm just.
Yeah,
I'm just
no,
being.
but I think Canada is horrendous. I look at Canada and look at your housing, you know, like your property taxes and things like that, and just go, I don't know how you guys can afford it. I don't know how you're not like, I don't know how you do
Oh,
it.
we can't.
Honestly,
Anna, that's
I don't know how
why.
you do it.
Of let's say, of 100 homeless people, 97 of them are Canadian people, of the homeless, and the other 3 are Aboriginal.
Yeah, yeah.
It's all
Well,
Canadian
we've got
homeless.
the same problem. You know, we've brought in all of these people, and of course, they you know, all of this inequity and all of this diversity and all of this equality bullshit has basically made anybody with any capability, you know, they just can't deal, and they
Mhm.
can't get a gig, and you know, by like people are really happy that, oh, we've got all of these people from XYZ countries coming and looking after our old people. And I'm going, because the whites don't want to do it, the Australians
That's
do. And I
bullshit.
go,
They
that
want to
is
do it. They
absolutely,
want to be productive. That's
they want
bullshit.
to do it. They do want the jobs. They do want to actually build their own value, but they're not being funded.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And like as a business person, and you've got two people, and some of the jobs I've seen in these aged care facilities are just going around to all the different rooms and changing the water pot over. You don't need anybody too bright to do that, so I'll take the cheap one. It's just bad. I can see both sides of it, and it's just horrendous,
It's
But,
scary.
yeah, I still think we're still caught up in. I still think we're caught up in a lot of WEF, a lot of
Oh, Australia,
globalism.
100%.
Yeah,
Australia could be
yeah,
a powerhouse today if it was left alone and let the Australian
yeah,
proper develop that
yeah,
country and do its own thing. It's so far
yeah,
away from migration, from migrants to come
yeah,
in there and take you guys over.
yeah.
Man, you guys would have a super powerhouse today, man. You guys could be
I
manufacturing
know,
with all the
I
nickel,
know.
copper, ore, all the metals you guys have in Western Australia. Man, you guys could be the biggest powerhouses
For me, it's been like seeing a child that you've grown, you brought to age, and then it's gone off and become a drug addict and died.
yeah.
That's what's happened to Australia. We really, really had it going off there for a long time, up until about the 80s, and then from the 80s onwards, it's just gone downhill, downhill, downhill,
Yeah.
downhill. It's just been a long step downhill. I wish it would happen faster. When I first, started getting involved with you, I was going, it's going to just erupt and become nothing, and we're just going to be in a desolate land of, Mad Max. But no, that's not going to happen. It's just going to be a very slow, slow, slow ride downhill,
Right.
to the crash. It's a very slow ride. I guess once all of these older Australians that fought for Australia and have the Australian values die off, what do we got? Well, we're going to have. I actually think the way we're going, we're going to have different municipalities of different cultures.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Keep going.
So Australia, how Europe's cut up in here's Romania and here's Hungary and here's Italy, and they all have different languages and they have different, but it's the size of Australia, and there's like umpteen. Well, Australia's going to cut up into all of that. So
Different
there'll be
states,
a
different
Jewish
languages, different
community,
religions, right?
an Islamic community, a Somali community, a Botswana community.
But you guys don't need those people in Australia.
No, we've got South Africans coming in.
It's so far away to get there. If you guys could have been so isolated for longer.
Indonesians, Filipinos, we've got the works here.
Mm-hmm.
We have got the works. We've got a very heavy Islamic, Jewish, South African side of things.
Mm-hmm.
The Somalis are down in Melbourne. Oh yes, with their machetes,
With their machetes, yeah.
We also there's this one thing that I think that a hill I might die on, and that's called castle law. We don't have any human rights here, so we have no Second Amendment, and we have no castle law, and the rules are particularly insane. So if somebody comes in with a bat or a gun or a knife into your home, you're not allowed to actually defend yourself.
Same thing in
or
Canada.
harm
Same thing in Canada.
the other individual. Yeah. But we've had a case that's come up recently of it's in New South Wales. It was a rural home where this guy came in with a knife to rob the house. Husband and wife in their late 60s, and the wife was stabbed, the husband was stabbed, and so they were rendered useless. And he left the property to go, obviously, come back. And the husband at the time wasn't bad enough So he managed to get his rifle out of the lock safe.
Yeah.
And the guy came back and he shot him dead.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going into the legal system, and everybody's pretty sure because he'd already been his house he'd already been trespassed upon and stabbed by this person, that he was allowed to then protect himself. But if you protect yourself before you get stabbed, you're in jail.
Oh shoot! So you got to take the.
That's how stupid it is. That's how stupid it is.
Oh wow! 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 Wow!
Yep. So we had a case in Melbourne where a woman protected herself with a baseball bat. She's in jail.
Wow. With a bat.
So with a baseball bat. I'm starting to think that might be the hill I might have to die on. I haven't been up, I've been wondering, there's so many
Door-to-door
wrong
looting's coming. Hey, that's one of our predictions was door-to-door looting is coming.
Well, it's coming here. It's here. It's all over Melbourne. That's why Melbourne. There's more people leaving Melbourne than going there at the moment. A little bit like California, the same sort of shit. Melbourne's also the most woke, stupid place in Australia. It's full of the ridiculous blue-haired women and ugly cows, really. You see them, like the ones that are protesting. You'll see them on the news, what they look like. I mean, they're just like, who would ever want to have anything to do with these women? They're just so horrible. So, and Melbourne's the place where you'll find the real horrible, militant, ugly, fourth wave, feminist, nose-pierced, tattooed, unwashed, hairy assholes. Female assholes.
Woo!
Yeah,
all right.
I will not hold back on that one.
No worries, Anna.
They make me ashamed.
Anna, we're going to have to let you go because I have Craig Cook has been waiting in the queue for over 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So
get Craig on.
Let's get Craig on from New Zealand and see what's going on.
It's all different over there. Okay. Well,
God bless
that's
you.
My little rant for 666, and I wanted to send you a photo of the bank card, which was a logo of 666.
Oh.
And that was the first thing in Australia that brought credit into the country, and I've kept it, and I wanted to photograph it and send it to you and go, there you go.
Well, send it if you get time.
I blew that.
God bless you.
Yeah. You have a good one.
We'll talk to you in a few weeks.
Okay, bye.
God bless. Bye-bye, Anna.
Bye-bye.
So that was Anna Key here on Mike in the Night on episode 666, we're easily comparing Australia with Canada. And I still have a lineup of people here. I didn't know we were going to have this many people coming to want to come on. So I'm going on from the beginning of the show, from when I was messaged, right down, slowly down the list, one by one. One by one. Hold on a second. Okay, I don't know what that is. Yeah, people keep sending me reels and reels and reels. Okay, so we're going to get Craig Cook on now. It's Craig Cook's turn. He's been waiting almost 5 hours to come onto the show. That's how long he's been waiting. That's how long the show's been going on for here. One sec, guys.
Cigarette smoke and headlines torn, promises fade by early morn. Governments play while the people wait, history knocking at heaven's gate. Whispers travel through the wire, truth burns slow like midnight fire. You could run but you can't deny that feeling crawling through the sky. Turn the dial, let the signal through.
There's a link for coffee, boys and girls. If you want to buy your man a coffee, there's a link for coffee. Thank you, everyone.
The voice of the Commonwealth. It's 3 a.m. and something is moving you. I have spoken, people of the night.
Hey, Mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Craig Cook on here from New Zealand on Mike in the Night. Thank you for being here for episode 666.
Oh, no, thanks for having me. Hello, everyone. I really enjoyed Anna Key's call there. And
oh, it was great.
Oh, yeah. And just something real quick. I mean, there's a lot going on, but I thought we'd leave with this. If you want to see where the future's going, just look at some of these third world countries. And what am I getting at? You have very rich and you have very poor.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's happening. Now, in a bit of local news, people are having a lot of fun because the property market is now officially down between 27 and 30%.
You still got 50 to go.
What's that?
You got 50% still to go to be within wages in New Zealand.
Oh, yeah.
You got 50 points to go. 50.
Yeah, it's absolutely beyond a joke. And the food cost just keeps going up. The petrol cost is still around $3 a litre.
Mm-hmm.
The power bill keeps going up. Everyone's getting frustrated.
That's about $12 a gallon. You're paying about $12 a gallon.
Yep, that's right. I have a little story for you. Just to give an idea of how much the system is broken and how bad things really are. Now, for a start, hang on, I was just, that's my car telling me it hates me in Japanese, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's an import. So now, outside of my flat where I live, which I pay $300 a rent for, okay, for a room and power and internet and water, $300 a week, okay, out of my $900 or $1,000 for my 45-hour week. They've been doing some roadworks. They had to cut down some trees, put in some drainage pipes, build a new busway, a bus lane. Well, how long do you think that would take?
Oh, maybe 4 days, 3 days.
Okay. And we're like you mean like in China or somewhere where they're organized? So they've been doing this thing for, a good year and a half now.
Get out of town.
No. And they've
Get
been
out
doing
of
it all
here.
day and night. And they have some guy, I was here one night, I got home early. It was about 2 o'clock, and I thought, this is great. Got my beer. I'm going to enjoy myself. Watch some movies, play some game, do a bit of music. Someone hit the power box at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They had one of our lovely coloured immigrants come out and look at the box for about 2 hours. He was looking at it.
I don't think it's an immigrant, it's a migrant.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then a couple other guys come and look
Was
at
the
it. 'cause
bank
it's
teller
right
Portuguese? Was the bank teller Portuguese?
Yeah. So they're looking at it. So I had no power till 11 o'clock at night to get someone out to bring out a new box to wire it up. A little green power box.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've been doing this for a year and a half, 2 years, mate.
Just fucking around with this little circle. Oh, wow.
Yeah, there you go. That just sums up the problems.
So so the teller at the bank, you see,
the roadworks thing.
Okay, I was asking about the teller at the bank or the teller you were talking to. If they're Italian, they're an immigrant, right? If they're from Pakistan, they're a migrant, right? So you have to differentiate between the two, right? It's very important, I say. But yeah. So,
Are we allowed to swear?
You could say whatever the hell you want. This is a 6-hour show,
well,
man.
Look, Look, to be really honest, mate, all I know is they're all just a bunch of fuckwits.
Yep.
Can they all just fuck off and leave us alone?
4 or 5 day job takes fucking a year and a half. They're just laundering money. They're just getting their full-time job.
Mate. You're taking the piss. It's a fucking joke. And I've been talking to Jerry about this. Shout out to Jerry, by the way, who's been great help for me, because this stuff is, it's so depressing and frustrating. That's a big reason I haven't been on. Nothing against your work, mate, but it's so depressing. And I give me a couple of beers and I ring up Jerry. I'm like, oh my God. He's like, no, it's okay. You're right to feel this way. You've been screwed. Oh, well, this sucks. Yeah, it does. Have another beer, mate. Carry on.
Yep, because again, we've been at this for so many years, and a lot of people take breaks from Mike in the Night for a year or two, and then they come back.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say this, look, I'm not trying to offend the older callers or the boomers, okay, but I just want to point out some facts.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the 70s, the 60s and the 70s, you had, especially in the 50s and 60s, okay, you had the war. America was where all the industry was, because everyone else was bombed to shit, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of racism and there was a lot of anti-woman stuff going around, so who got to go to work? Men.
Mm-hmm.
So what did that mean? Small labor force, big wages, real money.
Mm-hmm.
So what did that mean? That meant money meant something and it was worth something. So when you went to work and you got that job at the restaurant or whatever, people had money. People were out spending money.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good economy. Yeah, it was a lot of fun and good on you. That's fantastic. Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
But that world doesn't exist anymore. That world's gone.
Oh, the world that you work hard, work hard and you'll get what you work for and achieve and follow your goals. Yeah, that world's been gone, I don't know, for 20, 30 years now. So
yeah, and look, mate, I'm a Generation X, and everyone trying to, and I was speaking to Supreme about this. Everyone's trying to put us Generation X with the boomers. No, I don't think so. No, we got screwed over. First of all, they screwed us at school. They took away any education.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't give us any guidance. Holy shit. The first job I got, I had to save up to pay someone to learn to drive a car.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because I can't afford the insurance, son, and I'm too busy working.
Yeah.
And I made it on my own, so you can too.
Yeah, but they paid off a house. Again, before this whole, if people had a window, if you didn't buy,
I know, and honestly, Mike, and for every caller out there, and like I say to Jerry,
I think people had till 2006. Forget the boomers. Forget all. If you bought before 2006 in that window, you'd be okay today. You would have bought at the proper.
Yeah, but honestly, I've got no problem with people who did that, and good for them, honestly. But when they come on and say, oh, well, I worked hard and I made it, why didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I think Anna Key summed it up perfectly, because those opportunities just aren't there now.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's going to get worse. These robots scare the shit out of me.
What, those robots I was showing earlier?
Yeah, robots doing jobs. Oh, I know for a fact, I spoke to someone who told me in China today, there's robots in hotels doing all the jobs that people used to do.
Dude, we just saw on Mike of the Night here, I just played a clip of the Robot Olympics.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about real life today.
Yeah.
There's robots in China making beds, doing room service, cleaning rooms.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you've got 2,000 room hotel and you've got robots, well, what are all those people doing for work?
Well, but China's going into population crisis, my brother. And if you,
yes, I know.
They're in a massive population crisis. They have 400 million people and 200 million are over 60. And I've been saying this for years.
Yeah.
And now it's starting to come out now. And it's like, I guess no one listened to me. That's okay.
Yeah. And, by the way, enjoy the music. really enjoying the music and the vocals. You know, I sent you a couple of clips.
Oh yes.
Yeah, so that's been good. The technology, the AI, I'm like a bit like Ed. I can't stand AI. I fucking hate it. I'm driving my truck, and I've got my phone on, and I'm looking at it, it's listening to me, and I can see it's I can hear a song on the radio. I'm talking to someone, and it'll answer my question or something. Just fuck off and leave me alone, will you?
No, I hear you. But
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I need
Big lad.
AI for the show. Not to write up the show because I'm teleprompter free. I need AI to help me make my thimbles, my images for the show, because I don't have a team to do that for me. I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm not having a go at you. I'm just saying.
No, I'm just saying. Like,
for me, I can't stand it. I'm like, oh God, just no. God, give me a record player, my guitar, and a bloody horse any day of the week, and some whiskey. That's all I want.
Yep. I know. I hear you, brother. I hear you.
Yeah. God, what the hell happened? Yeah, so no, sadly, things are not getting better here. We have an election, and they're doing this great thing, which they do every time. They are dividing us.
Of course they are. Are there actually people from New Zealand running in the election, or is it just like Chinese and Indians and?
Oh well, just like Anna, we've got them all. But and don't worry, you know, in New Zealand they're not racist. They screw everyone. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether you're white, yellow, black, or red. It doesn't matter if you're a straight, gay, or a bloody typewriter or Apache helicopter. They will screw you over. You know, we'll take your money. You can identify as a bloody, canoe today, and they will still tax you, mate.
Yep, and a helicopter.
And a helicopter.
Yes.
So and now, just a couple of other things, food for thought. I have seen a couple of videos that piqued my interest. One was the other day. It was on YouTube. I put a lot of things on. I listened to them. So, and this guy was American. He said, well, you have to he was talking about who controls the world. He said, and I put this in the comments, way back in the 1600s, they set up, the families or the powers that be, they set up this mercantile banking system, loan system, fiat money to governments. Okay, so that's the first thing. That's why we're always in debt, and you know the government has money, always has debt. Now the other thing is, anyone you see up there who makes it in any industry, on the general, like politicians, mayors, big rock star musicians, okay, they're all compromised. Now, what they do is they push the people they can compromise. And why do they push people they can compromise? So they can control them.
Of course.
I.E. P. Diddy, and that list, and Kennedy, and Trump, and, you know, that's why he hasn't said anything about that. Oh, because he's compromised. That's why he hasn't stopped that war, because they told him not to. Like the other callers alluded to. That's why the Australian politicians and our politicians and your politicians deregulated the banking industry, screwed the locals over, because they're all compromised, Mike. Yeah, I know it's depressing, but it's life. It's life.
Yeah.
But isn't it better to know the truth? You got to know the truth, because if you believe the narrative, and that's the other thing. These guys are there to run the country, to do what they're told, and they're also there to create a narrative so that you believe the lie. And I think what we're seeing, like you predicted, that narrative is falling apart. People are waking up saying, well, hang on, that's just fucking bullshit. Good on you, mate. Yeah, if you just work hard. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, good one. I mean, look at your show, mate. Look at all the hours, all your followers, and you get, did you get $5 this week, Mike?
Well, today is a very good day for us here on Mike in the Night, because people are buying us coffees. And
Yes, yeah.
yeah, so it's a Mike and the Night-A-Thon, and we're just doing a fundraiser. And you know what? I thought it's episode 666 would make sense to do it on. And
Yeah.
we'll do one again next year in the late summer, maybe. I don't know, just for fun.
No, it is fun. It is fun. It's good to talk about. Look, we probably can't change anything about it, but it's just good to have a place where we can vent and let it out.
At least, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the bright side. A lot of big content creators take our shit and run with it too.
Yeah, and look, I'm still going to get my number one.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to die trying.
Yeah, brother.
That's a life well lived. And yeah, so anyone, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Help me get my followers. I'm on the big 70 now.
Can you put a link in the live chat, please, to your link to?
I'll send it to you. You have to do it because I'm not a mod anymore.
What do you mean you're not a mod anymore? I didn't remove
I'm not
any mod.
No, well, I'm not a mod, or maybe YouTube did it. I'm not a mod, so I can't put a link in there.
Oh, okay.
So, guys, if you can, please help me. Just give me a follow.
I'm going to give it right now. Here it is. Alan Wallace
Oh,
music,
good,
Craig Cook. Here it is, guys.
Yeah.
Live on Mike in the Night, Craig Cook. I'm going to copy
Thanks, man.
and I'm going to paste that. There's his channel right there, guys. If you can subscribe to him, I really, really, really appreciate the support. Here.
Thank you so much. It's so good to talk to you, man. And my God, we've been through a lot, haven't we, since those early days, and like the bloody jabby and
woo,
and with losing the old man and a really good couple of good friends. And I don't know, like I've quite often say to Jerry, I don't know whether it's because of my age or that personal stuff, or whether it is because of what's happening in the world. Like, it seems to me crazy, running out of time, and everything's going nuts. Costs of living. I don't know whether that's just me because of my personal journey and stuff, or is this really happening? And I think they do that on purpose. You know, these powers that be and these people that run the narrative, I think they do it like that. They get you running around and working so hard and so tired that you even doubt who you are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's really scary shit, man. That's pretty scary shit, dude.
Yeah, that's like 1984 real life. Like, is this really happening? Is this really happening? Did
Twilight
you see
Zone
that?
2.0.
Hey, what do you
Twilight Zone 2.0, brother.
And good to see good old horsey face got a mention.
Yeah. Oh, Jacinta Ardern, Horseface. Yeah, she's working for the WEF now.
Don't forget, kindness. It's all about kindness.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They're playing with us, eh, Mike? They're using these words like, "Oh, we're really kind." Well, yeah, you're really kind.
Yeah.
We really care about you. That's like that special treatment. That little. That little Austrian fella running around, he said, "Oh, we got some special treatment for you guys." Oh, yeah. Oh, nice little holiday camp for you. Pack your bags. No, it's terrible what's happening. It's terrible. And
how much is a pack of smokes in New Zealand right now?
$42 for what I smoke.
42 for what? What if you want Kent king size good cigarettes? I smoke Kent king size. How much is a pack there?
Oh, seriously, I haven't even seen those. You're talking to a working man, mate. I don't even know. Pack of smokes and a 6-pack is about $50.
$50.
Yeah, and you go down the supermarket, you want a steak, it's about $10 to $12 for a piece of meat. You can probably get about 15 chicken legs for about $12. Your milk runs you about $6, $7, $8, depending where you buy it, for 2 liters.
2 liters.
Cheese is around $10 to $12, up to $15 for a block of cheese. Beef mince, for making pasta or lasagna or whatever, running about $22 to $25 for a kilo.
For a 22 for what? A kilo of what again?
Beef mince.
What is that? Beef?
Oh, so if you're going to make pasta,
sure,
Yep. You're going to make a pasta, or you're going to make a meatball, or you're going to make a
Oh,
lasagna.
you're talking about ground beef.
Ground beef. Yeah, that's what you call it. Yeah.
Beeflin.
Yeah, that's about $22 a kilo.
Wow. $22 a key?
Yeah, $22 a kilo, mate. So, hundreds of, on average, I like I said to Jerry, I mean, I don't know how people with families and kids, you know, they're surviving, but I can tell you this, on the news, and I've got a funny article for you too, I'll send it through. You know, food and everything, people are really struggling. Hospitality is just getting hammered. It's probably down 30, 40, or at least 40% or 50%, you know, because no one's got any money.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they had a public meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is a bit naughty, girls, but I got to tell you this. So they had this, it's election year, you know, and they're all going around and having their meetings and meeting people. And, yeah, we're here to listen, and we're here to listen, guys, and we care about you. Okay, so they had this meeting, and the Prime Minister was in this meeting, and they opened it up, you know, to the audience, and this lady was there. She said, well, I'm a dominatrix, and, you know, the economy is really bad, and the Prime Minister says, yep, so you've lost some clientele. Yeah, well, since you guys cut the public service in Wellington, they cut like 10,000 jobs or something, you know. Yeah, all my clientele aren't coming to see me. And you know what she said? She said, look, my clients really want to come and see me, but they can't afford it, so they're just staying at home and wanking and watching porn.
Listen, Craig, we're gonna let you go.
There you go.
Hold on a sec. We're gonna let you go. We've been on for a good chunk here. I got Ricky Spanish on hold. Wants to come on before we wind down the show, if that's okay with you.
No, that's great. Hey, man, I really appreciate it, and thanks, guys, and please help me out, because I really live for my music. You know, it keeps me sane. It really does. And you're a good man, Mike, and we'll talk again. And
we will, brother.
Guys, just stay everyone out there. I know it's tough, and it's not you, and it's not personal, but yeah, just try your best to stay out of the way and stay safe. And please find Jesus. God bless you, Mike. Love your work, mate.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, mate. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right, that's our boy Craig Cook here from New Zealand. Wow, $60 for a six-pack. A six-pack and a pack of cigarettes. Holy smokes. All right, let's get... I got to get Ricky Spanish on. Supreme Cannon seems to be busy, so I'm not going to bug him. So we're going to go over to get Ricky Spanish to wind the show down.
Ricky Spanish.
Here on Mike in the Night for episode 666 for Mike in the Night.
People of the night. Turn it up. Turn it up. 3 in the morning is something that's moving you. Today, it's time for Mike in the Night. Hands up, city lights burning bright. It's time for Mike in the Night. Wake up now, cause something ain't right. It's time for Mike in the Night. Radio glow in the streets outside. It's time for Mike in the Night. Woo, woo. People of the light, let's ride. Woo. Roll through the city and the skyline shakes. Coffee on the desk while the whole world wakes. Strings all blowing, headlines flying. Everybody asking Mike who's lying. Phones keep ringing, people tuned in. Dots get connected, now the show begins. 3 a.m. no sleep tonight. Got the whole world watching under Leon light. Lavin likes to listen to Mike in the night. Lenny Pooh likes to listen to Mike in the night. Edward O likes to listen to Mike in the night. Kevin J. Johnston likes to listen to Mike in the night. New York, Bel Air, Miami, Alabama, Tennessee, New Jersey, Tampa, Boston, Augusta, Canada. Likes to listen to Mike in the night. All of America likes listening to Mike in the night. Australia likes to listen to Mike in the night. From Vancouver Lakes to the ocean shore. People tuned in, want more. No sides taking, it's open eyes. Look at the...
What's up, Mike?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have Ricky Spanish here on Mike and the Night, episode 666. Thanks for being here. What's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mike? Oh man, I just too many times I've talked to you in the past. You know, and this time 6 hours. I took a nap. I woke up.
And I'm still here.
Feels good though. Yeah, I was like that. I'm getting old, you know.
So am I. I'm getting old too. I'm becoming an old man.
I'm telling other people you guys are resilient as heck.
So,
Yeah.
What is going on, Ricky Spanish? What's going on with this New York mayor, this Muslim New York mayor that's ignoring the Italian Heritage Day? You got this other guy in Michigan that wants to be America. Why is America taking the poison, Ricky Spanish?
I don't know, bro. You just have to go along with the flow, I guess. You know. I think they fuck shit up a lot.
Yeah, but why
You know?
are they taking the poison?
Just like Alex Jones comes out and says that fucking D-Day or whatever the heck they're talking about, economic D-Day.
Okay.
Right? It was the other one. So yeah, if Canada's doing business, I don't know if Canada does business with the guys in the Mideast, but
Canada's in a lot of trouble, buddy.
Yeah.
We're in a lot of trouble, and Canada's purposefully starting a war or trade wars of problems with America. And 79 or 80, what is it? 79% of our exports go to you guys. And if we lose that, like that honey company I was talking about earlier with that honey company, they're going to close their doors because 90% of their exports from Canada go to America.
well, did that when they did fucking fake pandemic. They're closing the door though, like you can't drive into the country. Even when I went to drive there one time, they just ask dumb questions. You get dumb answers. Like what the heck's going on with people? They hire like robotic, dumb question answer kind of people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like Linny Poo when she was on the show earlier. She had all these people asking her friend if he wants maid, assisted suicide, if he wants this, he wants that, asking stupid questions in robotic type of speech, you know?
Yeah, well, remember Joe Biden wasn't Joe Biden. The whole thing, they call him the one guy. I forget. You know, some of these people sound. I told you before that they sound like blunt news, and some of these old voices, they're not. But
Mm-hmm.
we used to talk about when that happened when he fell off the bike. It wasn't him.
Oh,
the
I
heck
see
they
what
had
you're saying.
playing.
There's stunt and body doubles, there's copies, clones, there's all kinds of weird shit going on, and none of it surprises me anymore. It really doesn't.
Yeah, I feel like Carney maybe he was a cartoon character in The Simpsons.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, he just popped up out of nowhere. They were all the same doomsday cult.
Right.
You know, I know they were all in it because they used to they changed it. I'm surprised that the guy from what was that Palantir?
Mm-hmm.
They're fucking kooks, dude. These people are fucking crazy. They seek enjoyment out of building,
They seek enjoyment of seeing
they're the
suffering
one. They
from
make
others.
tons of money off of trying to kill people.
Yeah. Well, they seek enjoyment out of seeing suffering for others. Back in the day, the drug dealers would make... Back in the day, Ricky Spanish, you know this. The drug dealers will never kill their customers. They'll give them the best quality drugs so they can keep buying drugs from them forever and ever. Now everyone's dying. One toke, one little piece of this, a little fentanyl, a little this. You're dead. People are dropping like flies now. All the drugs in Canada are contaminated with Chinese fentanyl. Everything.
Oh
Garbage.
yeah, I known about that for a long time.
Oh no, I understand that.
uh,
But I'm saying, like now it's getting to a point where they don't want customers, they just want to kill people and get it over. You know, fuck.
Yeah. Well, I constantly reminded when I have a chemtrail deposit flying over my head, and then I'm like, oh, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's pretty obvious. Some of the people who've gone out into the desert,
Mm-hmm.
those people have been people gone kooked all over the place. Kook in the abundance of deception, where either it's idiocracy or just a blatant disregard for our rules. They want to bring their own rules, and they're made up fantasy in their own head.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That's what we have to deal with. It's not the Fantasia movie script. It's people that don't know reality. They all they know they work hard. You know, they work. They'll show up to work, but it doesn't mean that they're checking in all the way.
Right. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, people are just checked out. They're not. I see it even when people are driving too. It always happens like that. You get the cooped out car accidents. You can just hear them. I'll be around the corner. They're like, what the heck was that? These people aren't paying attention or whatever.
Everyone's out to lunch, buddy. A lot of people are just out to lunch, and I don't know.
It's just everything seems more busier because everything's health this, health that, health this.
Mm-hmm.
They got a doctor specialist for things that don't exist. You know, they classified me as like this disabled health because they said when I was asked if you hear voices, I told them, yeah, I hear your voice. You're talking to me, right?
Yeah, you talking to me?
So when you go to the doctor, right, and I would go sometimes, and he would pull just for a regular checkup, and he would pull up somebody else's chart. I'm like, that's not my name. And some of these people aren't really checking in either that are supposed to be in charge.
They have no clue what they're doing, Ricky Spanish. You know this.
Yeah,
a lot
it's like with the people I know, I just don't. I'm like, don't go to any doctor. You don't know if that degree is from those ones that you talk about, the H1B1 fake.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a doctor. I bought it in the back of a deli. That's what's going on. The whole state. They all WhatsApp their friends. They're like, hey, guess what? If we say we got a doctor degree, and my name is Dr. Singh, and that we're all doctors, we'll just go to America with a degree from you. You rubber stamp it for us. They all did.
Yeah.
One guy was bragging about it. This guy, Even Luthra, he got ripped off from Sam Bankman.
Mm-hmm.
He was on Fox News. There was a guy back around the time I found you on the tubes. I was looking at crypto, and I was looking at his whole, like, who he had involved with, and he ended up getting scammed by, like the other guy. You could just see the grifters and the Grit Finanza. Even Trump is the one did like, I don't even know. It's like, it's transparent to common sense, but like, even the fact that these guys are making any amount of money, it's like a meme now. Nancy Pelosi, she got paid 6 figures a year, but she made like $10 billion. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a meme. Actually, you buy the index of whatever she trades. So they should have an index. We should open an index of whatever Trump trades, because he's in and out of stocks. He did like the more trades last year than a regular hedge fund. He's like, hold on, let me make a deal. All right, we'll make a deal. 2 weeks, I got to buy the stock, and then they're like, yeah, it's free market. No, it's not free market if you're the one controlling It usually asks that on disclosure forms. But now they're selling if you wanna make money before the information gets out to the street, you can buy access to Truth Social. So to get the money directly to him. It's just gone.
Ricky Spanish, you know what my favorite is? You know what my favorite is? Is when Justin Trudeau bought I don't know how many millions of dollars in Pfizer stock, and then at Friday evening after the market closed at Friday evening, and he talked about Pfizer, and he's buying 90 million doses of Pfizer for the Canadians. 90 million doses. He mentioned it 40 times. 90 million doses for Canadians. Monday morning, markets rallied like crazy. He tripled his money within hours because he kept advertising that we bought 90 million doses of Pfizer to protect Canadians for the COVID-19 bullshit. We covered that. Remember, we covered this. It's like nobody still could see it. No one. It's like, what's fucking wrong with you people?
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe they could still get him. Like they were saying, Fauci's gonna get locked up because
get him for what? They're not gonna get him for nothing.
Well,
dude, the guy told us on TV.
They were trying
if you
to
don't
say
take
they. I mean, he did commit wire fraud. Like the guy's got intent on misleading the investors in a stock. He blatantly ripped me off.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking, I was short. I made money those times. I made money and I didn't know what to do with it because I was like, what do I do? Remember that? It's like I was in. It was a battle though too. It wasn't easy. Yeah, because they gave him. It was the same ones that did the other scams. Sam Bankman. I don't even watch them now. To keep up with what the heck today's scam is with them. But each, they figure they have some kind of influence. They go,
no one's
that's how these influence campaigns work. I hope there's some grifters out there, and I hope a few of them get a reality check. It's just, they're out there, they're not doing the right thing, right? But again, these people are copying whatever Trump is doing. So it's like, oh, Trump's got a mobile phone company. He doesn't have a mobile phone company. He just raised a bunch of money. Do you remember we talked about this like Obama did this? He just copycats everything Obama does.
Obama phone.
They act like they're not friends and they all hang out.
You got an Obama phone?
Well, I mean, remember he gave people phone and
yes,
then he was
Obama
listening
phone.
in on them. He would turn it into they're okay with I were supposed to get a check, but all these violations that they do, it ends up going to one of their fraternity brothers, and sits in somebody else's account. Nobody gets any money.
Mm-hmm.
They just agreed to settlement on all these phones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So sending data. If you have it on, or it's not the same, and it's connected to a network, it's listening at all times. It's doing whatever. It's like the thing they complained about TikTok was doing that the phone's doing.
Hold on, Ricky Spanish, we're losing you, dude.
Manufacturer.
Hold on, Ricky Spanish, we're losing you. Something's wrong with your connection. It's going blah, 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 weird. Let's give it a few seconds here. Let's see if the internet, I'm not sure if you're going through some internet issues. Give it a few seconds. Are you there, Ricky Spanish?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if we can hear you clearly now. All right, go ahead and speak now, Ricky.
So that it was like Facebook thing. They all these multiple the stock doing that well. Trump sold his Facebook stock.
Mm-hmm.
if you were going to show something, you just say, "Oh yeah, he's selling it." Maybe there's a reason why he's selling it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, he knows. There's a CEO, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sucker. He's hanging out with the Winkle twins.
Who are those? Who was that?
The Meta movie. But they claim that Suckers stole his idea. But that whole idea of, was it was just a regular website. You know, you had a repost comment under somebody else's profile.
Okay.
You know, when it first came out, it was this, you know, it's like square box. Inside it was like your picture, profile picture. And it was basically just to figure out who in school was, like, what was their status, you know, what groups they were in. And that's how it started out. When it first came out, I was like, we were waiting for the bandwidth to change. Now the electronic stuff that we got involved in is way more sophisticated than anything. You know, if we had the money to buy one of those systems and we had shit running around out of your house.
Mm-hmm.
There's we had the company that I don't know if you didn't tell them yet, but we had the company. We had around on it, even profits. You know, I've done this before here in the past. Since we first met, I had, you know, done that. Profits and then.
Hello. We're losing Ricky Spanish really badly here. We lost Ricky. Did we lose Ricky Spanish? We lost Ricky Spanish. His connection was going haywire towards the end. We're in our 6th hour of Mike in the Night. Thank you very much, everybody. Holy crap, I just noticed. I've been sitting here for 6 hours. Holy shit. Thank you, everybody, for, wow. Oh man, I just got a burp there. It's been a long 6 hours here, guys. And it actually went by quick too. We got some callers got derailed, which is fine. But we'll get them on next week. For those that didn't come on this week, we'll get callers on next week that got derailed. We were trying to get Supreme Cannon on early, but he was tied up, and then we were gonna get the Raven. Everyone wants the Raven to come on, but if he doesn't message me or whatever, I mean, I messaged him. I have it right here. I have him on Instagram. I messaged him. I mean, if he doesn't message me back, there's nothing I could do, guys. I can't force people to come on the show. You know what I mean? People are welcome to come in. Whatever. People get sidetracked. It happens, guys. It happens. Like I said, people take 2 years off Mike in the Night for some time, 1 year, 5 years, and they come back. Everyone always comes back to the show in the end. Everyone comes back to be with us. You know what I mean? Oh, Junkyard Dog's here in the chat. Wow. Hit the like button. Thank you, Tignim, for the coffee, by the way. And guys, what do we have for coffees here? Thanks, guys. All right. Wow. So Eduardo bought me a ginormous coffee, guys. Holy shit. Wow. Thank you, Eduardo. Holy shit. Eduardo made our night tonight, guys. So did all you guys made our night. I want to thank Eduardo, BG, No Way Jose, Tignim, Lisa, PDSD, Paul Da Silva, sorry, what's his name? Black Deplorable, Earthquake, Tio, Ann, Ian, Tim, Dino Bravo, James, Nathan, Jeff, the Dominator, Martini. Thank you so much, everybody. And monthly donations that come in from Supreme Cannon and Anarchy. I know I'm missing someone else. I know I'm missing somebody else. Damn. If I miss your... I'm sorry. I just... Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Well, you know what? We'll do a lineup next week if they're available. We'll get Supreme Cannon to wind down the show if he's got... If he can make it, and then we'll see if we can get Junkyard Dog on if he can make it to talk about what's going on with the trucking industry, and if he's still what he's going through, or what's going on, or how things are going. So, anyways, guys, it's been a fabulous 6 hours with you guys here today. I am very grateful that we lasted 666 episodes of Mike in the Night. And I am extremely grateful to all you guys. Very grateful. Thank you so much, guys, for this Mike in the Night-A-Thon tonight. And all the funds tonight that you guys donated, I will 100%. It goes towards the internet, and it goes towards the electricity and everything. And thank you. In the comments, Tig, Sheridan Forbes, Lisa, is that Calvin? Yeah, Calvin, Sneaky. Woo! All right, guys, I'm exhausted. Thank you, everybody, for tonight. Mike Martin signing out for episode 666 of Mike in the Night. Take care, and if you can't take care, stay safe.